Chapter 143, The Assimilation of the Sand Sea. At present, Yuan Jie was oblivious to his own state, yet he found the experience exhilarating. Maneuvering his body to evade the attacks of the sand lice, akin to controlling a drone. The Sand Louse King, with its massive form, was inherently clumsy despite its ability to leap. Yuan Jie, from another perspective, deftly guided his body as though dancing on the edge of a blade. After several exchanges, the Sand Louse King grew increasingly irate, sensing its prey tantalizingly close yet unable to find an appropriate angle for an attack, or rather, the opportune moment to consume. In a fit of rage, it leaped once more, the yellow sand swirling around like a rocket launch. Yuan Jie's headless form tumbled amidst the sand. And as he gazed upwards, the sensation became even more surreal. He could not feel his neck, yet he was able to shift perspectives, experiencing a full 360-degree view without obstruction. Soaring into the sky, the Sand Louse King recalibrated its attack angle and swooped down once again, not within its range of attack. Yuan Jie seized this opportunity to observe more clearly. He calculated the trajectory of the descending Sand Louse King and guided his body toward its rear. Indeed, the success and failure of this encounter hinged upon its legs. After battling these creatures for several days, he had become quite familiar with their movement patterns. Overall, the sand lice exhibited greater mobility than the armored beetles. However, without their powerful hind legs, they were significantly less agile. As Yuan Jie sprinted towards the rear of the armored beetle, he was met with a fierce blow, the beetle able to capture him without turning. The sand louse, however, was foolishly incapable of pivoting its body. It relied solely on jumping to adjust its attack angles. With a thunderous crash, Yuan Jie's body darted right into the rear of the Sand Louse King. The creature's antennae trembled, and it leaped once more, spiraling through the air before locking onto Yuan Jie and diving downward. Let us see how you fare against me, Yuan Jie thought as he propelled his body towards its rear once again. Boom! The Sand Louse King landed, only to find Yuan Jie had vanished yet again, prompting yet another leap. Yuan Jie chuckled. This dimwit was likely to be outsmarted by him. Centered around the Sand Louse King's tail, every time it jumped, he would guide his body toward that rear. Under the silvery moonlight, the colossal Sand Louse King bounced incessantly, continuing its antics for over 3 hours until the moon set and the dawn of a new day arrived. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Sand Louse King alighted, its wings unfurling, steam rising beneath them in the sunlight. It appeared noticeably fatigued, its flat carapace heaving. Yuan Jie approached the Sand Louse King, playfully scratching the yellow sand. As if to mock, still want to play? Furious, the Sand Louse King charged, its horn poised to strike. Huh. Yuan Jie skillfully maneuvered beneath the horn, exploiting the creature's blind spot. It could turn, but the radius was considerable. Stuck in this position, the Sand Louse King could only spin aimlessly, unable to address him. After a dozen laps, the Sand Louse King came to a halt, seemingly contemplating surrender. By now, the sun had risen, and the temperature began to climb. Yuan Jie felt the heat and brightness piercing through the sand. Boom! A sound akin to an earthquake reverberated once more. Startled, Yuan Jie thought, is it starting again? The Sand Louse King reacted with greater alarm, its eyes bulging as it scanned its surroundings before abruptly taking flight. Run! Yuan Jie immediately directed his body toward the creature's tail. Unexpectedly, the Sand Louse King did not target him, but instead dove headfirst toward a sand dune. With a resounding crash, akin to a hard landing of an aircraft, the Sand Louse King buried itself in the dune, swiftly digging into the sand as if fleeing for its life. With each movement, the sand cascaded like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, this behemoth vanished beneath the yellow sands, leaving no trace behind. It fled? Yuan Jie was perplexed. After spending days in this environment, he understood that sand lice were nocturnal creatures, yet this seemed an excessive fear of sunlight. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors intensified, the dunes collapsing as the sand sea obscured the sky, heralding the onset of another round of tectonic activity. Yuan Jie guided his body towards the plains when he suddenly felt an unusual force propelling him outward, not his body, but his head, or rather, his consciousness. With a pop, his viewpoint flipped, as if something had expelled him. He spun in the air several times before plummeting back to the ground, swaying with the tremors. As he rolled, Yuan Jie began to comprehend his current state. Assimilation. His head, now a mass of sand, had completed its transformation upon entering the dune. Though he had been oblivious to it, it was at that moment that the Sand Louse King had dislodged his sandy head. Understanding his predicament, another question arose. If his head had assimilated into the sand, why was it rejecting him? Why had he not flowed with the sand sea, but was instead expelled? Perplexed, he continued to feel the vibrations. Minutes later, the entire desert region transformed into a flat wasteland once more. Yunjie patiently awaited the desert's second geological upheaval. As anticipated, several minutes later, a more significant tremor commenced. The same up-and-down motion resumed, and Yunjie felt as if his head were on an elevator. The yellow sand beneath him alive, flowing layer by layer, coalescing and rolling upward. He felt like a ball on a conveyor belt, the belt ascending while he remained stationary, rolling round and round. Half an hour later, the dunes were formed, the tremors abruptly ceasing, the yellow sand stilled. And Yunjie found himself perched on the incline of a dune, rolling down in a flash. Finally, it was over. As the ground ceased its movement, Yunjie felt the sand sinking. This was not a physical sinking. Rather, it was the cessation of vibrations that allowed the sands to no longer repel him, enabling him to delve beneath the surface and navigate freely within the sand sea, much like swimming. This sensation was even more extraordinary, reminiscent of the nightmarish beasts traversing through stone. Suddenly, he realized a troubling fact. He could not find his body. Earlier, amidst the tremors, his head had bounced about, completely forgetting his body. Now, with everything settled, he was oblivious to its whereabouts. Despite his body's disappearance, Yunjie remained relatively calm. He could still sense its presence and the information relayed from it. However, locating its position was proving to be quite challenging. He decided to delve into the sand, as he could traverse the sand sea without obstruction. Chapter 144. The ocean beneath the desert. Yunjie sank downward, his entire head merging with the sand sea. An even more fascinating sensation enveloped him. The sand, though solid, felt akin to immersing in slightly viscous sludge, and he could distinctly feel himself becoming part of the sand sea. He could move freely up and down, roam wherever he wished, and even hold his breath. The only drawback was the oppressive darkness. Within the sand, it was pitch black, rendering visibility and direction impossible. Finding his body was imperative. Yunjie swam beneath the sand sea, searching for his form. After his head had assimilated into the sand, he lost the sensation of gravity and pressure, leaving him oblivious to whether he was moving up or down, only pushing forward, again and again. In the sand sea, his speed exceeded that on land by more than double, with virtually no resistance. After searching thoroughly, he found nothing, sensing something amiss. Changing direction to search again, he discovered he was utterly lost. Uncertain of which direction was up or down, Yunjie found himself utterly lost. Not only could he not locate his own body, but he also had no idea how to escape this desolate expanse. Panic set in. Yunjie chose a direction and trudged for what felt like an eternity. Yet he still failed to find any semblance of a boundary. This was dire. If he couldn't find his body, he might very well perish in the sea of sand. With no sense of gravity or direction, Yunjie suddenly felt the world around him spinning wildly. When the dizziness subsided, he realized he was completely disoriented beneath the sandy surface. Where to go? Yunjie pondered in confusion. He truly had no clue. Once again enveloped by dizziness, he aimlessly wandered in the sandy abyss. Time stretched on. Then, he began to hear vibrations resonating from all directions. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable repulsion emanating from the sand surrounding him. Each grain seemed to reject him, and he could almost hear the disdainful whispers of the sand. Countless particles pushed him away, and despite his struggles, it was futile. His head thrashed in the sand, utterly lost. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden burst of light pierced through the darkness, as the world of sand shattered into nothingness. He had escaped from the sandy depths. A rumbling sound echoed around him as the entire desert began to shift and settle once more. A day had already passed. Yunjie collapsed onto a mound of sand, his head bobbing with the vibrations. He silently expressed gratitude. Had it not been for the desert's movement, which repelled him, he might have remained trapped beneath the sands for eternity. The familiar tremors returned, causing the dunes to collapse under the Earth's lateral motion, burying the sand troughs and aligning everything into a straight line. After half an hour, the desert resumed its vertical movements, the yellow sand revitalized, surging towards the dunes, effectively refreshing the entire desert landscape. As the tremors ceased, the sand entered a state of dormancy and ceased to repel Yunjie. He gazed at the undulating desert, realizing with dismay that he had lost all hope of finding his body. But he must search regardless. If his previous form was entirely lost, he could rely on his self-healing to forge a new one. Yet, without relinquishing the old, the new could never emerge. Glancing up at the sun to orient himself, Yunjie plunged once more into the sandy depths. In this confined space, remembering was one thing, running was another. After traversing several hundred meters, he sensed something was amiss. He was lost again, utterly directionless, unable to retrace his steps. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to continue wandering aimlessly. After all, the sands would eventually expel him, and he could search again then. As he meandered, he suddenly sensed a cool, damp presence. He paused and moved several meters toward the source, astonished to find that the further he ventured in that direction, the more moisture permeated the sand. Resolutely, he pressed onward toward the increasingly wet area. The moisture intensified, filling the crevices of the sand. Yunjie could feel the grains of sand on his head being swept away by the water. Suddenly, he burst through the sand, revealing a vast expanse of blue before him. It was all water. Yunjie opened his mouth to taste it and discovered it was indeed seawater. Oh my God! There truly was seawater beneath the desert. Though somewhat murky, the water allowed him to glimpse the world below. The seabed was riddled with intricate channels, resembling cracks, and atop them grew what appeared to be seaweed. Yunjie scanned his surroundings and spotted a familiar, flattened figure floating upside down among the seaweed. He felt an uncanny recognition and yearned to swim closer. However, as his head emerged from the sand into the water, a horrifying sight unfolded. His sandy head disintegrated in the water. Yunjie was taken aback and quickly retreated back into the sand. That figure resembled a sand leech. He observed the black silhouette and thought to himself, assimilation in progress. Assimilation failed. Assimilation in progress. What did it wish to assimilate into? The seawater? A sudden glimmer of hope sparked within Yunjie. Perhaps this half-formed assimilation power could succeed. Yet he doubted it, as the incomplete power he acquired from the nightmare beast was uncontrollable and imprecise. He decided to change his perspective. Yunjie dove into the sand and navigated to a position directly above the black silhouette, then emerged to take a look. Indeed, upside down and floating in the seawater was the sand leech. At that moment, the leech's elongated horns were embedded within the channel, its hind legs and forefeet tucked beneath its abdomen, resembling a mass of aquatic vegetation swaying gently. It was truly a sand leech. Yunjie furrowed his brow, realizing that the sand leech king was also present. He turned his gaze toward the distance, where massive black figures swayed among the drifting seaweed. What kind of place was this? Why was there seawater beneath the desert? Water, being less dense, should cause the sand to sink, not float above the surface. Yunjie couldn't fathom it. Since his reincarnation, he had witnessed too many incredible phenomena. Suddenly, a sight caught his attention. He noticed a trickle of blood emerging from beneath the sand leech's horns, within the channel where the horns were embedded. Blood? Yunjie was utterly bewildered. How could there be blood? The strands of blood drifted through the water, and the seemingly slumbering sand leech immediately opened its mouth, greedily drawing in the blood. A chilling realization washed over Yunjie, as a terrifying thought took root in his mind. The sand leeches were parasitic beasts that fed on blood, residing in the ocean beneath the sandy expanse, drawing sustenance from the channels. Did that mean there was a living beast beneath this sea of sand? Good grief. Yunjie glanced at the endless subterranean ocean, contemplating the magnitude of such a creature should it indeed be alive. Chapter 145, The Cause of the Earthquake. Yunjie felt an icy dread enveloping him, as everything before his eyes surpassed the bounds of his imagination. Gurgle, gurgle. More blood surged from the channel below, flowing like red ribbons, vibrant and vivid. The sand leeches clinging to the channel awakened, their massive hind legs thrashing through the water, while their horns plunged desperately into the depths. The scene resembled a trapped lobster thrashing its tail in a futile attempt to escape. With each forceful thrust from the sand leeches, more blood poured forth from the channel, instantly staining the entire expanse of water crimson. Visibility vanished. All that remained was a sea of red. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of flowing water echoed, sending shivers down Yunjie's spine. It was undoubtedly the sound of the sand leeches consuming blood. The concentration of blood in the water increased, and the sand leeches reveled in their feast, incessantly burrowing into the channel to extract more sustenance. Even from a distance, Yunjie could detect the overwhelming stench of blood. Suddenly, an unknown sound erupted, and countless bubbles surged forth from the depths, propelled by immense force, causing the sand leeches clinging to the channel to be violently dislodged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like cannonballs, the sand leeches shot away from the channel, hurtling back into the yellow sands. An even greater wave of pressure rolled in from the ocean's depths. The saturated yellow sand seemed to come alive, expelling all foreign entities. Yunjie and the sand leeches were caught within the expulsion zone of the yellow sand. That peculiar sensation returned. Every grain of sand repelled Yunjie. This rejection was not merely psychological, it was physical. He could feel the sand lifting him upwards. An overwhelming force generated by countless grains working in unison. Like a rocket launch, Yunjie was propelled upward from the sandy depths. Whoosh! The dark world swiftly faded away, replaced by light. When Yunjie opened his eyes, he found himself soaring through the sky. Surrounding him were numerous sand lice, ascending like a cluster of missiles, including the largest among them, the sand lice king. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. My body, amidst the myriad of flight paths, Yunjie spotted his own headless form among them. As they ascended to a certain height, everything began to plummet. Yunjie, the sand lice, and the sand lice king. The air resonated with a thunderous roar as masses of sand lice crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the dunes to collapse, burying all the sandy crevices. Panic ensued among the fallen sand lice. They leaped and burrowed into the sand, swiftly digging into the yellow grains. In less than a minute, they vanished from sight. Yunjie saw his body lying not far from him and immediately swam over. Suddenly, the sand lice king burst forth from the sand, its horn piercing his body before it dove back into the ground. Damn it! Furious, Yunjie immediately pursued, diving into the sand. At that moment, the desert began to shift upward, and the repulsive force of the sand made it nearly impossible to descend. Self-healing process initiated. That long-lost voice finally echoed in his mind. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain emanating from his body. Undoubtedly, the sand lice king had begun its assault on him. Let me in. Desperation gripped Yunjie as he strained to burrow deeper. But his meager strength paled in comparison to the vast desert sands. The movement of the desert resumed, tossing him up and down. As the dunes gradually formed and the repulsive force lessened, he could finally sink again. Chase! Yunjie dove into the sand, hastily pursuing the creature. Within the sea of sand, visibility was non-existent. As he continued his pursuit, he suddenly realized he had lost his sense of direction. Just then, he felt subtle vibrations and expansions in the surrounding sand, instantly recognizing that the sand lice king was rapidly burrowing downward. Following the force, Yunjie caught sight of the sand lice king's short legs galloping through the sand. At last, I've caught up. He swiftly reached the creature's head, aiming to reclaim his body from its jaws, only to discover a fatal issue. He could not stop the sand lice king. His head had turned to sand, crumbling at the slightest touch, devoid of any offensive capability. He attempted to ram into the sand lice king's head several times, but it was utterly futile. It's over. It's over. What should I do? The scent of blood filled the air, and pain surged like a tidal wave. Yunjie was engulfed in panic, unable to fathom the state of his torn body. Suddenly, the sand lice king accelerated, burrowing past him. Yunjie was scattered, his consciousness splintering into countless fragments throughout the sandy layers, taking a long time to reassemble himself. Continue the chase. As he raced through the sand, a flash of white bone caught his eye. He halted abruptly, realizing it was his own leg bone. Damn it! Fury surged within Yunjie as he charged forward. Splash! Ahead, he heard the sound of water, and dread washed over him. The sand lice king had submerged. Indeed, as he chased after it, the sand ahead undulated like cotton, with tendrils of blood swirling within. As he passed through the sand near the seawater, he poked his head up to see the sand lice king, dragging half of his body underwater, leaving a long, bloody trail akin to a smoke bomb. Too late. Yunjie cursed internally. He could not enter the water and was unable to pursue the sand lice king. Perhaps sensing the scent of blood, the sand lice that had plunged into the sea became agitated, converging from all directions to surround the sand lice king. In mere minutes, Yunjie's small body was devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Body destroyed, reconstruction in progress. Estimated time, 1 month. You bunch of bastards, robbers, beasts. Yunjie cursed vehemently. It was utterly useless. The sand lice that had feasted on his body dispersed, finding suitable locations to bury their horns into the trenches, retracting their forelegs and hind legs. Floating like corpses. I will make you pay. I will destroy you all. Fuming, Yunjie circled within the sand, counting all his skills, only to find that none could instantly annihilate the sand lice, let alone the sand lice king. Damn it! Fragments of natural elemental force. Suddenly, in his despondence, Yunjie noticed the natural elemental force fragments on his attribute panel. This item could manipulate earth and plant elements, thriving in marshes. What about in the desert? Only one way to find out. Yunjie promptly turned around, racing back through the sand until he reached the surface. Infuse natural elemental fragments. 1 fragment infused. Remaining, 35,100. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from his forehead. Chapter 141. The Sand Lice King Quest Prompt. 5th Tier Junior Sand Lice King. 8,000 Experience Points. 2. 200 Defense Points. 300 points for Super Jump Evolution. 5th Tier. Yunjie was taken aback. It was said that one should not be overly greedy. Who knew that being a donkey was the same? While the Sand Lice King had yet to emerge, he cautiously retreated, hoping the creature would not notice him. Suddenly, the yellow sand erupted, revealing 2 dark, oval-shaped eyes of the Sand Lice King, magnified countless times. It glanced left and right, then locked onto Yunjie. It's over. It has seen me. Yunjie's heart raced as he whipped around and fled. Regardless of whether it was purely 5th tier, it's staggering too. 200 defense points were terrifying enough. What attack could possibly breach such formidable defenses? He couldn't just wait here to die. Boom. The ground shook violently, sending waves of yellow sand trembling as a fierce wind whipped up, tossing Yunjie like a leaf in the tempest. After a few seconds, the wind suddenly subsided, and Yunjie crashed to the ground. He quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing back at the spot where the Sand Lice King had been, only to be shocked to see a massive pit, unfathomably deep. Having battled sand lice for days, Yunjie was well aware of their nature. If they weren't in the pit, they were in the sky. He immediately looked up, and the sky was engulfed in swirling dust, resembling a sandstorm, obscuring all visibility. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Is it raining? Upon closer inspection, Yunjie was astonished to find that numerous mud-laden yellow sand particles were falling from the sandstorm. Moreover, the yellow mud particles carried a familiar scent. This scent was intensely familiar, evoking memories of home, though he couldn't quite recall where he had encountered it before. Whoosh! A rush of wind swept through the swirling yellow sand, suddenly revealing a colossal silhouette reminiscent of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. It's coming. Yunjie immediately lay flat, raising his hooves in preparation to counterattack. As he lifted his hooves, he realized his small limbs were hardly capable of inflicting any damage. Crash! Darkness enveloped him as the Sand Lice King landed directly above Yunjie. Blinking in disbelief, he found his hooves insufficient to reach the underbelly of the Sand Lice King, let alone launch an attack. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The sound of raindrops echoed, and Yunjie looked around in astonishment. Noticing water dripping from the outline of the Sand Lice King, it sent salty, reminiscent of seawater. My goodness, seawater. Yunjie was taken aback. Having grown up by the sea, he was all too familiar with that scent, which explained his nostalgic feelings. But the question remained, where had the seawater on the Sand Lice King come from? After all, this was a desert. Boom, boom. The Sandworm King stirred, its enormous claws thundering on the yellow sands as if an earthquake had struck. After retreating a few steps, it spotted a four-legged creature lying upside down, its tongue lolling at an odd angle. Lowering its head to sniff, the massive horn of the beetle-like creature punctured the dune in front of Yunjie. Ah yes, it's you. The Sandworm King nodded, as if it had found its desired target. At this moment, Yunjie dared not move, faced with this colossal beast. His only skill was to play dead, hoping that this creature did not fancy consuming lifeless beings. Huff! Huff! The Sandworm King's nostrils resembled two gigantic blow-dryers, exhaling hot air that chilled Yunjie to the bone. Crack! A strange sound echoed. Opening his eyes cautiously, Yunjie saw the Sandworm King's maw wide open, akin to an alien spacecraft unveiling its hatch. Are you still eating dead things? What a villain! Realizing he could no longer feign death, Yunjie sprang to his feet and bolted. Boom! The ground trembled, and a gust of air swept in, causing Yunjie to be knocked down once more. The Sandworm King floated down from the air, once again overshadowing Yunjie, who was now as tiny as an ant, no longer playing dead. Yunjie tucked his tail and retreated, gazing in terror at the massive beast before him. Suddenly, a fiery net erupted from Yunjie's nostrils. Determined to take the initiative rather than await his demise, he aimed to test the creature's defenses. The orange-red fire net sliced through the sky, enveloping the Sandworm King's shield-like head. It resembled a little orange cap atop the Sandworm King. The net merely covered the tip of its head. Although the net was aflame, it inflicted no harm to the creature's carapace, not even producing a wisp of smoke. Not good. Yunjie realized the gravity of the situation and immediately charged at the Sandworm King. Is he committing suicide? Clearly not. Yunjie intended to battle the Sandworm King, inciting his bloodlust, and then attempt a more powerful web attack. If even a level 3 web could not affect the Sandworm King, he would have to close his eyes and await his fate. The Sandworm King remained still, allowing Yunjie to collide with it. Bang! Yunjie dodged the Sandworm King's horn and leaped to ram into its massive head. There was a dull thud, yet the Sandworm King remained undeterred, while Yunjie fell to the ground. Damn it, that was no different from crashing into a mountain. Wild Donkey Charge achieved 50 points. Yunjie rose, gazing up at the Sandworm King's head, his gaze shifting to its short forelegs. If I can't budge its head, I shall strike its legs. Retreating a few steps, he launched another Wild Donkey Charge at the Sandworm King's stubby legs. Thud! It was akin to colliding with a massive iron pillar. The Sandworm King's short leg merely bounced slightly, while Yunjie, dazed and dizzy, stumbled out, tripping and falling to the ground. Wild Donkey Charge achieved 50 points. Where's the bloodlust? Why isn't he yet activated? Yunjie stood up, shaking his head in frustration, casting an irritated glance at the Sandworm King. The creature remained unmoved, seemingly enjoying his tickling attacks. In a fit of rage, Yunjie thought, I may not be able to defeat you, but you shall not look down on me. The fire net failed, but I still have my teeth. Yunjie turned and charged again, sinking his teeth into the Sandworm King's short leg. Crunch. It was not that Yunjie pierced the Sandworm King's exoskeleton. Rather, his tooth broke. It's over. Nothing works. This creature is too formidable. Suddenly, the Sandworm King retaliated. With a swift sweep of its horn, Yunjie was sent flying. Since entering the Sunset Forest, Yunjie had been flung by the Wolf King and the Scarred Bear, yet none compared to this strike from the Sandworm King. It felt as though a mountain had collided with him, nearly displacing his eyes and leaving his mind in a chaotic haze. His insides rearranged when he finally collided with a dune. He struggled to pull his head out and glanced back at the Sandworm King, which was now leaping toward him from the sky. He found it oddly amusing. According to the distance, he had been flung over 10 meters, while the Sandworm King jumped a staggering 60 to 70 meters high. Given such proximity, why not simply crawl over? Chapter 146, Revenge of the Sand Sea. In excruciating pain, Yunjie felt countless tendrils enveloping his forehead. A glimmer of green light swirled around his brow, coalescing into a tender sprout. Upon encountering sunlight, the sprout grew rapidly, extending its branches and leaves. The fragments of natural elemental power grew swiftly, as thousands of roots penetrated Yunjie's sandy head, delving into the layers of sand below in search of moisture. Through the roots' extension, Yunjie's sense of touch also expanded. The surface of the yellow sand was mostly dry. The deeper one delved, the more moisture was present, not to mention the ocean beneath the sand layers. Once the roots breached the dry sand, they sensed the presence of water molecules and immediately accelerated their growth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the roots contacted the water molecules, they darted into the sand like arrows, swiftly penetrating the seawater and beginning to absorb moisture. Seawater, being a natural element, could be absorbed by the fragments of natural elemental power without obstruction. The leaves, now nourished by water, entered growth mode, splitting in two, with new shoots sprouting from the center, which then split again. After several extensions, green leaves spiraled upwards, revealing a tender green bud at the center of the branches. The bud burst open, and brown petals unfurled. The natural elemental power fragments have begun to work. Restoring 19 vitality self-healing power is now doubled unlike previous instances. This time the petals of the natural elemental power fragments were brown, identical in color to the yellow sands. What Yunjie sought was not merely the restoration of his body and vitality. He wished for the natural elemental power fragments to manipulate the yellow sand as they did in the swamp. Rise, Yunjie growled, channeling his will to command the roots to manipulate the yellow sand. The earth heaved, and a massive fissure stretched forth. Crash! A cloud of dust erupted as a colossal arm of yellow sand emerged from beneath the ground. Very good. Yunjie twisted the sandy arm and then clenched it tightly, secretly vowing to show them what he could do. At that moment, the sandworm retreated back into the seawater. How to deal with it? Simple, with the roots. The roots had already entered the seawater, acting as Yunjie's feet, allowing him to sense the water and move according to his will, just as he had when grasping the bone-piercing fish. Like fishing in murky waters, Yunjie extended his roots to feel along the seabed. Before long, he touched a trench beneath the ocean, and to his astonishment, the seabed felt soft. Moreover, it was warm, not cold. My God, it's truly alive. Yunjie shuddered, manipulating the roots to continue exploring. Identifying objects underwater was easy. Kelp-like items felt soft, while the sandworm's horns were hard. As he brushed against a patch of seaweed, one of his roots encountered a semicircular, somewhat hard object. It was the sandworm's horn. I've got you. Yunjie, filled with excitement, commanded the roots to ensnare the horn and forcefully yanked it out. Like capturing a live shrimp, the sandworm bounced frantically on the root system, nearly escaping. Yunjie tightened his grip, swiftly pulling it from the depths. The yellow sand churned, and with a plop, the sandworm was flung from the ground by Yunjie's roots. Clearly unaccustomed to the sunlight, the sandworm screeched and leaped, attempting to burrow back into the sand. Where do you think you're running? Let us see if I can't crush you. Yunjie commanded the massive yellow sandy fist to descend. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled. His punch was comparable to the Sandworm King's earlier leap. Huh, you must be finished now. Try to flee again. Yunjie smugly withdrew his fist. I was taken aback. It truly fled. As I withdrew my fist, a small opening emerged, and that sandworm had long disappeared without a trace. I hastily extended my massive hand to dig downwards. The hand, formed from fragments of natural elemental energy, possessed the ability to manipulate earth elements. As it plunged into the yellow sand, it encountered virtually no resistance. Upon touching something solid, My fingers instinctively curled, seizing the object. The sandworm writhed in my grasp. I brought my hand to my face, reluctant to release my grip, fearing that if I did, it would escape once more. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. The sandworm easily burrowed through the sandy hand, revealing its head before it sprang away. Enraged, I lifted another sandy arm, both hands plunging into the earth once again to retrieve the sandworm. I swiftly removed its hind legs and wings, tossing it to the ground, thinking to myself, "Try to run now." The wingless sandworm flailed its severed wings in vain, its hind legs thrashing, yet it could not escape. This act of vengeance was immensely satisfying. I extended my arm once more, pulling off the sandworm's 4 short legs. It emitted a pitiful cry. With a swift motion, I pressed my fingers together, easily bursting the sandworm's abdomen, silencing its cries. Even so, I felt no sense of satisfaction. My fingers twisted, ready to crush the sandworm's body. Suddenly, I recalled that I needed one more sandworm to achieve a level of jumping power, and I halted my twisting fingers. "Spare your head." I twisted the sandworm's head off, preserving the magical core within before discarding its body. At present, my head was in a sandy state, unable to consume anything. My body was equally unfit for digestion. I set the sandworm's head aside and resumed my manipulation of the tendrils to search for sandworms at the seabed. Thanks to the immense capabilities of the natural elemental energy fragments, capturing the sandworms was effortless. They were abundant, almost every few meters yielding another catch. I would simply remove the head and discard the body, swiftly completing the task. In half an hour, a small mountain of sandworm corpses had accumulated in the desert before me, and beneath my head lay a pile of sandworm heads, each containing a magical core. Vitality increased by 41%. Healing factor engaged, bodily recovery at 41%. I could distinctly feel my neck regenerating, the vertebrae emerging amidst the root-laden yellow sand. It wouldn't be long before my body fully restored itself. I continued to dig, eager to extract this horde from the seabed and simultaneously level up. Frowning, I sensed the feedback from the tendrils. After some time, it seemed the sandworms had caught wind of my presence and fled, leaving me grasping at nothing. Conversely, the chasm I probed sent shivers down my spine. The sensation was peculiar, akin to ants tickling an elephant. I dared not delve deeper. What if I inadvertently provoked an ancient beast to emerge? Just as I was about to withdraw, my hands encountered a robust beetle horn, larger than any I had previously touched. The Sandworm King. I've caught you. Chapter 147. Southward, the Sandworm King, upon being touched, did not flee. Instead, it opened its massive jaws and bit down on a tendril. Crack. A spark flashed in my mind, followed by the loss of tactile sensation from that tendril. How dare you bite through? In a fit of rage, I coiled all my tendrils around it. I could not see the seabed, but at that moment, the Sandworm King was startled, resembling a shrimp in its panic. It released the beetle horn embedded in the chasm and, with a powerful leap of its hind legs, began to flee frantically through the water. The Sandworm King's size allowed it to leap with astonishing agility. I felt the tendrils go slack, grasping nothing at all. Disaster, it was escaping. Just then, a sound akin to a whale's call echoed from an unknown source. The sound reverberated throughout the desert, evoking a sense of primordial vastness and melancholy. As if I were immersed in an ancient world. With each sand dune, a plume of warm air erupted. I momentarily froze, feeling no fear. There was no threat in the sound. Rather, it conveyed a sense of comfort, or perhaps relaxation, devoid of hostility. Could it be the call of that beast from the seabed? I pondered quietly. After a brief wait, with no further disturbances, I attempted to trace the Sandworm King's whereabouts once more. My tendrils had now stretched to a length of 4 to 5 kilometers, allowing me to sense everything from the sand layer down to the seabed, including the object that filled the chasm. Even at this length, I still could not perceive the edges of this creature, nor its head or snout. Although I could not touch it, I had grasped the general shape of the chasm. It was not flat, but rather oval, resembling the mantle. Moreover, the further south I ventured, the warmer the sea water became. I dared not explore further. Encountering an even more formidable beast would be perilous. I retracted my tendrils, patiently awaiting the restoration of my body before feasting upon the pile of magical cores below. Assimilation complete. The voice resonated, and I instinctively shook my head. The sensation of looseness had vanished. I bit my tongue, feeling its elasticity. It was truly over. I glanced at my body, enveloped in layers of yellow sand. Below my neck, from my chest to my forelegs, recovery had occurred. Sensation returned along my spine to the tail, my ribs felt present, my heart formed and began to beat, while my intestines resumed their function. It was time to eat. I looked down at the heap of sandworm heads. Excitement surged within me. I shook off the yellow sand from my tendrils, ensnared a sandworm head, peeled it open, and retrieved the magical core, bringing it to my mouth. The rumbling of my stomach had commenced, and I eagerly crushed the magical core, swallowing it whole. It was extraordinarily delicious. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 experience points, 300 defense evolution points, and 50 super jumping evolution points. No other evolution points acquired. Congratulations. You have achieved level 1 super jumping ability, system loading in progress. Percentage 1, 2. Now I too could jump. I felt a surge of excitement. Continuing to devour. I lost count of how many magical cores I consumed, and the system's voice rang out once more, indicating that I had leveled up to the late 2nd tier. What a thrill. Moments later, another piece of good news arrived. My defense had surpassed 2,000, elevating me to tier 3 defense. With this level of defense, I could withstand several attacks from a scar-faced bear or a sandworm, ensuring my survival. My stomach felt like a bottomless pit as I devoured every last magical core from the ground. Congratulations, you have reached tier 3 initial level. Congratulations. New skill super jumping ability installation complete. Current tier 3 initial level alloy donkey hoof 6,000. Distance to tier 3 1 star, 44,000 experience points. Webbing level 2. Healing factor level 1. Wild donkey charge level 2 400 and 5,500. Venomous fangs level 1. Furious wolf bloodlust level 1. Bloodlust value. Infinite. Natural elemental energy fragments 35,100. Donkey human form reserve value 2,400. Bite force level 1 300 1000. Defense level 3 1400 3000. Super jumping ability level 1 650 5000. Healing factor advancement complete. Health fully restored. Ding. A clear sound echoed as the multitude of green flowers above my head naturally wilted, while the tendrils below my body simultaneously detached, sinking into the sea of sand and the seabed. Splash. As the roots detached, a cascade of yellow sand followed, and Yunjie tumbled from the sand pile. It dawned on him that when the fragments of natural vitality were fully replenished, they would fall from him. The sun dipped below the horizon, revealing the moon. Having gathered a sufficient number of sand fleas, where should he venture next? Suddenly, Yunjie recalled the warmth emanating from beneath the sea, from the south. With nothing better to do, he thought it wise to head southward. Perhaps there lay some extraordinary place on land. Taking advantage of the mild night temperature, Yunjie propelled himself across the sand dunes, embarking on a journey into the vast desert, heading south. After a night had passed, dawn broke gently. Standing atop a sand dune, Yunjie gazed into the distance. In the dim, gray desert, a circular sand dune emerged before him, and at its center lay a crescent-shaped pond. Surrounding the pond were pillar-like plants, strikingly eye-catching. Was it a desert oasis, or merely a mirage? Glancing at the sun that had yet to rise, Yunjie concluded it was no illusion. Indeed, it was a desert oasis. He decided to investigate. Descending from the summit of the dune, he made his way toward the oasis. Minutes later, as the sun ascended, its rays illuminated the earth, signaling the onset of seismic activity. At this point, Yunjie had developed a reflexive response. He promptly returned to the top of the dune to avoid being engulfed by the shifting sands. After several minutes, the anticipated tremor seemed delayed. Yunjie dared not move. Waiting for over half an hour until the sun fully rose, the temperature steadily climbing, yet the earthquake remained absent. A holiday, perhaps? Furrowing his brow, Yunjie cautiously ventured down the dune. No signs of disturbance. Without hesitation, he galloped toward the circular dune. Upon reaching its summit, the earthquake still had not arrived. Curious, Yunjie glanced back at the desert, perplexed by the situation. Turning his gaze toward the oasis at the center, his spirits lifted, and he descended the dune. Puff, puff. A familiar sound echoed once more. Two oval-shaped eyes appeared below the dune. It was the Sand Flea King. Yunjie gasped in astonishment. How had this creature arrived here? It was broad daylight. He quickly regained his footing, nervously retreating. The quicksand pulled him swiftly, propelling him toward the Sand Flea King's eye. The king seemed to have been searching for him, and, upon seeing him tumble down, sprang forth from the sand. Chapter 148, Battle with the Sand Flea King. Boom. The Sand Flea King landed back on the slope, its horns clashing in anticipation of the confrontation. Yunjie, rolling down the dune towards the Sand Flea King's horns, desperately attempted to regain his footing, but the inertia from his descent was overwhelming. Just as he was about to collide with the Sand Flea King's horns, he pushed off with all his might. Whoosh, his hind legs sprang forth like springs, and his entire body launched into the air, soaring over the Sand Flea King's head and landing on the sandy ground below. Super jump first time usage achieved. Alas, he had forgotten this skill. Yunjie quickly scrambled to his feet, only to see the Sand Flea King take off with a loud thud. It was charging toward him. Yunjie glanced around. The oasis was still over 1,000 meters away, and it seemed too late to reach it. He inhaled deeply, realizing it was time to experience the sensation of the super jump. Mimicking the sand flea's stance, he lifted his front legs and pushed off with his hind legs. Boom! His hooves exploded into the ground, and he was instantly airborne. The rush of wind filled his ears, and the expansive view enveloped him. A sensation of boundless freedom washed over him. What a delight! Before he could fully relish the thrill, he felt a shadow enveloping his form. Could it be that he had leapt directly beneath the Sand Flea King? There was no doubt about it. With a resounding thud, the Sand Flea King's horn struck down upon Yunjie. The force of gravity accelerated him, and in the blink of an eye, the ground opened wide to receive him, crashing into the yellow sands. Before he could extricate his head from the grains, a thunderous sound reverberated behind him. The Sand Flea King had landed. Upon landing, the Sand Flea King pinned Yunjie down with its horns, relentlessly battering and crushing him. This time, the Sand Flea King had no intention of devouring Yunjie. It solely sought to eliminate him. Self-healing process initiated. After advancing to level 3, Yunjie's defensive capabilities indeed proved effective. Under the Sand Flea King's near-manic assault, no significant wounds marred his body. However, the absence of injuries did not equate to a lack of pain. Most of his hind bones lay fractured. A relentless wave of agony surged through him, igniting his fury. Did it think him made of clay? Raging wolf blood fury activated. Associated skill activated. Yunjie roared, extracting his head from the sands, and suddenly turned to see the sharp horns charging toward him. Fueled by blood fury, his vision turned crimson, and he forgot the pain as he lowered his head and charged. Bang! The impact did not yield the violent clash one might expect. Instead, the sound was somewhat muted. Though subtle, it bore tremendous force. Wild Donkey critical hit achieved, 50 points. Blood fury value increased by 1. Attack duration extended by 1 minute. Yunjie was propelled, his hooves carving 2 deep trenches in the sand. He shook his head vigorously, hot air bursting from his nostrils. Spotting the Sand Flea King's forelegs, he charged once more. The Sand Flea King adjusted its horns, attempting to change its angle of attack, but Yunjie's speed was too swift. The creature's cumbersome body could not keep pace. With a thud, it chose to leap. Its massive form soared into the air, and without hesitation, Yunjie pushed off the ground, following suit. Whether in a different realm or on Earth, the laws of physics remained unchanged. Smaller entities ascend faster. Yunjie may not have jumped higher than the Sand Flea King, but he certainly outpaced its ascent. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath the Sand Flea King's belly. Take this, you brute! Yunjie bellowed as he charged headlong into it. Thud! It was akin to colliding with a bell. The Sand Flea King's expansive abdomen reverberated, and its body lost balance mid-flight, its rear overtaking its head, flailing its wings as it plummeted. Yunjie followed suit, descending in the opposite direction. The greater the weight, the stronger the gravitational pull, and thus the faster the descent. The Sand Flea King struck the slope of the circular dune first. Yunjie landed shortly after, rolling several times in the sand before charging back up the slope to collide once more. Ascending the slope inevitably diminished the impact force. Furthermore, the Sand Flea possessed formidable defenses. Yunjie crashed into its rear, only to be bounced back. Once more, the fierce desire for battle compelled him to press on. His singular aim was to create a breach in the Sand Flea King's form. Charging to the apex of the circular dune, Yunjie let out a furious roar as he barreled forward. At that moment, the Sand Flea King had yet to extricate its horns from the sand. As Yunjie approached, he pushed off with his hind legs, executing the Sand Flea's signature move. A powerful jump. Whoosh. It was as if space itself flickered. Yunjie surged forward from the slope, and soon, he saw a large dent appear on the Sand Flea King's back, followed by his own leap. Akin to a flea escaping, Yunjie's impact not only assisted the Sand Flea King in freeing itself from the sand, but also caused it to pivot and reveal its underbelly. Its wings flapping vigorously. Although it felt the pain on its back, it could not reach it, resorting to flapping its wings for relief. His Yunjie exhaled a plume of heated air. His desire to attack undiminished, it had intensified. The earlier collision had wounded his head, blood trickling down to his nasal cavity. The metallic taste of his own blood ignited his battle fervor like an oil well erupting. The hind leg of the Sand Wyrm plunged into the yellow sand as it lifted its upper body, emitting a roar distinct from that of an ordinary Sand Wyrm. Then, with a thunderous sound, the yellow sand surged as its colossal form charged forward. Come on, Yunjie bellowed, sprinting towards it. At that moment, every cell in his bloodstream felt as though it had doubled in size. Not even the Sand Wyrm, but a mountain could he confidently collide with head first. The two beasts, one large and one small, collided midair. Boom. The instant of impact sent ripples through the air. The sand WIRM's massive body surged forward like an unstoppable train, gliding through the waves for several dozen meters before crashing down. Yunjie, on the other hand, lost all consciousness, his body tumbling towards the sky. Like a falling leaf reaching its zenith, Yunjie began to plummet, crashing to the ground like a lifeless donkey. Blood gushed from his nostrils. The sand WIRM exhaled a series of gusts through its nostrils, gazing down at Yunjie's lifeless body. Its oval eyes widened, trembling with incredulity, reflecting an astonishing light. A murky yellow liquid dripped from its antennae. Its blood. Yunjie had pierced its skull. The sand WIRM shook its shield-like head, overwhelmed by the shocking turn of events. In its reign as the sand WIRM king, it had only suffered injury twice. Once just now, and now again. System reboot complete. Blood Fury Level 2 achieved. All skills elevated by 2 levels. Attack duration 5 minutes. Chapter 150. The mysterious bamboo grove still not dead. The sand WIRM retreated a step in disbelief. Yunjie grinned menacingly as he advanced. At this moment, the sand WIRM was no longer the fearsome 5th-level beast, but rather his prey. He intended to devour it and drain its blood. The sand WIRM sensed a chill emanating from Yunjie's gaze. Its head was already significantly dented. The shield-like face marred with diamond-shaped wounds inflicted by the fiery net. The fluid within its cranial cavity occasionally spilled from the jagged wounds, rendering it a pitiful sight. Boom. Yunjie launched the first attack, leaping into the air and charging towards the sand WIRM. Startled, the sand WIRM hastily followed suit. But its massive size hindered its ascent compared to Yunjie. Just as it leapt, Yunjie had already pounced onto its back, unleashing a frenzied assault with his gaping maw. The sand WIRM was nearly the size of a basketball court. Once Yunjie was atop it, there was no chance of slipping off. He ravenously savaged the WIRM's carapace, his newly upgraded venomous fangs creating holes with each bite, the poison seeping in. Fortunately, the sand WIRM's size was such that Yunjie's venom alone was insufficient to kill it, yet it certainly felt the searing pain. It immediately unfurled its wings and flailed wildly, attempting to throw Yunjie off. To Yunjie, those wings were a delectable offering. He abandoned the WIRM's back and began to leap after the wings. The rapid flapping of the wings proved elusive, prompting him to target the base instead. The sand WIRM had unwittingly directed Yunjie towards its most vulnerable part. With a flutter, one wing broke free. The now airborne sand WIRM lost its balance, careening downwards from the heights. With a resounding crash, the sand WIRM landed like a large disc, embedded in the circular dune. Yunjie was thrown off and emerged from the sand, lunging forward once more to bite. Now genuinely frightened, the sand WIRM swayed its massive body to evade Yunjie, then plunged its horn into the yellow sand, burrowing away. The sand WIRM dug swiftly, disappearing into the sand in the blink of an eye. Yunjie, in hot pursuit, desperately gnawed, attempting to pull it from the sandy depths, but the creature's sheer size rendered him powerless. Blood Fury value decreasing. Please maintain combat status. Yunjie regained a modicum of clarity and immediately pursued once more. While he managed to keep pace, he found himself unable to harm the sand WIRM. He could only bite twice, which had little significant effect. By the time he sought to unleash a fiery net to ensnare the WIRM, the terrain was no longer conducive. As the sand WIRM burrowed deeper, Yunjie could no longer keep up. Moreover, the loose sand offered little resistance. As the WIRM dug, the ground behind it simply collapsed. After chasing for several meters, he found himself increasingly distanced, ultimately losing sight of it altogether. Blood Fury value decreasing. Blood Fury value dropped by 1 level. Associated skills reverted. In a frenzy, Yunjie regained some awareness, only to feel an increasing chill enveloping his body. Frenzied Wolf Blood Fury halted. Swish. As the announcement echoed, the crimson tide in Yunjie's eyes dissipated instantly. All strength seemed to be siphoned away by an unseen force, waves of fatigue crashing over him. Utterly exhausted, Yunjie felt as if he had aged several decades, his entire being rendered weak. Seizing his last breath of energy, he turned and crawled outward. Fortunately, the sand within the cave had only recently collapsed. Otherwise, with his current strength, he might have succumbed to eternal slumber within the yellow sands. Finally, emerging, Yunjie inhaled a breath of fresh air, only to be met with darkness as he fainted. When he awoke again, it was night. Moonlight bathed the circular dunes, sparkling like scattered stars upon the moon's surface. He lifted his head to survey the surroundings. The sand WIRM had long since vanished without a trace. In the distance, a wisp of steam rose from the treetops of an oasis, drifting above the forest. The desert night was cold, Yet Yunjie felt a gentle warmth wafting from the oasis. This temperature was extraordinarily comforting, soothing his body, which had been ravaged by blood fury. After resting for a while, he shook off the sand and wearily made his way towards the oasis. The sand WIRM was beyond reach now. That creature had likely returned to the depths of the sea. As he approached the oasis, Yunjie was astonished to discover that the lush greenery he had perceived during the day was not a forest, but rather towering plants resembling pillars. Could it be bamboo? Surely there wouldn't be pandas within. Reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, he scrutinized closely under the moonlight. Not bamboo. The leaves of bamboo are flat and elongated, whereas these plants bore oval leaves. Bamboo grows in segments and is dark green. These plants, too, were segmented in dark green but had oval joints, with each large segment adorned with a smaller one, resembling fingernails. Mission prompt. Assimilation point activated. Location unknown. Assimilation point? Yunjie was taken aback, glancing around. Could there truly be an assimilation point here? Examining the surroundings of the oasis closely, he found nothing, certainly no traces of beasts. Unable to deduce the situation, he ventured into the bamboo grove. Crack, crack, the sound of bamboo segments colliding echoed. Yunjie whipped around, startled as the dense bamboo grove swayed, as if a colossal beast had just passed through. Alarmed, he rushed to the edge of the grove to peer outside. Nothing was there. He scanned the ground. Aside from his own footprints, there were no signs of other beasts. How peculiar. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of the bamboo grove from the corner of his eye. Something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. After pondering for a moment, he stepped once more into the bamboo grove. As soon as he entered, the bamboo segments behind him began to stir, scattering apart as the roots emerged from the sandy earth. They followed Yunjie's steps, and when he noticed, the segments swiftly merged into a single plant. This time, Yunjie realized what was amiss. The path behind him had vanished. What is going on here? The bamboo grove swayed, the moonlight flickering amidst the thicket. Yunjie shook his head. He was certain he wasn't imagining things. Yet the bamboo grove before him had undeniably changed. When he had entered, there had been a narrow path right behind him. But now, it was nowhere to be found. Could bamboo really run on its own? He gazed at the roots of the bamboo, buried in yellow sand, showing no signs of movement or uprooting, as though it had been growing for ages. Had he hallucinated? Yunjie shook his head, turning his back with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Suddenly, he spun around. The bamboo forest behind him remained tranquil as ever. This is truly peculiar. Yunjie furrowed his brow and continued to walk deeper into the bamboo grove. In the distance, he spotted a large hill shimmering in the moonlight. He decided to ascend the hill to determine whether he had lost his way or if the bamboo forest was indeed alive. Chapter 152. The Scarred Bear? Standing over 9 meters tall, with a reddish-brown coat and several bare patches, the creature bore torn scars on its head, boasting a formidable strength of 5th rank, 1 star. Who else could it be but the Scarred Bear? Yunjie felt a rush of panic, his spirit soaring as he instinctively dodged several blows. You should have kept moving. Now you're done for. Well, how have you been, Brother Bear? Yunjie forced a grimace, revealing an exceedingly unpleasant grin. Roar. The Scarred Bear slowly lowered its head and suddenly opened its massive jaws to roar. A gust of wind rushed past, showering Yunjie with the bear's saliva as if it were rain. Yunjie smiled nervously and began to back away slowly. Suddenly, he recalled that the Scarred Bear had saved him in the stone forest. Encountering it again, he decided not to turn his back on an old acquaintance. After all, gratitude must be shown, and he hoped the bear would show him mercy. He pointed towards the stone forest with his front hoof, then stood upright, mimicking the shape of a flower with his 2 hooves, hoping to jog the bear's memory. The Scarred Bear appeared momentarily taken aback, the redness in its eyes fading slightly. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement. There was hope. The Scarred Bear lowered its head, seemingly deep in thought, and then raised its gaze to Yunjie. Did it remember? Yunjie sensed a shift in the bear's demeanor and quickly bowed his head, thinking that despite its monstrous nature, it surely would not repay kindness with hostility. Bang! The Scarred Bear lifted its paw and sent Yunjie flying. You damn it! Yunjie cursed, feeling the overwhelming might of the 5th rank, 1-star bear. His mind was a blur as his body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Thud. After flying several meters, he tumbled down beside the river. His entire body shattered. Self-healing process initiated. Yunjie took a deep breath and stood up with effort. The brown bear approached with heavy strides, while the bamboo forest behind it rustled, as if cheering. It seemed that a bloody battle was inevitable today. You think I'm still that old donkey you can push around? Yunjie flexed his muscles and charged at the brown bear. Let us see how it feels to face a 6th rank wild donkey. His golden hooves glimmered as he dashed forward, fast as a streak of light, colliding with the scarred bear in an instant. You've seen a cigarette but pop out, right? It shoots out and is then stamped out. Yun Jia was like that cigarette, but hurtling forward with blinding force. To his surprise, the scarred bear simply raised its foot and stomped down, extinguishing the light and pinning Yun Jia beneath its weight. Roar! I'm still that little donkey. Yun Jia struggled mightily, but the bear's massive paw felt like a mountain, and he could not escape. Having stomped on the cigarette, but it was time to crush it. The scarred bear began to mercilessly grind Yun Jia underfoot. Puff! With a defensive level of 3, Yun Jia could withstand the bear's initial assault, but his insides could not endure. As the pressure built, his intestines burst forth, and he was on the verge of being flattened. This is too much. If I can't lift it, then I'll dig a hole. Unable to fit his hooves in, he resorted to biting the sand, creating a cavity and quickly digging downwards. After battling sand leeches for so long, this skill seemed to have been inherited. The scarred bear suddenly felt something beneath its feet. It looked down to see Yun Jia half buried in the yellow sand, rear end in the air. It bent down and pulled Yun Jia from the hole, setting him before itself. Yun Jia spat out a mouthful of sand, his donkey face set in steely determination. Bear, do your worst. I am no longer grateful. Suddenly, something atop the scarred bear's head caught his attention. A segment of dark green bamboo resembled the body of a juvenile creature. Furthermore, it seemed there was another one behind it. How did a juvenile creature end up on the scarred bear's head? Yun Jia frowned deeply. Roar! The scarred bear roared in anger, throwing him up before swatting at him like a badminton shuttlecock. Roar! Yun Jia cried out as he soared into the sky, landing with a splash in Crescent Lake. The water was warm and salty. This is seawater. Yun Jia surfaced, coughing out the brine. The scarred bear approached with heavy steps. Yun Jia did not flee. He noticed the bear's increasingly bizarre behavior. Having fought the scarred bear several times, he was familiar with its movements and attack patterns. However, after taking a beating, he realized something was amiss. The bear had completely changed its style, moving oddly, almost as if it were a different bear altogether. No, it was not just like that, it was. The creature's eyes were vacant, its movements robotic, as if controlled by some force. The juvenile creature? Yun Jia suddenly recalled the juvenile creature he had seen atop the scarred bear's head. Could such a small being control the scarred bear? Assimilation. Yun Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, can the juvenile creature assimilate organic beings? This is utterly inconceivable. Splash. Splash. The scarred bear had entered the water. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. Yun Jia glanced around, finding no place to hide. Then he suddenly remembered he could jump. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he propelled himself upward, splashing water as he soared from Crescent Lake. A first-tier super jump, equivalent to the leap height of an ordinary sand leech, soaring over 30 meters. The scarred bear, taken aback by Yun Jia's unexpected height, instinctively leaped but was far too late. Yun Jia reached the apex of his jump and began descending, glancing down at the scarred bear. To his shock, he saw a line of bamboo-like structures growing along its back, not just on its back, but also on its limbs and head, resembling an exoskeleton. The scarred bear looked up at Yun Jia as he fell, sprinting to catch him. Yun Jia realized with dread. He had no wings and could not change his descent angle like the sand leeches. At this rate, he would be torn apart by the scarred bear. He struggled with all his might, but in the sky, only wings could alter one's trajectory. Everything else was futile. The brown bear spread its arms wide, as if to embrace Yun Jia. Whoosh! Yun Jia perfectly aimed for the bear's massive paw, only to find himself face to face with its gaping maw. Roar! 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 Once the brown bear seized Yun Jia, it began to gnaw at his body. Insufficient defense, crack, crack. The bear's assault was about to break through Yun Jia's surface defenses, while his bones had already shattered within. In excruciating pain, Yun Jia managed to wrench his head from the bear's jaws, only to be met with the sight of the scarred bear's blood-red eyes. Without hesitation, he expelled a strand of spider silk. Puff! The silk struck the scarred bear's eye, and Yun Jia yanked hard. Roar! The scarred bear howled in agony, covering its eyes with its paws. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Jia escaped the bear's grasp, landing behind it, and looking up. Chapter 149, Level 2 Blood Rage activated. The blazing sun pierced through the dilated pupils, causing them to constrict sharply, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Yun Jia shifted slightly, the joints in his neck cracking audibly. He had forgotten what had just transpired, only feeling the searing blood surging through his brain. The Sand Louse King moved its stag beetle horns, poised to advance, but instinctively halted upon witnessing Yun Jia stir. Huff! Yun Jia exhaled a wave of heat from his nostrils, replaying the earlier battle in his mind. Indeed, I was engaged in combat with the Sand Louse King. Where's that fiend? With a sudden burst, Yunjie sprang up, veins bulging on his donkey-like face. His eyes aflame with fury. The Sandlouse King was taken aback. It had assumed that after inflicting such damage, Yunjie would be finished. To its astonishment, not only was he alive, but the fire of battle within him burned even more fiercely. A flicker of fear ignited in the heart of the Sandlouse King. Come forth, you colossal flea. Yunjie roared, galloping forward with wild abandon. Startled by Yunjie's ferocious appearance, the Sandlouse King stepped back, then raised its stag beetle horns to follow suit. I shall crush you. Yunjie had entered a frenzied state, akin to a minuscule meteor capable of obliterating all in its path, infused with searing power. Mid-charge, the Sandlouse King, overwhelmed by Yunjie's imposing aura, felt it could not withstand the collision and immediately altered its strategy, not to flee, but to change its form of attack. With a swift thrust, as they were about to collide, the Sandlouse King plunged its stag beetle horns into the yellow sand before Yunjie, using the force of his charge to flick upward. Whoosh! Caught off guard, Yunjie was sent soaring, like a meteor streaking through the sky. Thud! Having successfully struck, the Sandlouse King leapt into the air, pivoting before diving toward the spot where Yunjie had fallen. Below, a cloud of yellow sand erupted, marking the place of Yunjie's descent. The swirling sands obscured his presence, yet the Sandlouse King was certain that the donkey lay within that tempest of sand. Without hesitation, it adjusted its trajectory, raising its stag beetle horns and hurtling downward. One strike to eliminate that detestable donkey. If time could rewind, the first action the Sandlouse King would take would be to flee, retreating as far as possible, like a dive-bombing attack aircraft. The Sandlouse King was about to plunge into the sandstorm. Suddenly, a flicker of orange-red light emerged from within, rapidly expanding and bursting forth from the sand, transforming into an enormous fiery net, descending with astounding speed. The Sandlouse King was astonished. Even before the net arrived, it felt the terrifying power it exuded. It hastily flapped its wings, attempting to retreat, yet it was far too late. Whoosh! The fiery net descended upon it, the eerie heat seemingly armed with countless barbs, scorching the chitin on its head before penetrating into its skull. It felt as though it were engulfed in molten lava. The Sandlouse King let out a pain scream. Plummeting from the sky, whoosh! A black donkey erupted from the sand. It was the enraged Yunjie. How does the taste of a level 4 fire net feel? Yunjie sneered as he charged forward. With blood fury at level 2, all skills ascended to the second tier, and the second tier web evolved into a fourth tier web, doubling in heat and corrosive power. Even with the Sandlouse King's formidable defenses, it paled in comparison to the fourth tier fire net. Once it hit the ground, the Sandlouse King writhed in agony, its massive hind legs thrashing against the earth, wings flapping chaotically, akin to a chicken with its throat slit, struggling for life. Yunjie's desire to battle surged. Disregarding the Sandlouse King's thrashing legs and wings, he charged headlong into the fray. Thud! Yunjie was sent flying by the Sandlouse King's wings. What a thrill! Bring it on again. Yunjie charged once more. Thud! Unsurprisingly, despite the Sandlouse King being wounded by the fire net, it still possessed considerable strength. Yunjie was once again sent flying. Under the influence of level 2 blood fury, Yunjie had completely lost his sanity, resembling a drunken beast, leaping up with a fierce snarl, seemingly exhilarated by the blows he received. I'm back for more. As he approached, the Sandlouse King swung its wings toward him. I will bite. Yunjie's eyes narrowed, and in that moment, it seemed as though time had frozen, allowing him to see the wings moving slowly, the veins resembling leaf veins. Crunch! Yunjie accurately clamped down on the Sandlouse King's wing, turning to spit it out. Suddenly, saliva flooded his mouth, and instinctively he chewed, discovering it had a surprisingly pleasant taste. Eat! Yunjie swallowed, his ravenous stomach churning violently. While devouring, he charged forward, soon reaching the Sandlouse King's short legs. The short legs, as robust as its body, proved unyielding to Yunjie's initial bite. However, this time was different, with the activation of level 2 blood fury. His venomous fangs had escalated from level 1 to level 3. Whether he could pierce through was a matter of trial. Dodging the kicking short legs, he darted beneath the Sandlouse King and targeted one of its short legs to bite down. Unbeknownst to him, when Yunjie opened his mouth, his teeth were coated in a green viscous substance. Crunch! Like a chisel breaking through millennia of ice, Yunjie's teeth penetrated the Sandlouse King's tough exterior, causing it to crack and splinter. With the outer layer breached, the Sandlouse King's leg was left defenseless, and Yunjie's teeth easily sank into its flesh. Golden blood gushed forth, and Yunjie eagerly drank, the sensation akin to savoring sugarcane. The more he bit, the more fluid he extracted. The thick, green corrosive liquid surged into the Sandlouse King's leg, swiftly dissolving its muscle and fat into a bubbling liquid. The pain in its head had not subsided, and now a piercing agony radiated from its leg, snapping the Sandlouse King back to awareness. It overturned, pinning Yunjie beneath it, flexing its leg. Its leg had completely lost control, and the sensation of numbness continued to creep upward. The Sandlouse King was not mistaken. Yunjie's venom was coursing up its leg toward its chest cavity. Plop! To prevent the venom's spread, the Sandlouse King severed its own short leg. Yunjie, pinned down, could not rise. He vented all his fury upon the yellow sand, tearing at it with wild abandon. After severing its short leg, the Sandlouse King retreated. The loss of a limb did not significantly hinder its mobility. Spotting Yunjie, it immediately swung its stag beetle horns downward. Yunjie, like a fool, did not evade. Instead, bracing himself, his blood-red eyes fixed forward. Clang! The immense force of the Sandlouse King smashed him into the sand. What a thrill! Yunjie sprang from the pit, his eyes even redder, his donkey face askew. The Sandlouse King was utterly astonished. It unleashed its stag beetle horns with all its might, striking Yunjie repeatedly until he was buried beneath the yellow sand, out of sight. Blood fury value increased by 1, 2 boom. The sand erupted, and Yunjie burst forth from beneath the surface, shaking off the grains of sand, revealing a vampiric expression. Chapter 153. To save or not to save. Like having grown several bamboo shoots, the scarred-faced bear's back was adorned with bright red segments from head to tail, sending shivers down Yunjie's spine. Terrifying and nauseating, the scarred-faced bear continued to scream in agony while Yunjie seized the opportunity to rise and bite at one of the bamboo segments on its leg. Conscientiously, Yunjie felt grateful for the bear's earlier assistance, despite nearly costing him his life. Morally, he did not wish to see this formidable fifth-tier magical beast fall under the control of a horde of low-tier creatures. Gripping the bamboo segment, he pulled with all his might. To his astonishment, the low-tier creature seemed to have fused with the scarred-faced bear's body. He realized that merely pulling would not suffice. If pulling does not work, then I shall bite. With a decisive snap, Yunjie crushed the bamboo segment of the low-tier creature. With a sharp crack reminiscent of bamboo splintering, blood gushed forth, revealing a wound on the scarred bear's leg, comparable in size to that of a juvenile beast. Surrounding the injury was the severed leg of the juvenile beast, still twitching. Roar! The scarred bear, overwhelmed by a pain more intense than that of its eyes, immediately bent down and swung a massive paw towards Yunjie. As a formidable fifth-tier beast, its sheer strength nearly sent Yunjie's head soaring from his shoulders with that one strike. After rolling several times on the ground, Yunjie struggled to rise, his body numb from the neck down. My defense has been breached. Drip drops of blood fell onto the yellow sand. Yunjie moved his neck, realizing that even a third-tier defense could not withstand the bear's claws. This creature was undeniably powerful. Roar! The scarred bear charged at him once more. It advanced upright, a stark contrast to the typical attacks of a brown bear. Yunjie took a step back, intending to unleash a fiery net, but restrained himself. If the bear were in its right mind, he would have acted without hesitation. However, the creature was currently under the control of the juvenile beast, and out of gratitude for its previous kindness, he did not wish to mar its visage again in this state. With a powerful leap, Yunjie propelled himself over 30 meters, creating distance between them. The scarred bear, undeterred in its pursuit, leaped as well, though the juvenile beast seemed unaware of its true capabilities, merely chasing upright. The two engaged in a relentless chase around the crescent-shaped lake for over half an hour. Yunjie discerned that the bear's intent was not to kill him, but rather to drive him beyond the oasis. Each time he neared the edge of the oasis, the scarred bear would halt its pursuit. The super leap was exhausting, and Yunjie could no longer sustain it. He leaped outside the oasis, gasping for breath. He glanced back. The scarred bear stood imposingly on the opposite bank of the lake, like a mountain. Fine, you win. I shall take my leave. Yunjie understood now that relinquishing his ability to assimilate was futile with the scarred bear present, for he could not obtain it anyway. He could not afford to sacrifice his life here. Turning away, he began to depart the oasis. Roar! The scarred bear suddenly called out. Yunjie froze, then turned to face the creature. He had heard the bear's roars many times before, each one a manifestation of its fury, a powerful outcry venting its frustration. Yet this particular call resonated with an unusual sorrow, even hinting at a plea for help. Are you asking me not to leave? Yunjie peered intently at the scarred bear, which now bore a normal brown hue in its eyes, filled with a beseeching gaze. Suddenly, a tear rolled down its cheek. Oh no! Yunjie was profoundly shaken. This hardened warrior, known for shedding blood but not tears, was crying. This indicated it was in immense pain. What should he do? Should he assist it? but he was barely holding on himself. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought and quietly turned away. The scarred bear remained still, but the juvenile beast commanding it urged it to retreat into the bamboo forest. Reluctantly, it began to shuffle back, step by step. Yuanjie felt a pang of remorse for the creature, despite their tumultuous history. He glanced back at the scarred bear as it slowly disappeared into the bamboo. Its towering form swallowed by the foliage. Yuanjie halted. A true warrior should perish in the midst of battle, not become a puppet of lesser beasts. Scarred bear. I am coming. Fueled by a surge of righteousness, Yuanjie charged down from the circular sand dune. As he descended, the bamboo forest quivered, emitting sharp, piercing cries. The bamboo parted, and the scarred bear emerged once more. Upon seeing Yuanjie again, a flicker of joy crossed the bear's previously vacant expression. Yuanjie felt this recognition deepen his resolve to rescue the scarred bear. Roar. The scarred bear raised its head and bellowed, lowering it slowly to reveal its menacing red eyes once more. As its blood rage ignited, the bamboo forest appeared to be suffused with a crimson hue. Yuanjie steeled himself. The bear, now back in its murderous state, exuded an aura of vengeance. Its earlier sorrow vanished. He realized he must fight earnestly, otherwise, if he failed to save the bear, he might end up being killed by it. With a roar, the scarred bear charged at him. Jump. Faced with the bear, Yuanjie found himself lacking effective strategies, for the creature towered over him by 2 tiers. The two resumed their chase around the crescent lake, but after several minutes, Yuanjie felt his leaps growing sluggish, his stamina waning. In contrast, the scarred bear seemed unaffected, relentless in its pursuit. This could not continue, otherwise he would be dragged to his demise. Yuanjie glanced back at the bear, contemplating that to save it, he must eliminate the juvenile beast that had taken control. Yet, the creature would surely resist his approach. Spider silk. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to alter his jumping technique. He leaped diagonally, soaring over the bear's head. Seizing the opportunity to unleash strands of silk that struck the juvenile beast on its head and back, pulling them down one by one. With determination, Yuanjie executed the diagonal leap, successfully hitting the juvenile beast atop the scarred bear's head with his silk. Got it. As he landed, he bit down on the silk and raced forward. Sizzle. From the other end of the silk, a spray of blood erupted from the scarred bear's head as a segment of the juvenile beast was yanked away. Roar. The scarred bear immediately lashed out, swiping at its own back. It worked. Yuanjie quickly turned back, launching another strand of silk at another juvenile beast, pulling vigorously. The scarred bear felt the tug and began to cooperate with Yuanjie, running in the opposite direction. Chapter 154, Not So Simple. Crack. The sound of leather tearing filled the air. Through their combined efforts, a juvenile beast was extracted from the scarred bear's neck, blood gushing forth. Though the skin had been torn, the scarred bear appeared unusually exhilarated, letting out a triumphant roar, turning its back to Yuanjie and swinging its massive paw. Yuanjie instinctively ran back, releasing multiple strands of silk to ensnare the remaining juvenile beasts on the bear's back before pivoting and sprinting away. Roar. The scarred bear dropped to all fours and charged forward. Boom. The silk tightened, yanking 3 or 4 juvenile beasts from the bear's body. Once more, Yuanjie dashed back, firing silk to ensnare the remaining juvenile beasts clinging to the bear's spine, then turned to flee. The scarred bear, entirely cooperative, allowed the forces at play to free it from the juvenile beasts on its back and head. Roar. The scarred bear swung its massive paw, raising its head in a triumphant roar, seemingly liberated from its burdens. With the juvenile beast removed from its back, the scarred bear could now deal with those on its rear and legs without Yuanjie's assistance. Extending its claws, it swiftly dispatched the remaining beasts. Leaving a trail of blood, the scarred bear turned back to glare at the creatures that had controlled it, stomping down with force to crush them. Success. Yuanjie stood at a distance, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, as if he had accomplished something truly significant. Suddenly, the scarred bear lifted its head to look at him. Yuanjie's heart sank. He feared the creature might seek retribution. The scarred bear approached, its eyes devoid of their usual ferocity, instead exuding a calm demeanor. Yuanjie considered fleeing, but remained rooted in place, an instinctual conviction assuring him that the bear meant him no harm. Swaying slightly, the scarred bear reached out with its massive paw. Yuanjie was frozen in fear, his eyes rolling back as he fixated on the formidable, massive paw of the scarred-faced bear. As the bear's paw descended, Yuanjie felt a tightness in his chest, followed by the unexpected sensation of the bear's gentle pat on his head. Oh my God, Yuanjie exhaled in relief. The scarred-faced bear could indeed discern friend from foe. He looked up and flashed a grin at the bear. The bear nodded slightly, its massive jaws parting briefly as a gesture of gratitude. Yuanjie felt elated. Losing an enemy and gaining a 5th-tier ally was a fortunate turn of events. Like a playful pup, he circled around the bear, who seemed to enjoy the attention. Suddenly, without warning, a dozen bamboo shoots erupted from the yellow sand beneath the bear's feet. The bamboo burst forth, and countless small creatures leapt onto the bear, their 6 segmented legs piercing its wounds, once again restraining it. The creatures arrived too swiftly for Yunjie to react. After attacking the bear, the remaining creatures turned their attention to him. The scarred-faced bear let out a furious roar, seizing the moment before it was entirely subdued, and swatted Yunjie away with a powerful paw. Dazed, Yunjie fell to the ground, and as he looked back at his previous position, he saw the bear struggling among the swaying bamboo. When the creatures finally vanished, the bear lay still on the ground. Yunjie's heart raced, uncertain of the bear's condition. The bear stirred, using its massive claws to rise. To Yunjie's shock, its back was now covered in thick green bamboo shells, more than double the amount before. Roar. The bear's eyes turned a fierce crimson, its bloodied maw a terrifying sight. This is it. It's back to square one. Yunjie glanced at the bear's head, realizing he would have to make another attempt. He leaped diagonally over the bear's head, releasing a strand of webbing. Whoosh. The bear extended a claw, deftly grasping the web, and with a powerful tug, yanked Yunjie down to the ground. Caught off guard, Yunjie crashed hard. Before he could recover, the bear pulled him closer and raised a foot, delivering a series of crushing kicks. With each blow, Yunjie felt his bones shatter, and the recently healed wounds in his abdomen burst open once more. He attempted to crawl away, but the creatures controlling the bear had no intention of letting him escape. A gigantic paw pinned his head, and the claws relentlessly tore at his body. Ripping sound. Defense compromised, the skin on his back was shredded away. Roar. The sight of blood sent the bear into a frenzy, its jaws snapping at Yunjie's flesh. Without the protection of his skin, his body could not withstand the bear's savage bites, and in an instant, he was torn apart in its maw. Self-healing process initiated. Save my head, bear? Yunjie thought desperately. Losing his body was one thing, but if his head were to be torn off, it would be the end. He cast a pleading glance at the bear, hoping it would come to its senses and cease the onslaught. The bear met his gaze, its blood-red eyes momentarily pausing. Yunjie saw a glimmer of hope. Roar. Suddenly, the bear covered its head, emitting a series of agonized roars. It was battling against the will of the creatures. Amidst its furious cries, the bear seemed to be in immense pain, commanding its mouth to release Yunjie. Using all its strength to hurl him skyward, half of Yunjie's body soared into the air, his entrails still dangling from shattered ribs. Splash. In a stroke of luck, Yunjie landed squarely in the crescent moon lake. Activate natural force. Activate. Yunjie bellowed. Natural force fragment added, remaining 34,100. The familiar sensation of pain returned as a green sprout broke through his forehead. Bathed in sunlight, the sprout unfurled, and countless tendrils began to spread throughout Yunjie's body. The roots delved into the lake's depths, stirring the sandy bottom. Rise. Yunjie roared, the roots pulling up mud from the lake. Vitality restoration in progress. Self-healing process doubled higher. With Yunjie's intent, the roots, laden with yellow sand, ascended to a height of 20 meters. Split. Yunjie had mastered the manipulation of the sand. He commanded the roots to form a human-like figure. Scarred-faced bear, come forth and let me alleviate your suffering. Yunjie's sudden transformation sent sharp cries echoing through the bamboo forest, as if the plants were frightened and huddled closer to the central silver-gray dune. Roar. The bear charged forward with furious strides. Yunjie was prepared. He extended his massive sandy arms towards the bear, capturing it and forcefully pinning it to the ground, while using his other arm to pry the creatures from its back. Despite his size now dwarfing the bear, he realized with dread that the bear's strength exceeded his expectations, making it impossible to restrain. Chapter 151. The creatures. The depths of the bamboo forest were far more expansive than they appeared from the dune. The deeper Yunjie ventured, the more uneasy he felt with each step. It was as if countless eyes were blinking, sending shivers down his spine. Approaching the dune, he was taken aback. The dune was peculiar, a silvery gray hue that stood out in the desert landscape. Moreover, it was covered in dense vegetation, rising over half a meter, resembling a furry rock upon first glance. Since his rebirth, he had encountered many oddities. Thus, even if this mound were a transformer, he would find it unremarkable. Climbing up a slope, he was taken aback when he stepped down. It was soft. The ground of the mound was not the hard stone he expected, but rather a soft surface, somewhere between stone and sand, pliable yet stable. His curiosity piqued. He brushed aside the silvery plants to examine the ground closely. A layer of silt lay beneath, seemingly unremarkable. Reassured, he ascended to the top. From the summit, he could observe the entire oasis. Beyond the bamboo forest lay the crescent-shaped lake. A warm breeze flowed from that direction, enveloping him in warmth amidst the night. Was the lake filled with seawater or fresh water? He would find out soon enough. Yunjie glanced back at the bamboo forest, hoping for some sign of movement or unusual occurrences. But there were none. The bamboo swayed gently, appearing much like any ordinary grove. What the hell? Yunjie cursed under his breath, scanning his surroundings again. There were only two entities, bamboo and lake. What could possibly be the point of assimilation here? Was it that eating bamboo would grant him assimilation skills? I'm no panda. I can't consume that. He resolved to investigate the lake, hopeful that it might harbor magical creatures akin to the translucent bone snake fish. Yunjie prepared to descend, but whether it was due to a misstep or slipping, he tumbled down the hill. Strangely, just before crashing into the bamboo, he distinctly felt the mound rise and kick him. Instead of slowing down, his speed increased. Yunjie screamed as he soared, clearing the bamboo before crashing towards the lakeshore. Splash! As he neared the bamboo, something bizarre occurred. The entire grove disassembled, breaking apart into segments that swiftly evaded Yunjie, reassembling themselves and embedding into the ground beside him. This time, Yunjie witnessed something extraordinary. The bamboo grove truly moved. With a thud, he fell into the yellow sand, but quickly sprang to his feet, fixating on the grove for several minutes. Gathering his courage, he approached the bamboo, which remained still. He extended his nose to inhale the fragrance of the bamboo. Nothing seemed amiss. It bore a refreshing plant aroma. Suddenly, a sharp, tiny sound pierced the air. The bamboo before Yunjie shattered, scattering centipede-like creatures all over the ground. Yunjie was taken aback. These beings were not plants, but rather creatures. Mission prompt: Qi-Young Beast, low-tier magical beast, with a slight assimilation ability. Qi-Young Beast. This creature possesses assimilation power. The fallen Qi-Young Beasts extended their 6 claw-like appendages and struggled to right themselves. Their heads were pointed, reminiscent of a grasshopper-s. Once on the ground, they quickly formed a line, clasping tails to heads, and scurried into the bamboo grove, vanishing from sight. Yunjie stood dumbfounded for several minutes. The sensation was akin to smashing a centipede into segments, only to see them reassemble. Could they truly possess assimilation ability? Yunjie remained skeptical. His own skills paled in comparison to assimilation. If these tiny creatures held such power, it would be a tremendous gain for him. He could assimilate all inorganic matter, transforming like the nightmarish beast into water or stone. Whether true or not, he would find out. Yunjie opened his mouth and bit down on a piece of bamboo, crushing it with force. Green juice splattered across his mouth, accompanied by a faint, pained squeak. The taste was decent, reminiscent of bamboo leaves, with a slight spiciness. Congratulations. You have gained 1 point of assimilation ability. Progress 1/5000. 1/5000th? Yunjie quickly realized that due to his own half-imbued assimilation ability, it amounted to 5,000. The grove trembled as the bamboo, witnessing the demise of their kin, swayed and emitted mournful, low growls, seemingly cursing Yunjie. In an instant, the entire grove responded, creating an astonishing spectacle. Yunjie was startled but quickly dismissed it. What could they do? They lacked any rank. What use was their number? Could they truly frighten him away? Huh, come to me. Yunjie opened his mouth wide and bit into another bamboo. Crack! The bamboo splintered, and the Qi-Young Beasts fled in disarray into the grove. I refuse to believe you can all escape. He charged forward, leaping into the grove, eager to consume more bamboo. Gained 1 point of assimilation ability, 2-point snap. The entire bamboo grove deconstructed in an instant. A swarm of Qi-Young Beasts fleeing from Yunjie. What was once a dense forest of bamboo became barren. After devouring dozens of Qi-Young Beasts, Yunjie began to feel a slight intoxication. Their bodies undoubtedly contained alcohol. The more he consumed, the happier he felt, chasing after the Qi-Young Beasts. The masses of Qi-Young Beasts retreated near the hill, ceasing their flight, reforming into a bamboo grove, facing Yunjie. Grandfather Donkey has arrived. Yunjie dashed forward joyously. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from the bamboo grove. A bit tipsy, Yunjie shivered, sobering up. He scanned the grove but found no high-tier magical beasts. Where, then, did this terrifying pressure originate? The bamboo rustled ominously, each segment trembling. Red lines began to rise along the bamboo-like markings on the backs of the Qi-Young Beasts. Soon, the bamboo became drenched in crimson, transforming the entire grove into a scarlet world. Yunjie felt a surge of fear. This red bamboo grove resembled one soaked in blood, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Should I continue eating? Yunjie raised an eyebrow. Assimilation ability was at stake. Once this opportunity passed, it would be lost. Eat. Do not think to frighten me. Yunjie took a deep breath and stepped forward boldly. Roar. Like thunder striking the ground, a a fierce wind howled through the bamboo. A pair of crimson eyes rose within the grove. The young beast-formed bamboo parted, revealing a towering figure emerging from the thicket. Yunjie looked up and inwardly cursed. He had encountered this beast again. Chapter 155, Subjugation. Boom. With a deafening crash, the scarred-faced bear broke through Yunjie's sandy hand and climbed up his arm towards his shoulder. Yunjie was alarmed. If this creature reached him, his life would be forfeit. He swiftly shattered his sandy arm and swung his other hand down forcefully. With its footing unstable, the scarred-faced bear panicked, only to be met by a heavy blow from Yunjie's hand, sending it flying backward. At over 9 meters tall and weighing several tons, the scarred-faced bear soared like an intercontinental missile. Bang! A cloud of sand erupted as the scarred-faced bear landed heavily on the ground. Roar! The scarred-faced bear roared, emerging from the dust, its face filled with murderous intent. Yunjie felt a shiver of fear. The bear was nearing a frenzied state, growing stronger with each blow it received. This situation felt familiar, akin to the blood-crazed wolves. How could he possibly subdue it in this condition? The scarred-faced bear lunged forward, compelling Yunjie to raise his fists in defense once more. Unfazed, the bear, under the influence of the young beasts, leapt towards Yunjie's massive sandy fist, striking with its claws. Bang! The sandy fist exploded, propelling the scarred-faced bear through the air. Yunjie furrowed his brow. This moment mirrored his previous encounter with Guizhe, except now he was in Guizhe's position. Grr! The scarred-faced bear growled low as it turned, charging once more through the lake water. Yunjie hastily raised his hand to block the bear's advance, but each attempt was scattered. With no other options, he dug down forcefully, creating a massive pit before the scarred-faced bear. Gathering the water-soaked sand, Yunjie hurled it at the bear. Boom! The enormous mud clump exploded. Yet the imposing scarred-faced bear remained steadfast, unyielding. Hehe, Yunjie suddenly chuckled, an idea forming. He controlled his massive hand to scoop up water, splashing it at the scarred-faced bear, continuing relentlessly as if engaged in a water fight. Water splashed everywhere, blinding the scarred-faced bear, which roared in rage. Venting its fury, the time has come. Yunjie maneuvered his hands, pulling the unsuspecting scarred-faced bear into the pit, relentlessly pouring mud to prevent it from standing. The bear's face was smeared with mud. Unable to open its eyes, it clawed desperately at its face. Crucially, it could not breathe. Drink deeply. Once you are full, you will be unable to move, and then I shall pull you up. Yunjie continuously poured water and sand into the pit. The scarred-faced bear resembled a large mud creature, unable to advance or retreat. As moments passed, the bear's movement slowed, bubbles rising from the pit. Almost there. Yunjie paused, glancing down into the pit. The scarred-faced bear's head surfaced just as Yunjie prepared to pull it up. The bear suddenly sprang into action, the mud swirling as it charged beneath him, swinging its massive paw toward Yunjie's sandy leg with ferocity. That paw had severed Guizhe's limbs. In a flash, 3 deadly streaks of light flashed, severing the roots beneath Yunjie, causing the engulfing sand to collapse, and he tumbled into the lake. Roar! With its attack successful, the scarred-faced bear charged toward Yunjie's head. Rise! Yunjie roared, and the collapsing sand surged upward, instantly restoring his colossal form. Boom! The scar-faced bear did not relent. Its claws pierced through Yunjie's chest. Can't you be more ferocious? I am trying to save you. Yunjie felt a surge of anger, turning to see the back of the scar-faced bear's head. A sudden idea struck him, and he released a strand of spider silk, wrapping it around the bear's neck before forcefully pulling. The massive weight of the scar-faced bear was lifted effortlessly. Yunjie swiftly adjusted the direction, ensuring the silk was secured behind the bear's neck, preventing it from severing the strand and escaping. With the bear suspended, he ensured it did not touch the ground, rendering its strength useless. Roar! The bear struggled, its limbs thrashing as bruises formed on its head. Just hold on a little longer. Kneeling on the beach, Yunjie used one arm to support the rising limb. 1 minute, 2 minutes, nearly 10 minutes passed before the bear finally succumbed, its limbs going limp. Yunjie dared not move. The scar-faced bear was far too powerful. If he released it and it regained consciousness, the struggle would begin anew. After another half-minute, the bear remained unresponsive, its head swelling, eyes bulging. Almost there. Yunjie carefully placed the bear on the sand, quickly flipping it over and probing its back for the juvenile creature embedded there. It wouldn't budge. The juvenile creature clung tightly, the muddy fingers proving ineffective. Use the roots. Shaking off the mud from the roots, Yunjie used them to pry at the juvenile creature's body. This method proved effective. The fine roots slipped into the junction where the creature was attached, and with a vigorous tug, whoosh, a string of juvenile creatures was pulled free, a layer of bloody flesh beneath. Begone! Yunjie hurled the juvenile creature into the lake and swiftly cleared the remaining ones from the scar-faced bear. With the numbers doubled, it was a challenge. He first removed the creatures from the bear's head before working down its shoulders and legs. Minutes later, the juvenile creatures were cleared, leaving the scar-faced bear bloodied and unconscious. Yunjie flipped the bear over, his roots forming a hand of yellow sand, gently pressing against its chest. Once, twice, but the bear remained unmoving. Anxiety gripped Yunjie. Wake up. Aren't you the tough one? 2 minutes passed without any sign of improvement. The bear's limbs began to stiffen. Cold dread washed over Yunjie. How could it be? It never dies, yet now it's on the brink? Get up. He raised his massive fist and struck the bear's chest. Cough! The rigid bear gasped, blood spilling from its mouth. Was my strength insufficient? Yunjie unleashed a flurry of punches against the bear's chest. Cough, cough, cough. The bear was jolted upright, hunched over and vomiting. Finally, it's alive. Yunjie paused, gazing at the bear. The scar-faced bear coughed violently, gradually regaining its composure, plopping down onto the sand, turning to Yunjie with bewilderment. No need for thanks. Yunjie waved his massive hand and grinned. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted, and dozens of juvenile creatures formed a bamboo thicket around the scar-faced bear. The thicket exploded, sending segments of juvenile creatures lunging toward the bear. Chapter 156. The Silverback Behemoth. The scar-faced bear was taken aback. Having just regained its strength and now powerless to defend itself, it helplessly shielded its head with its paws. Yunjie was startled as well. Disregarding the bear, he swung his massive hand down. Crash! Like a tempestuous sandstorm, countless juvenile creatures were sent flying. The scar-faced bear was no match for this force, slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Yunjie withdrew his hand, inspecting the bear's condition. As he lifted his hand, clouds of dust erupted from the ground once more. Here it comes again! Yunjie swiftly struck down again, pounding the emerging bamboo segments back into the earth, then grasped the scar-faced bear, bringing it close. The disoriented juvenile creatures looked toward Yunjie in the water, standing up and chattering angrily before retreating into the yellow sand, slithering back to the bamboo thicket. They're retreating. Yunjie smiled at the scar-faced bear and rested it on his shoulder. The bear exhaled, glancing at its battered body with a resigned smile. Yunjie patted the bear's head, grinning widely, gesturing toward the bamboo thicket, signifying their victory. The scar-faced bear seemed to want to smile, but suddenly, it stared into the depths of the bamboo thicket where a silver-gray sand dune loomed, its face etched with fear. Roar! The scar-faced bear suddenly bellowed, pointing its paw toward the crescent lake behind the circular hills. Yunjie was perplexed. Escape? We won. Why flee? The bear barked urgently, seemingly in great distress. Yunjie wished to comply with its wishes, but his body was still recovering. He couldn't move anywhere. A rumbling shook the ground slightly. The bamboo thicket erupting in jubilation. A spark ignited in Yunjie's mind. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended upon them. The scar-faced bear sensed the pressure, its expression grave. Suddenly, the silver dune within the thicket began to shift. Yunjie stared in disbelief. Please don't tell me that's another beast? The silver dune twisted as if the universe itself had turned over. Then, an oval-shaped head emerged, with a narrow forehead, deep-set eyes, a flat nose, and a mouth resembling that of a gorilla. Its dark face, a gorilla. Yunjie gasped in astonishment. The gorilla, the silverback, was colossal. Its head alone measured 4 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters long. Mission issued, 5-star, 5th-tier silverback gorilla. 9,000 experience points, 11,000 super strength evolution points, 2,500 defense evolution points, 4,700 super bite, force evolution points. Yunjie swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but from fear. The stats indicated this creature was extraordinarily powerful. Suddenly, Yunjie understood how the scar-faced bear had been captured by the juvenile creatures. It must have been this enormous silverback gorilla. The gorilla stood upright, pounding its broad chest like a basketball court, emitting a thunderous. Yunjie's sandy form trembled under the force. He glanced at the scar-faced bear. What do we do now? The bear stood up from Yunjie's shoulder, taking a deep breath, then roared at the silverback gorilla. Wait, I meant for you to think of a solution, not to provoke it. The silverback gorilla, unaccustomed to such defiance, roared back, its fists pounding the ground as it charged forward. Yunjie widened his eyes, realizing the gravity of his mistake. He had once viewed the Sand Louse King as a mountain and the scar-faced bear as a mountain, believing nothing could rival them. But with the appearance of the 5-star silverback gorilla, he recognized his monumental error. This was the mountain, a moving mountain capable of obliterating everything in its path. Whoosh! Yunjie felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder. Turning, he saw a shadow flung away. It was the Scarface bear. Oh my god, it charged forward. Upon landing, the bear sprinted, roaring toward the silverback gorilla. Next to the gargantuan gorilla, the scar-faced bear resembled a mere toenail. Yet, without fear, it charged, brandishing its claws and teeth at the silverback gorilla. Roar, roar. With two thunderous roars that reverberated across the oasis, the silverback gorilla brought its fists down with tremendous force. The scar-faced bear was not merely brawn without brains. It nimbly leaped to the left, evading the silverback's assault, then sprang to the right, utilizing its powerful hind legs to launch itself onto the gorilla's arm, aiming directly for its face. The fluidity and grace of the scar-faced bear's attacks left Yunjie in awe. This old bear was undeniably magnificent. Swish. The bear revealed its sharp claws, leaving 3 crimson gashes across the silverback's face. Roar. Enraged, the silverback retracted its massive arm and swatted down at the bear as if trying to catch a flea. Fearless, the scar-faced bear held its ground, bracing itself against the gorilla's palm, skillfully predicting its descent and dodging amidst the rain of blows. Impressive, truly worthy of my admiration. Reflecting on the situation, Yunjie knew that had he been in the bear's position, he would likely have been felled by the second strike. Hang in there, brother bear. I'm rooting for you, Yunjie shouted, channeling his inner voice. However, the bear was momentarily distracted, and with a thud, the silverback seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent the scar-faced bear flying. Damn that foul mouth. Yunjie wanted to smack himself for his careless words. The silverback slap was no ordinary strike. The scar-faced bear soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the yellow sands, unable to rise again. Roar. The silverback raised its colossal fists, rallying itself before charging towards the fallen bear. This is bad. I must intervene. Yunjie glanced around, then scooped up a handful of yellow mud and hurled it at the silverback. Swish, smack. His aim was precise. The mud splattered against the gorilla's head. The silverback halted abruptly, mud rolling off its cheek as it slowly turned to face Yunjie, its deep-set eyes filled with inquiry. Who threw that firecracker? Suddenly, lines from a martial arts film flashed through Yunjie's mind. Oh no, I'm in for it now. The silverback slowly turned, baring its fearsome teeth, and charged forward in a frenzied rage. Oh no, Yunjie lacked the scar-faced bear's prowess. Upon seeing the gorilla rushing towards him, he immediately collapsed into the lake, burying his head in the yellow sand, too frightened to emerge. The silverback reached the riverbank, realizing Yunjie had vanished. In a fit of rage, it slammed both fists down. Boom. The water of Crescent Lake surged upwards like a waterfall, splashing into the sky, as a tendril of mud and water erupted forth. Chapter 160. The cure for petrification. To describe the silverback's assault as earth-shattering would be an understatement. The colossal beast, towering over 20 meters, leapt from the bamboo grove, swinging its massive arms toward the rushing horde of sand lice. In comparison to the silverback, the sand lice resembled mere fleas. With a single swing of its colossal hand, dozens of sand lice were crushed instantly. The watching sand lice king could no longer remain passive and charged forward. Though the sand lice king was roughly the same length as the silverback, its height was significantly less. It thrust its horn toward the gorilla's chest. But the silverback reacted swiftly, grasping the horn and forcefully pushing it back. The sand lice king was not a creature of brute strength, but its powerful hind legs dug into the yellow sand, leveraging its immense lower body to push back fiercely, managing to match the silverback's strength. The silverback was equally taken aback. After all, it towered 5 levels above the sand lice king. Gripping the horn with renewed effort, the gorilla lifted the sand lice king off the ground. With only its hind legs supporting it, the sand lice king struggled to maintain its stance, as the silverback threatened to topple it. Yet, it persisted, determined to draw fire away from the main forces, holding back the mightiest of adversaries. One by one, sand lice flew over the silverback's head, darting toward the bamboo grove. Yunjie sensed impending doom, having commanded the Bullet Ant Legion. He was all too familiar with such battles. Though the scar-faced bear and silverback were fearsome, they were clearly outnumbered against the swarm of sand lice. The bamboo grove's fall was merely a matter of time. A cacophony ensued as sand lice descended, initiating their massacre. Once inside the bamboo grove, they swept through with their horns, akin to harvesters cutting sugarcane, devouring the fallen young beasts with unrelenting voracity. In an instant, the vast bamboo grove descended into a hellish demise. Drip, drip. Green blood splattered from the sand lice's mouths onto Yunjie, the blood originating from the slain young beasts. As the blood of the young beasts fell upon Yunjie's petrified form, he felt a tingling sensation. The area soaked in blood regained sensation, breaking free from their stony confines. Self-healing intervention. Halted. Reinitiating. Life force restoring. The blood of the young beasts was the antidote. Yunjie suddenly had an epiphany. If only I could consume more. Spray it out. Come on, you foolish. I'm right here. Unable to move, Yunjie could only hope that the sand lice would approach him while feeding, allowing more blood to drip upon him. Puff, puff. The interior of the young beasts was nearly filled with blood. When a sand lice bit down, it sprayed forth a torrent of blood. Yunjie's neck and back were already stained with the blood, freeing him from petrification, but crucially, his head and forelegs remained untouched. A pool of green blood accumulated beside Yunjie. He was growing anxious. Straining his stiff neck, he swung his head towards the blood. The blood of the young beasts instantly sank into the yellow sand. He bit into the sand, finding nothing. No need to rush. There are still many young beasts. Surely some blood will fall upon me. Yunjie suppressed his impatience and prepared to wait. Swish, swish. Such is reality. The more one desires something, the less it yields. The young beasts, now aware of the slaughter, turned and burrowed into the yellow sand, disappearing from sight. Damn it, why are you running away? Yunjie cursed vehemently. If the young beasts could burrow into sand, so could the sand lice. A series of popping sounds echoed as the sand lice followed suit, vanishing into the yellow sand. The entire bamboo grove disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a small mound in the center. Yunjie was on the brink of despair. Glancing around, he spotted some young beast corpses on the ground. He twisted his neck, using his chin as a chisel to inch closer. Approaching the first corpse, remnants of blood clung to the shattered shell. He smeared his chin with it, then rubbed his head against it. A tingling sensation coursed through him. His lips reached, and he could finally open his mouth. However, there wasn't enough blood smeared on his head, merely restoring the surface layer. Hope emerged. Yunjie crawled a few more meters, discovering another young beast corpse. Carefully, he picked it up with his mouth, pouring the blood from within the shell onto his petrified leg. After painstakingly scavenging every young beast corpse in sight, one of his legs finally broke free from its petrified state, granting him greater mobility. Just a little more. Yunjie scanned his surroundings eagerly. He had already wiped down all the young beast corpses, squeezing out every last drop of blood. It seemed that capturing a young beast would require following the sand lice underground. But therein lay a problem. His assimilation had ceased, and he had returned to his donkey form, making it impossible to burrow into the sand. What a predicament! Roar! Suddenly, the silverback, engaged in battle, noticed the state of the bamboo grove and realized it had been deceived. It twisted in midair, throwing the sand lice king onto the yellow sand before charging toward the bamboo grove with reckless abandon. The sand louse king, of course, did not wish to let the silverback escape. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky and then forcefully propelled itself downwards towards the silverback. The silverback was entirely preoccupied with the bamboo forest and was caught completely off guard. Suddenly, the sand louse king swooped down like a colossal eagle, crashing the towering silverback onto the yellow sand below. Enraged, the silverback rolled several times in the sand, its eyes ablaze with fury. It let out a deafening roar and seized the sand louse king's horn, driving its knee forcefully into it. Crack! The sound was as thunderous as a lightning strike, and the sand louse king's horn was shattered. Seizing the broken horn, the silverback leapt up and thrust it directly into the sand louse king's shield-like head. The horn pierced through the sand louse king's skull, driving deep. Creak! The sand louse king let out a pained scream, thrashing around the horn. Having dealt with the sand louse king, the silverback dashed towards the bamboo grove, initially inspecting a small mound that had formed, before raising its hands above its head and diving into the yellow sand, as if entering water. Yunjie blinked. His attention focused on the protruding mound. It seemed that the silverback had been lying atop it all along. What could be inside? Fragments of assimilated power? Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and following the sound, Yunjie turned to see a brown sand louse, with the scarred face bear collapsed motionless on the ground. Was it diving into the sand to capture the young beast or to rescue the scarred face bear? Without a doubt, Yunjie chose the latter. He hurriedly ran over, gauged the distance, and unleashed a torrent of fiery webs. The second-tier webs could not kill the sand louse, but they could certainly frighten them. As the fiery nets flew through the air, the sand louse jumped in terror, revealing the bloodied scarred face bear beneath. Chapter 157. The Battle of the Silverback and the Scarred Face Bear. You cannot see me, you cannot see me. Yunjie closed his eyes and silently chanted. At that moment, he was propelled by the splashes and yellow sand towards the other side of Crescent Lake. Bang! 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 The silverback gorilla pounded the surface of the water, sending a significant portion of the lake's water soaring into the sky. After venting its fury, it remembered the creature that had been throwing mud at it. As the splashes fell back down like torrential rain, it could no longer see Yunjie's whereabouts. Yunjie held his breath underwater, daring not to surface. Roar! The battered, scarred-faced bear stood up again, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light as it charged towards the silverback gorilla with a roar. Roar! The silverback gorilla roared back, its frustration mounting as it had lost sight of Yunjie. Seeing the scarred-faced bear charging, it immediately turned to confront it. The earth trembled, ripples spreading through the water. Yunjie cautiously peeked above the surface, sighing in relief as the troublesome creature had moved on. Before encountering the silverback gorilla, the scarred-faced bear could be considered a formidable beast, but now it appeared as a mere toy bear. Although smaller and 4 levels weaker, its fighting spirit was undeterred, and it boldly launched the first attack against the towering silverback gorilla. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, the scarred-faced bear shot towards the silverback gorilla like a cannonball. The silverback gorilla opened its massive jaws to bite down. Yunjie secretly thought this was a grave mistake. The scarred-faced bear was merely offering itself as a meal. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts collided. The silverback gorilla bit down accurately on the scarred-faced bear, roaring as it attempted to crush it. It's over, Yunjie thought despairingly, believing the scarred-faced bear was doomed to be devoured. The silverback gorilla roared furiously, panting heavily as it repeatedly struck the ground with its fists, its head shaking as if exerting tremendous effort. Yunjie was frantic. The silverback gorilla was moving so much that he could not clearly discern the scarred face. Suddenly, the silverback gorilla lifted its head with all its might, sunlight glinting off its skull, revealing a rock-solid black shadow within its open maw. It was the scarred-faced bear. Impressive. Yunjie gasped in astonishment. After several attempts, the silverback gorilla was unable to crush the scarred-faced bear, which only fueled its rage. It reached into its mouth and accurately grasped the scarred-faced bear, swinging it down repeatedly. After several strikes, it raised its paw to check if the scarred-faced bear was dead, only to discover that it had not only survived but had bitten its fingers to shreds. Roar! The silverback gorilla was utterly enraged. It reached out with its other hand to grasp the scarred-faced bear's head, intent on tearing it off. The scarred-faced bear sensed the impending danger, opening its jaws and swiping at the silverback's other hand. Though small in size, the scarred-faced bear was only 4 levels weaker than the silverback, and its claws and teeth possessed a tangible 5th-tier strength. Even the silverback had to be cautious. Each attempt to grasp the scarred-faced bear's head was met with fierce resistance from its sharp claws. Held in hand yet unable to destroy, the silverback grew increasingly agitated. It hurled the scarred-faced bear into the air and, with both fists raised, brought them down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a sandstorm erupted. Yunjie's heart sank. He clearly saw the scarred-faced bear fall beneath the silverback gorilla's fists. From such a distance, he could feel the overwhelming force of the attack, fearing for the scarred-faced bear's fate. Dust rose high, and the golden rays of sunlight illuminated the fierce visage of the silverback gorilla. It snorted at the yellow sand before slowly raising its fists, gazing down at the scarred-faced bear. A roar emerged from beneath the dust. Yunjie nearly cried tears of joy. The creature was still alive, although still breathing. The scarred-faced bear was in a dire state. It staggered to its feet from the pit, blood pooling beneath it. If not for the yellow sand absorbing a third of the silverback's strength, it would likely have perished. Both the silverback gorilla and the scarred-faced bear were of the same strength-based attribute, holding a belief in their power akin to life itself. The silverback, realizing that despite exerting its full strength it had not killed the scarred-faced bear, felt a deep insult. Its eyes reddened as it roared and raised its fists once more. The silverback gorilla could feel blood rage. Yunjie was immediately astonished. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, dust swirling as the scarred-faced bear was sent crashing into the sand. Roar! The silverback gorilla roared again, extending its massive claws to extract the scarred-faced bear and tossing it back onto the ground before raising its fists to strike down once more. In that moment, the scarred-faced bear was in no condition to retaliate, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Yunjie knew it was perilous. This strike would surely claim the scarred-faced bear's life. I cannot let this creature die. With a leap, Yunjie burst from the water, shooting out a strand of silk that entwined around the scarred-faced bear's paw, pulling it back with haste. Boom! The silverback gorilla, oblivious to the fine silk thread, unleashed its gathered strength without reservation. The dust and sand swirled around. Yunjie felt himself being drawn towards the tumultuous scene without even needing to pull. Huff huff, the silverback gorilla stood tall, gazing at the swirling yellow sand, waiting for it to settle so it could witness the moment the scarred-faced bear was flattened. At that moment, Yunjie grinned, desperately dragging the scarred-faced bear, fearful of being seen by the silverback gorilla. As the dust thinned, the silverback gorilla swung its massive arms, clearing the remaining sand, and focused its gaze downward. Where was the scarred-faced bear's shadow? Roar! The silverback gorilla was instantly enraged. clawing at the ground, and within moments, a massive pit was excavated, yet the scarred-faced bear remained elusive. Suddenly, it recalled something and lifted its gaze towards Crescent Lake. A creature with a donkey's head and a body of mud was frantically dragging the scarred-faced bear's form. It was you. Yunjia's gaze met that of the silverback, and his mind translated the gorilla's fury. It is over. He has been discovered. He shouted for a rise. And the yellow sand surged forth, a colossal arm of mud and sand lifting up to pull with great force. The scarred bear on the ground was immediately lifted into his enormous hand. The silverback gorilla charged forward. Cloud Jia's donkey-like eyes gleamed with an icy coldness as he grasped the scarred bear's body, flipping it out of the circular sand dune. Come on. I'm ready to risk it all with you. Rise. Let as much sand as possible gather around me. With a whoosh, the yellow sand beneath him began to swirl, lifting Cloud Jia higher and higher. 10 meters, 20 meters. Cloud Jia had already reached the height of the silverback, yet facing the mountain-like gorilla, he felt it was still insufficient. Higher. I must surpass that great black gorilla by twice the height. 25 meters, 30 meters as Cloud Jia ascended. The yellow sand extracted so much that a deep pit formed beneath him, draining the waters of Crescent Lake entirely. Chapter 158, The Source of Assimilation. The fragments of natural force have reached their maximum 35 meters. Cloud Jia's height finally stabilized at this altitude, which was the ultimate limit of the natural force fragments. He felt a wave of reassurance as he now towered above the silverback gorilla. Regardless of strength, height always grants a certain sense of security. The charging silverback gorilla suddenly halted, astonished at the sight of Cloud Jia, who loomed even taller than itself. Well, are you scared now? Cloud Jia displayed a sinister grin. The silverback gorilla hesitated, standing upright to reassess Cloud Jia's height, a flicker of fear appearing on its dark face. Cloud Jia keenly captured its expression to intimidate further. He swung his massive arm upward, surpassing his own head, thus increasing his height by nearly 5 meters, reaching 40 meters, imposing tremendous pressure on the silverback gorilla. Panic flickered in the gorilla's eyes. It had never encountered a beast larger than itself. Should it attack or retreat? The silverback gorilla's gaze began to flicker with uncertainty. Cloud Jia preferred to avoid conflict. As long as the silverback gorilla retreated, all would be well. After a moment of hesitation, the silverback gorilla slowly turned away, fists pounding the ground as it made its way toward the bamboo forest. I succeeded. I have terrified it. Cloud Jia stifled his excitement, holding his arm aloft, afraid to lower it. Chirp, chirp, the bamboo forest opposite erupted with noise, shrieking as if urging the silverback gorilla to retaliate. Cloud Jia was furious. These despicable insects. If they had the courage, they should confront me themselves instead of inciting others. Suddenly, the silverback gorilla halted. A chill ran down Cloud Jia's spine. This could not bode well. Roar. The silverback gorilla appeared agitated, pivoting to charge at Cloud Jia. This is bad. It's getting serious. Cloud Jia immediately swung his colossal fist to meet the incoming threat. As the silverback gorilla rushed forward, it leaped back, standing upright, its massive claws sweeping towards Cloud Jia. Boom. With a resounding crash, Cloud Jia's fist connected squarely with the gorilla's head, causing the yellow sand to burst apart, revealing countless roots. Boom. Simultaneously, the gorilla's enormous claw struck Cloud Jia's chest below. How much resistance could the combination of yellow sand and roots muster against the gorilla's mighty hand? Essentially none. With a single swipe, the gorilla shattered the sand and severed the roots, and the towering Cloud Jia, over 30 meters high, crumbled beneath the onslaught. With a tremendous noise, mud and sand erupted, causing the silverback gorilla to stumble back several steps. Natural force fragment progress halted. Natural force dissipating life force recovery ceases, progress at 71%. Healing intervention initiated. With the roots severed, the flowers and leaves of the natural force fragment lost their nourishment, rapidly wilting upon Cloud Jia's brow. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with that. His fractured body plunged into the mud and sand, swiftly buried beneath it. The silverback gorilla stood in stunned silence for a long time before regaining its composure, exultantly raising its muscular arms, screeching and spinning in wild triumph. In its eyes, it had vanquished a beast taller than itself, declaring itself the strongest warrior in the world. The collapsing mud and sand settled back down as if guided by invisible hands. Separating water and sand, the yellow sand sank below, and the water surged back, reforming Crescent Lake in mere seconds, as if nothing had ever transpired. Cloud Jia remained entombed within the mud beneath the lake's surface, unable to escape due to his hind legs not yet having recovered. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation failed. Cloud Jia was in a state of utter anxiety. After several battles, he had discerned a pattern. Whenever his body was more than 2/3 damaged, The assimilation process proceeded rapidly, with a high success rate, due to only possessing half of the assimilation power. Now, having restored 2/3 of his body, assimilation began to fail again. Searching for the source of assimilation, this prompt had never appeared before, and Cloud Jia paused for a moment, soon recalling the bamboo forest. The juvenile beasts within had never ventured into Crescent Lake, consistently remaining within their territory. Could the source of assimilation lie beneath them? Assimilation in progress. Cloud Jia felt an uplifting sensation as all constraints imposed by the yellow sand vanished. He moved his forelegs, experiencing almost no resistance. My rear half has also completed assimilation. Cloud Jia was overjoyed, quickly clawing his way out of the sand, charging into the waters of the lake. Re-assimilation in progress now. I do not wish to become water. As his body began to disperse in the lake, he swiftly dove back into the sand layer, swimming forward for several hundred meters before resurfacing. Upon emerging, he was astonished to find the scarred bear had returned, and the silverback gorilla was again embroiled in battle with it. Cloud Jia felt a surge of urgency. How foolish was this bear to return after being thrown out? Why not simply retreat? Boom, boom. With several powerful strikes, the silverback gorilla sent the scarred bear flying. This is bad. I cannot assist this time. Cloud Jia was filled with helpless anxiety. System prompt. Source of assimilation obtained. In conjunction with fragments of natural force. Control of earth elements achieved, enabling super assimilation capable of defeating the 5th tier, 5-star strength type beast, the silverback gorilla. Super assimilation? Cloud Jia turned his gaze toward the bamboo forest, swimming toward it without hesitation. After assimilating the yellow sand, his speed had increased significantly, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the bamboo forest. Beneath the dark yellow sand, nothing was visible, but Cloud Jia could sense a powerful energy emanating from a 45-degree angle. That must be the place. Cloud Jia swam toward that direction. Mission prompt. Assimilate the elemental force stone fragment, yielding 12,000 experience points and acquiring all assimilation attributes. Elemental force stone fragment? Full attribute assimilation. Undoubtedly, full attribute assimilation encompassed both organic and inorganic materials, essentially meaning all living beings and elements of the natural world. Here I come. Cloud Jia surged toward the elemental force stone fragment. The juvenile beast relied on the elemental force stone fragments for growth, as Cloud Jia approached the vicinity of the fragments. All the juvenile beasts immediately sensed him, bursting forth with a loud crack, swiftly burrowing into the yellow sand, charging toward Cloud Jia. Though he could not see the juvenile beasts, Cloud Jia felt the shifting of the sand layer. As he pressed forward, a large group of juvenile beasts obstructed his path. Oh, are you here to welcome me? Cloud Jia smirked disdainfully. He was now in an assimilated state, and based on previous battle experiences, this state rendered him nearly invincible. Thus, he thought little of these critters, charging forward without hesitation. He believed his fluid, sand-like form would glide through the juvenile beasts, but upon contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The juvenile sand beast secreted a green liquid, and upon contact with Yun Jia's body, he began to undergo a process of petrification. Chapter 159. The Return of the Sandlouse King. It was as if glue had bound the sand together, instantly solidifying it. Yun Jia was taken aback, realizing that more than half of his body had become immobile. The juvenile sand beast screeched, smearing the green liquid across Yun Jia's form, from head to toe, leaving no part untouched. He felt his body gradually stiffening, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding yellow sand. He could not fathom how the juvenile sand beast was able to discern him amidst the sand and precisely petrify his body, completely immobilized. He had yet to witness what the assimilation of the elemental fragments looked like after solidifying Yun Jia. The juvenile sand beast burrowed beneath him, subsequently pushing him up from the ground. The yellow sand cracked open as Yun Jia, resembling a stone sculpture, slowly rose from below. Thud! Yun Jia's body was thrust onto the surface by the juvenile sand beast, landing face first in the yellow sand. At this moment, he remained in a forward-digging position, appearing like a bizarre fish due to the absence of his hind legs. Self-healing process halted, all functions ceased. Life force decreased by 1%. Host must immediately escape petrification, or life force will continue to diminish until it ceases. Yun Jia shivered. The prospect of disappearance signified death. He struggled with all his might, and with a crack, he regained movement. However, he immediately felt his foreleg snap. Life force decreased by 13%. This is dire. Yun Jia refrained from further movement, fearing that he might inadvertently cause his own demise. What to do? What to do? Desperately, Yun Jia sought a means to escape the petrified state. Yet none of the abilities he possessed seemed to hold any efficacy. Elemental fragments of nature. Indeed, the elemental fragments of nature could neutralize everything in the natural world. Surely they could restore him from this petrification. Inject elemental fragments of nature. Injection failed. Elemental fragments of nature cannot grow. Blast. His last hope had been extinguished. Life force decreased by 1%. Remaining, 56,100. Half left. The decline was alarmingly rapid. Boom, a thunderous sound erupted near Yunjia. With his face down, half of his head buried in the yellow sand, he could not discern what was occurring. Chirping. The juvenile sand beast erupted in cheers. Huff huff, the intense and rapid sound of breathing echoed in Yunjia's ears. It's the scarred face bear. Had this creature also been captured? It was over. This time it was utterly finished. The sounds of the silverback gorilla's movements and dragging noises reached his ears intermittently, followed by the sound akin to bamboo clashing. Roar. The scarred face bear screamed in agony. Yunjia's heart sank, sensing that the juvenile sand beast had regained control over the scarred face bear. After the bear's roar, surrounding silence enveloped them. Not a sound could be heard. In eerie stillness it felt as though centuries had passed. Or perhaps just a fleeting second. Yunjia envisioned a flickering flame amidst boundless darkness, the flame waning from a vigorous blaze to a mere flicker. On the brink of extinguishing, life force decreased by 40%. System protection about to initiate. System protection initiation failed. Yunjia seemed to witness the end of his own life. System is about to fail in this moment. He wished to live as a mayfly. Born in the morning, perishing by night, free from all worries. I am departing. Yunjia closed his consciousness, quietly awaiting the moment his life would cease. Rumble. The familiar sound reverberated again. Yunjia was momentarily startled, as it resembled the sound of an earthquake. It had been days since the last quake. Why was it happening again? The yellow sand trembled slightly, a mere shadow of the previous earthquakes. Yunjia felt the sand repelling him, lifting him upward. Gradually, half of his head emerged from the yellow sand, revealing everything before him. He found himself amidst a bamboo forest, where through the gaps in the bamboo, he could see towering circular sand dunes rising. They truly were rising, waves of sand rolling upward, gradually elevating the circular dunes. Nearby lay the scarred face bear. Face down in the yellow sand, its massive back still subtly rising and falling, indicating it was not yet dead. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sand lice. Enormous sand lice leaped from the top of the circular sand dunes, wings unfurling, seemingly attempting to vault over the dunes into the oasis. Yunjia was astonished. Having battled the sand lice for several days, he understood their habits somewhat. They should have been burrowing underground at this time, so why were they appearing here? Whoosh. Outside the circular sand dune, a sandstorm appeared without warning, enveloping the sky in a yellow haze. The sand lice were struck by the storm, swirling violently with the gale. Yunjia was utterly shocked, yet he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Outside the circular sand dune, it was as if doomsday had arrived, yet within, an eerie tranquility prevailed, seemingly untouched by the external chaos. Puff! A massive figure burst through the sand mound, revealing its head. With a concave, shield-like forehead, scarred with countless grid-like wounds. It was none other than the Sand Louse King. Upon its emergence, the Sand Louse King swayed its antennae, glancing into the bamboo forest before cautiously descending the sand dune and advancing toward the bamboo. The juvenile sand beast immediately trembled its limbs, emitting a threatening sound. Yunjia was secretly alarmed, wondering if the Sand Louse King had come seeking revenge. The Sand Louse King hesitated, peering into the bamboo forest, as if harboring some trepidation. Whoosh, 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 a swarm of sand lice erupted from the sandstorm, landing behind the Sand Louse King. Instantly emboldened, the Sand Louse King led the sand lice swiftly toward the bamboo region. The sudden turn of events made Yunjia forget life and death. He gazed at the silver mound, questioning why the silverback gorilla had not yet acted. Was it merely observing? Roar. A roar echoed beside Yunjia, startling him. The scarred face bear had risen and was striding toward the bamboo forest. The scarred face bear was going to confront them? Yunjia glanced behind the bear, where a line of green bamboo shoots stood out glaringly. He seemed to comprehend why the juvenile sand beast had sought to control the scarred face bear, to use it as a muscle. The bamboo parted automatically as the scarred face bear charged out. Creak. Upon seeing the scarred face bear, the Sand Louse King reared up its upper body and screamed. In an instant, all the sand lice surged toward the bear. A wave of brown rushed in, delivering a powerful impact. Upon contact, the scarred face bear leveraged its size and strength to gain the upper hand, dispatching the sand lice with swipes that left no trace. However, this advantage was short-lived. The sand lice altered their tactics, leaping to harass the scarred face bear, diverting its attention. Within a minute, the bear found itself ensnared by the swarm. The scarred face bear was detained, and the Sand Louse King immediately led the remaining sand lice to leap high, diving toward the bamboo forest. Roar. The earth trembled as the silverback gorilla finally made its move. Chapter 161. Assimilation of Elemental Fragments? I hope this behemoth is still alive. Yunjie maneuvered his leg and charged forward. The leaping sand lice resembled vultures, flapping their wings and circling in the air. Upon noticing Yunjie's charge, they immediately launched an attack. Fire net. Yunjie reclined on the ground, expelling a fire net at the descending sand lice. The sand lice were terrified of fire. After circling the scarred-faced bear a few times, they landed on the nearby yellow sand, glaring hungrily but daring not to approach. The opportunity had arrived. Yunjie turned and nudged the scarred-faced bear with his head, rousing it from its stupor. It was alive. Yunjie breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. As the scarred-faced bear opened its eyes, it let out a tremendous roar and slowly rose to its feet, its crimson gaze fixated on Yunjie. Its massive jaws poised to bite down. This is problematic. The creature remains under the control of the juvenile beast. Yunjie realized the gravity of the situation. He was ill-equipped to deal with the scarred-faced bear. The bear lunged forward, jaws wide open. Yunjie shut his eyes tightly. Boom. Dust and debris flew as the bear collapsed to one side, blood splattering in all directions. When Yunjie opened his eyes, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, the bear was on the verge of collapse. He immediately scrambled up to inspect its head. Indeed, 2 rows of green bamboo shells were arranged at the back of its head. He could even see 2 antennae extending from the segmented body of the juvenile beast. Bite. Just what I need. The juvenile beast. Tilting his head, Yunjie bit down on one of the juvenile beasts and crunched it with force. Crack. Green blood gushed forth. Waste not. Yunjie extended his tongue and licked up the green blood, applying it to his injured leg, which had yet to heal. One by one, he eliminated the juvenile beasts clinging to the bear's head, and soon his leg had returned to its former state. The scarred-faced bear stirred awake, the crimson hue fading from its eyes. It tilted its head to glance at Yunjie before slowly closing its eyes again. A warmth filled Yunjie's heart. This was a sign of trust from the bear. He climbed onto its back to clear away the remaining juvenile beasts. Given their overwhelming numbers, he only needed to crush them. After half an hour, every last one was eradicated. The scarred-faced bear sat up, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. It gently patted Yunjie's head and surveyed the surroundings. The sand lice still lingered nearby but dared not approach. Meanwhile, the sand lice king circled around its Tianyo horn before abruptly tossing its head, dislodging the horn from the yellow sand. Though the horn had been freed, it still pierced through its forehead. It glanced at Yunjie and the scarred-faced bear before leaping high into the air and darting towards the bamboo forest. Yunjie had little reaction to the sand lice king's leap. Let it jump as it pleased, as long as it did not attack him. The scarred-faced bear, however, was momentarily taken aback, then turned to pursue the direction where the sand lice king had landed. What is happening? Yunjie was puzzled, only to see a swarm of sand lice rushing towards the scarred-faced bear. What are they fighting over? With no time to ponder, Yunjie dashed forward, wielding a donkey leg. The scarred-faced bear was no match for the sand lice king. The latter dove from the air and plunged into a small sand dune, vigorously digging into the yellow sand, disappearing in an instant. The bear charged forward, completely oblivious to the sand lice diving down from above. Thud. The sand lice struck the scarred-faced bear like arrows, knocking it to the ground. Yunjie immediately followed, raising his head to unleash a barrage of fire nets. This time, the sand lice did not evade. Instead, they latched onto the scarred-faced bear, allowing the fire nets to envelop them. The nets swiftly scorched their wings, but did not harm their shells, as they were merely second-tier flames. The sand lice's tenacity left Yunjie at a loss. Roar. With a furious roar, the scarred-faced bear surged to its feet, swiping its paws to knock off the sand lice before charging into the pit the sand lice king had burrowed into. The swarm of sand lice persisted, diving into the hole right after it. Yunjie considered following them, but thought better of it, given his current strength. Entering would only invite trouble. He looked around, and in just a few minutes, tranquility returned. However, the bamboo forest had vanished, the oasis seemingly evaporated, leaving only the crescent lake behind. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. The silence was eerily unsettling. Yunjie felt a chill run down his spine. Boom. Outside the circular sand dune, the earth trembled, a more powerful quake striking. Waves of sand surging yet unable to breach the circular dune's boundary. Yunjie glanced up at the sky, seemingly catching a glimpse of a transparent dome above the circular sand dune. Rumbling, it sounded as if the hardened earth was fracturing, startling Yunjie into looking down, where he was immediately awestruck. In the bamboo forest area, the yellow sand surged like ocean waves, fine particles of dust being tossed into the air, swirling above the sandy tide like boiling steam. Yunjie stepped back in fear, observing from a distance. Bang! An immense fist erupted from the surging sand. It belonged to the silver-backed gorilla. Swish! Several torn sand lice were hurled out. Roar! The scarred-faced bear leaped from the sand wave, only to dive back in moments later. The waves of sand grew increasingly tumultuous, akin to boiling oil on the verge of explosion. Why don't all of you come and attack? I'm scared. Yunjie shrank his head, daring not to look further. Swish, swish, swish. One juvenile beast after another sprang from the sand waves like fish. Shortly after, the sand lice also emerged, attacking the juvenile beasts. Roar! The scarred-faced bear resurfaced from the sand wave, its claws raised as it prepared to charge over. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted as the sand lice king suddenly emerged from behind the scarred-faced bear, its 4 short legs gripping the bear's body, dragging it toward the sandy abyss. Roar, roar! Though the scarred-faced bear and the sand lice king were of equal rank, the latter was larger and stronger. The bear struggled against the overwhelming force. Realizing it was on the brink of being swallowed by the sands, it roared, extending a paw toward Yunjie. Do you want me to help? Yunjie hesitated for a moment before scrambling over. With only one leg, his crawling speed was painfully slow. By the time he reached the bear, he noticed a faint green mass floating on its palm, resembling a liquid substance. It seemed the bear was not seeking rescue but rather offering this substance to him. From a distance, Yunjie could sense the elemental fluctuations emanating from the green mass. Incredibly potent. Could it be a fragment of assimilated primal energy? However, it shouldn't be liquid, just as he was bewildered. The sand lice king pressed the scarred-faced bear down into the yellow sand. As the bear was about to be engulfed by the sand, it hurled the green mass toward Yunjie. I'm coming. Yunjie crawled over with urgency. Bang! The sand lice king leaped from the sandy sea, racing toward the liquid mass. Its speed was astonishing. Even if Yunjie had all his limbs intact, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just as the green liquid was about to fall into the sand lice king's grasp, he unleashed a strand of web to ensnare it. The web reached first, but unexpectedly, it couldn't adhere to the liquid. Chapter 162, The Onslaught of the Sand Lice King. Whoosh! Yunjie inhaled sharply, the web passing through the floating liquid and bouncing back. This is bad, Yunjie thought urgently as he witnessed the sand lice king leap toward him. Sorry, old bear, I couldn't catch it. The sand lice king landed, a fierce wind swirling up as the green liquid slowly spun in the air. It lowered its head, attempting to suck the liquid into its mouth. But the Tian-Yo horn embedded in its forehead obstructed its chin, preventing it from bending down. Desperate, the sand lice king let out a frantic cry, smashing its shield-shaped head against the sandy ground. Finally, the horn shortened enough for it to lower its head and consume the liquid. Just as it bent down, its razor-sharp jaws poised to ingest the liquid, a massive black fist erupted from the yellow sand. Bang! The fist landed squarely on the sand lice king's head with tremendous force, sending it flying like a frisbee. Yunjie was taken aback. It was the silver-backed gorilla. The yellow sand surged, rising like a mountain from beneath. The imposing silver-backed gorilla revealed its upper body, extending its furry hand, gently cradling the droplet of liquid, gradually bringing it to its chest. Roar! A deafening roar emanated from beneath the silver-backed gorilla, followed by a colossal shadow charging forward. It is the scarred-faced bear. The scarred-faced bear leaped into the air, executing a somersault before launching its powerful legs towards the palm of the silverback gorilla. The silverback, caught completely off guard, felt a rush as the water droplet shot away from its claws. Chaos ensued, complete and utter chaos. Yunjie was at a loss as to whom he should assist. Furious, the silverback retaliated with a swift backhand. The scarred-faced bear, in its reckless abandon, charged forward without a thought for retreat. The silverback's mighty hand landed squarely on it, sending it sprawling. After swatting the scarred-faced bear away, the silverback braced itself against the ground, forcefully emerging from the sands, and began searching for the whereabouts of the water droplet. A nearly transparent liquid ascended into the air, almost invisible. The silverback anxiously scanned left and right, but to no avail, its frustration erupting into a furious roar. Since the moment the droplet had escaped the silverback's grasp, Yunjie had been fixated on it. However, as it soared into the sky and blended with the azure, it too became lost to his sight. With a flurry, the sand louse attacking the juvenile beast suddenly sprang up, darting towards the outskirts of the bamboo grove. Had they discovered something? As Yunjie had anticipated, the silverback immediately pursued the swarm of sand lice. The swatted scarred-faced bear quickly followed suit, while the group of juvenile beasts scattered like puddles of water, hastily trailing after the silverback. Yunjie thought to himself, seeing them depart, I cannot merely stand idly by. I shall go take a look. Ahead, the swarm of sand lice swirled in the air, with the silverback gazing upwards, while the scarred-faced bear mirrored its stance, both fixated on the sky. Yunjie followed their line of sight, but found nothing. Changing his perspective for a more thorough observation, he soon spotted the cluster of water droplets. Adjusting his gaze, he noticed the surface of the droplet refracting sunlight, creating a dazzling array of colors. At that moment, it hovered approximately 100 meters above the ground. The jumping height of the sand lice was merely over 30 meters, while the brown bear could only manage a jump of a few meters. Although the silverback was the tallest, its leap reached less than 40 meters. Thus, none could reach the droplet suspended so high. Yuanjie assessed the situation, thinking to himself, "This is splendid. It seems no one shall claim it." With a flurry, the sand louse king emerged from the yellow sands, shaking off the grains before raising its clumsy head to gaze at the sky. As expected, it too had spotted the droplet. Yuanjie regarded the sand louse king, realizing that among all present, perhaps this colossal creature could reach the droplet. Towering at over 10 meters, it could leap to heights of 70 to 80 meters. With the aid of its wings, it might even breach 100 meters. The sand louse king shared this sentiment. It flapped its wings, its massive hind legs continuously propelling itself against the ground. Its legs resembled those of grasshoppers, and while its height was over 10 meters, the folded height of its hind legs nearly reached 20 meters. As if preparing for its task, the sand louse king leaped with a resounding thud, shooting skyward towards the droplet. Both the silverback and the scarred-faced bear turned to observe, their expressions complex. In the current scenario, they were left as mere spectators. From below, there was a degree of miscalculation. Yuanjie watched as the sand louse king ascended at remarkable speed towards the droplet, showing no signs of slowing. He thought, this could be problematic. The sand louse king may very well be the final beneficiary. Closer, ever closer. All the beasts on the ground sensed that the sand louse king was nearing the droplet, within reach. However, just as its form was about to align with the droplet, it inexplicably began to descend. The sand louse king flapped its wings desperately, but to no avail. It continued to fall, swiftly distancing itself from the droplet. The observing silverback and scarred-faced bear breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thud! The sand louse king landed, faced with the derision of the silverback and scarred-faced bear. Ignoring them, the sand louse king raised its head to look at the droplet. Only it understood the height of the droplet. Despite appearing to nearly reach it, it was still 30 to 40 meters away. It could not reach it. The sand louse king recognized this stark reality with clarity. Yet, it did not relent. Bowing its head in contemplation, it gestured with its antennae, summoning its offspring to gather around. After tapping its antennae across their heads, the swarm of sand lice immediately scattered. The scarred-faced bear, silverback, and even Yuanjie were perplexed by the intentions of the crawling creatures. The swarm of sand lice retreated several meters, forming a tight cluster before extending their hind legs and raising their upper bodies in preparation for a jump. Yuanjie seemed to grasp their plan, but remained uncertain. After all, this scenario existed solely in the realm of cinema. Boom! Hundreds of sand lice leaped simultaneously, producing a thunderous sound, causing the earth to depress by several centimeters. Like a solid mass, the swarm of sand lice soared into the sky. Yuanjie furrowed his brow, realizing his suspicions were likely correct. The sand louse king remained still, waiting until the swarm was on the verge of reaching their liftoff limit before it sprang into action. Its massive body shot upwards like a dart, positioning itself above the swarm before extending its hind legs for a second burst of power. The silverback and scarred-faced bear below suddenly understood. Boom! The swarm of sand lice was scattered by a powerful kick from the sand louse king, their forms bursting apart in midair. The sand louse king, utilizing the reaction force, surged upward once more. What a clever creature! Yuanjie shook his head, marveling. Ascending anew, the sand louse king approached the droplet, its formidable jaws slowly parting. Chapter 164, The Silverback is Slain. It was as though a tunnel-boring machine was excavating within the chest of the silverback, blood mingling with fragments of white bone gushing forth. Tons of blood poured out, reminiscent of a dam burst, a sight both shocking and ghastly. Yuanjie felt a tightening sensation throughout his body. Under the relentless assault, the silverback gorilla appeared momentarily dazed, lost in a stupor for a full second before it howled, clutching the gaping wound in its chest. Words could scarcely describe its agony. The sand louse king continued its frenzied assault. The silverback gorilla had become numb to the pain, its anguished roar echoing as it attempted to grab the sand louse king's head to execute a throw, but alas, the sand louse king had transformed into sand, evading its grasp. In the face of impending death, all creatures instinctively fight for survival. The silverback gorilla was no exception, unable to seize the sand louse king. It retaliated with a sweeping punch, smashing the sand louse king's head, causing its form to collapse into grains of sand. Huff! Huff! The silverback gorilla clasped its chest, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, Breathing was of little consequence, for its heart and lungs lay shattered. Time was no longer on its side. A gust of wind swept through, raising the yellow sands, and the Sand Louse King, now transformed into sand, seemed to vanish without a trace. Boom. The silverback gorilla collapsed to the ground, its gaze losing focus. This was the precursor to its demise. A mass of yellow form began to coalesce behind the silverback gorilla, though the silverback was also an adversary. Yunjie found himself wishing for its survival. As the Sand Louse King emerged ominously from behind, he called out loudly, hoping to alert it to the impending danger. Schlink. A sharp spike pierced through the silverback gorilla's forehead. It was over. The silverback had perished. Yunjie trembled all over. The silverback gorilla's eyes widened in fury before dimming, its massive arms falling limply, fingers splayed, etching uneven lines into the yellow sand creek. The Sand Louse King emitted a strange cry, slowly lifting the silverback gorilla with its spike. The silverback gorilla, towering over 20 meters, was hoisted as though it were a rootless mountain, the gaping hole in its chest revealing the Sand Louse King's forefoot. Boom. With a resounding crash, blood erupted from the silverback gorilla's neck, its head entering the gaping maw of the Sand Louse King, blood cascading down from the shattered chest. Slosh. The silverback gorilla has perished, causing the bamboo grove inhabited by the juvenile creatures to tremble, as if mourning in sorrowful lament. The Sand Louse King devoured the head of the silverback, then clamped its jaws around its neck, forcefully siphoning the blood from its body, rendering the scene utterly gruesome. Yunjie regained his senses from the brutal battle, realizing that the Sand Louse King had already consumed the fragments of the assimilation force. It could now assimilate and manipulate the yellow sand, rendering it invincible at this moment. No one could contend with it. With the silverback gorilla not yet fully consumed, he had to make a hasty escape. As he turned, memories of the scar-faced bear flooded back to him. Upon glancing back, he was immediately startled. The scar-faced bear had approached him unnoticed, its piercing gaze fixed upon the Sand Louse King as it devoured the carcass of the silverback gorilla. Yunjie bit the bear's paw, signaling it to flee with him. The scar-faced bear glanced down at Yunjie, a sudden smile appearing on its face. It raised its paw and, after patting its shoulder twice as a tribute to the silverback, it patted Yunjie on the head and roared, charging towards the Sand Louse King. Yunjie was completely dumbfounded, momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. He could not allow this creature to throw itself into danger. He shot out a strand of silk to ensnare the scar-faced bear, pulling with all his strength. The scar-faced bear paid him no mind, flipping its sharp claws to sever the silk and charging once more. Yunjie attempted to launch another strand, but the distance was too great, and the bear had already reached the vicinity of the Sand Louse King. Despair consumed him as he cursed under his breath. With a fierce roar, the scar-faced bear leaped high, soaring over the gaping wound in the silverback's chest. Bright white flashes flickered within the dark cavity of the silverback's chest, and the Sand Louse King, which had been draining its flesh and blood, collapsed into a heap of yellow sand. The scar-faced bear soared through the yellow sand and landed, roaring as it turned around. With a thunderous crash, the corpse of the silverback gorilla fell to the ground. With a series of rustling sounds, the bamboo grove sank into the yellow sand, only to emerge from beside the silverback. The juvenile creatures scattered, each jumping onto the silverback's body, crying out like children who had lost their father. Yunjie, frantic with worry, understood better than anyone the devastating power of the assimilated yellow sand. He wanted to flee, but he couldn't bear the thought of watching the scar-faced bear rush to its doom, to stay or to leave. He found himself unable to decide. Then came a startling sound. Yunjie witnessed the most astonishing sight. All the juvenile creatures burrowed into the body of the silverback gorilla, disappearing without a trace. Momentarily stunned, he then heard a roar and quickly turned. The scar-faced bear's body flew through the air, crashing onto the nearby yellow sand, its shoulder a bloody mess. With a mighty effort, the scar-faced bear struggled to rise, roaring once more as it charged ahead. "Stop fighting!" Yunjie cried, his heart racing with urgency. The Sand Louse King, now adept at manipulating the yellow sand, saw the scar-faced bear approaching and collapsed into the sand, only to reappear right in front of the bear. Its horn transformed into a deadly spike, aimed directly at the bear's body. The scar-faced bear, smaller than the silverback and more agile, dodged to the left and leaped high, striking down towards the Sand Louse King's head. Before the bear could reach it, the Sand Louse King self-destructed, vanishing into the yellow sand. The scar-faced bear missed its target and landed, cautiously scanning the area. The Sand Louse King rose slowly from behind the bear, extending its lethal spike. "Watch out!" Yunjie shouted. The scar-faced bear turned just in time, but an eerie scene unfolded. The yellow sand beneath its feet began to churn ominously. It stepped into a void, its body sinking into the sand as if it were quicksand. The sand rolled like a swamp, engulfing the scar-faced bear entirely. The Sandlouse King cackled, reveling in the sight of the bear being buried. Time was of the essence. It was one thing to be blind to the situation, but witnessing it unfold was intolerable. The scar-faced bear had saved his life. He could not simply stand by and watch it perish at the hands of the Sandlouse King. He had to take a chance. Infuse with natural force fragments. Natural force fragments infused, remaining 33,100. A piercing pain coursed through his head as a green sprout representing the natural force fragments erupted from his forehead. Simultaneously, the remnants of countless roots and sprouts within him merged, extending through his battered body into the yellow sand below. Arise! Yunjie roared in defiance. Chapter 163, The Sandlouse King's Power Surge. The Silverback, the scar-faced bear, Yunjie, along with the juvenile creatures and the fallen Sandlouse, all watched intently. From a height of over 100 meters, the details became obscured. But one thing was unmistakably different. The Sandlouse King was now able to shield that droplet of water for a significantly longer duration. The longer it lasted, the higher the likelihood that the Sandlouse King would acquire the droplet except for the Sandlouse. Everyone else wished to prevent it from obtaining that object. A series of urgent sounds echoed from the sky, reverberating throughout the circular dunes. The noise was not loud, yet it pierced through the eardrums. The silverback gorilla's expression darkened. It seemed to grasp the impending outcome. As the sound resonated, the Sandlouse King's body appeared suspended in the air, its wings unfurled, and its hind legs poised as if bracing to kick, frozen in place. A faint green glow flickered from its head, rippling outward like water waves. With a furious roar, the silverback gorilla struck the ground with its fists, while the scar-faced bear shook its head, displaying a look of profound regret. Yunjie glanced skyward. That green glow bore a striking resemblance to the green light of the natural force fragments. There was no doubt that the Sandlouse King had succeeded. What would it do next? Remain suspended in the air indefinitely? The green light flickered for a moment before abruptly ceasing. The Sandlouse King's body began to descend. Spiraling gently down with a soft thud, the airborne Sandlouse King seemed to have met its end, showing no signs of struggle or reaction. Akin to a yellow leaf drifting down to the ground, this bizarre scene unfolded. Despite the Sandlouse King's large stature, it landed silently, appearing lightweight, without stirring any dust. Upon landing, it remained in a state of apparent demise, as if truly dead. With a thunderous roar, the silverback gorilla was the first to spring into action, charging towards the Sandlouse King. Were they after the Sandlouse King's magic core? Yunjie raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The scar-faced bear hesitated for a moment, but swiftly followed suit. The Sandlouse swarm, of course, would not stand idly by, immediately rallying to protect their king. The silverback and the scar-faced bear no longer cared for the swarm's attacks. Their singular desire was to reach the Sandlouse King's corpse. Thus, the swarm could do little to hinder them. As they neared the Sandlouse King, its eyes suddenly opened wide. As its oval-shaped eyes blinked awake, a potent surge of energy erupted from its body. A fierce wind howled, whipping up yellow sand and obscuring the silverback and scar-faced bear's vision, forcing them to shield their eyes with their paws. Yunjie felt a jolt of alarm, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Sandlouse King. This pressure surpassed even that of the scar-faced bear and the silverback gorilla, constricting his heart and making it difficult to breathe. What an imposing force! Far more formidable than the silverback. Could it be that the Sandlouse King had advanced a tier, ascending to the 6th tier? The yellow sand swirled like a tempest, enveloping the figures of the silverback and scar-faced bear in a haze of ochre. As the relentless waves of sand surged forward, Yunjie quickly retreated. But his movements proved too slow. He felt grains of sand pelt his face like bullets before he was swept away into the swirling yellow storm. In a whirlwind of confusion, time lost meaning as Yunjie was eventually ejected from the storm, thrown out into the open air. The swirling dust began to settle, coalescing into a vortex that circled above the Sandlouse King before vanishing from sight. Yunjie rose to his feet and glanced up at the Sandlouse King, who stood motionless like a fighter jet, his expression devoid of emotion, the dusky exterior emanating a subtle aura of menace. Where was the scarred-faced bear? He quickly turned his gaze to find the bear sprawled on its back several dozen meters behind him, covered in a layer of yellow sand. Behind the scarred-faced bear, a sand dune suddenly emerged, revealing tufts of silvery gray fur. It was the silverback. In the midst of the sandstorm, the heavier objects were flung farther away. Yunjie, being the lightest, had landed closest to the epicenter. A roar erupted. The silverback gorilla sprang to its feet, shaking off the yellow sand, and charged towards the Sandlouse King. The ground thundered beneath its weight as the silverback barreled forward, a juggernaut of destruction crashing into the stationary sand louse. The Sand Louse King, as immobile as a sand sculpture, collapsed in an instant, transforming into a mound of sand. Yunjie was taken aback. Was it truly dead? The silverback gorilla, having crushed the Sand Louse King, immediately began to dig into the sand, seemingly in search of something. A mass of yellow sand began to rise ominously behind the silverback. Be careful. Yunjie could not utter a word, only letting out a desperate roar to alert the silverback of the impending danger. The yellow sand coalesced like filament, gradually forming the head, body, and massive hind legs of the Sand Louse King. Goodness, it can truly assimilate sand. Yunjie felt a wave of dread wash over him. The Sand Louse King had taken on the very appearance of the yellow sand, lifting its forelimb to observe its form, its oval eyes gleaming with unrestrained joy, while the silverback remained oblivious to its resurrection. Transforming into a sphere, then into branches, the Sand Louse King tilted its head, its forelimbs morphing in accordance with its thoughts. Yunjie was utterly astounded. This was no mere assimilation of yellow sand. It had acquired the ability to manipulate it. Suddenly, the forelimb of the Sand Louse King morphed into a sharp, pointed stinger. It glanced at the silverback before lunging forward, driving the stinger forcefully into its back. The stinger pierced the silverback's chest, blood cascading down the shaft. The silverback, in disbelief, touched the stinger embedded in its chest, slowly turning its head to face the Sand Louse King. The Sand Louse King quaked with glee, emitting a cackling laugh, seemingly avenging a prior grievance. Swish! It withdrew the stinger, blood spraying into the air, tracing a beautiful arc. A furious roar erupted from the silverback as it spun around, raising its fist to strike the Sand Louse King's head. The Sand Louse King did not evade, as the silverback's fist descended. Its head and body collapsed into a heap of yellow sand. In an instant, the Sand Louse King reformed behind the silverback, its hind legs propelling it upwards, while its four forelimbs transformed into elongated stingers, all plunging into the silverback's back. Yunjie watched in horror as the four sharp stingers pierced the silverback's chest, resembling mutated antennae. The silverback roared in terror, grasping at the stingers, attempting to break them. The stingers disintegrated into sand, trickling from the silverback's fingers. The Sand Louse King screeched, its hind legs propelling its upper body over the silverback, as the severed forelimbs reformed into stingers, rapidly stabbing into the silverback's chest like a sewing machine needle. The speed was astonishing. The silverback's chest was shredded, blood and flesh erupting forth. Chapter 166. The nemesis of the Sand Louse King. The Sand Louse King spotted Yunjie hidden beneath the dust and let out an ecstatic cry, hastening its manipulation of the yellow sand. Yunjie scrambled to his feet, seeking to escape in the opposite direction, but a surreal sensation enveloped him. It felt as though the sand was repelling him, as if it had chosen the Sand Louse King as its master, swirling around him and propelling him towards the creature. He could not escape, instead being drawn closer to the Sand Louse King. He arched his back, straining against the formidable force. The closer he drew to the Sand Louse King, the stronger the pull of the yellow sand became, his massive form resembling a rapidly eroding sand sculpture, gradually disintegrating as the sand enveloped him. The yellow sand flowed like clouds, siphoning away Yunjie's considerable bulk. He felt his life slipping away, yet found himself without any means to counteract it. Bang! A large portion of sand suddenly shattered, revealing Yunjie's original donkey form amidst a web of fine yellow sand. This was composed of fragments of natural elemental energy, which, after assimilation, had transformed into yellow sand. Countless strands of yellow sand swirled around Yunjie, counteracting some of the suction. The Sand Louse King screeched in frustration, unable to dislodge them from Yunjie. After several failed attempts, the Sand Louse King grew enraged, lifting its hind legs to raise its upper body, its forelimbs flailing. In an instant, the yellow sand in the air split apart, swirling to either side. The yellow sand tendrils clinging to Yunjie were also forcibly pulled apart. With a guttural roar, the Sand Louse King ripped apart with its forelimbs. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if two giant hands had seized Yunjie's hair and yanked it apart, the natural elemental energy's tendrils unable to withstand such overwhelming force, breaking apart and dissipating into dust. Natural elemental energy fragments have vanished, process halted. With a crash, as the yellow sand tendrils disappeared, the delicate yellow flowers atop Yunjie's head withered and shattered, leaving him entirely unprotected, as he was torn apart by the Sand Louse King's control. Drifting in the air. Assimilation time remaining, 1 minute. Yunjie realized the gravity of his situation. Once the assimilation time elapsed, his body would revert to its original form. This meant his flesh would be evenly scattered across the earth. Not a single intact cell would remain. It was a foregone conclusion. Countdown to end of assimilation begins. 59. 31. Time was running out. Yun Jie shut his eyes, bracing for the moment of his inevitable disintegration. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. Following the noise, he was astonished to see the long-deceased silverback not only standing but striding towards the Sand Louse King. The silverback had returned to life? No. The silverback was now headless. How could it possibly be alive? The headless silverback disregarded the yellow sand's assault, slowly raising its massive fist. The Sand Louse King stared in terror at the silverback, its appendages inadvertently falling. The green light ceased its swirling, and all the yellow sand froze in that instant. Yun Jie narrowly escaped disaster, swiftly reassembling his body upon hitting the ground. The grains of sand swirled together, forming a donkey, just as the yellow sand vanished, a mere half-second apart. Assimilation time concluded. That was a close call. Yun Jie inhaled sharply, turning to face the headless silverback. The Sand Louse King was left stupefied, utterly unresponsive to the looming fist of the silverback. The silverback brought its fist crashing down. Yun Jie noted the motion was awkward, reminiscent of a marionette on strings. The Sand Louse King's head shattered upon impact, emitting a wretched scream as it flapped its wings, transforming into yellow sand and vanishing into the dust. Yun Jie felt a wave of dread. The Sand Louse King had assimilated and controlled the yellow sand. Once it disappeared, finding it again would be impossible, and if it were to launch a surprise attack, his life would be forfeit. He had to escape immediately. He glanced back at the scarred-faced bear and sprinted towards it, gripping its paw to drag it away. The scarred-faced bear was far heavier than anticipated, towering 9 meters and weighing several tons. Navigating around Crescent Lake, he struggled to pull it beneath the circular sand dune, which stood several dozen meters high, an insurmountable challenge. What to do? Leave the scarred-faced bear behind. Yun Jie shook his head resolutely. If he had intended to abandon it, he would have done so long ago. He looked up at Crescent Moon Lake. To extricate the scarred-faced bear from the circular sand dunes, one must once again harness the fragments of natural force, utilizing Gui's body to hurl the bear away. However, the yellow sands have already succumbed to the control of the Sand Louse King. Venturing in again might well spell doom for oneself. Suddenly, his attention was captivated by the headless silverback amidst the yellow sands. Its silver-gray back gleamed in the sunlight, a striking sight, as its towering form stood silently, seemingly awaiting something. How did the headless silverback manage to stand? Yun Jie had long since unraveled the mystery. It was he had seen them burrow into the body of the silverback. Yet, he had not anticipated that they could also manipulate the deceased silverback. Abruptly, the silverback moved, awkwardly turning its body and ambling to the left. Yun Jie raised an eyebrow, as if he had come to a realization. After traversing several dozen meters, the silverback halted, bent down, and extended its massive claws into the yellow sands. An astonishing scene unfolded. It grasped the Sand Louse King's head and yanked it from beneath the sands. Yun Jie found it hard to believe. The Sand Louse King's body was quicksand, making it impossible to seize. The Sand Louse King screeched, its forelegs transforming into sharp stingers, frantically assaulting the silverback's chest. Alas, the silverback was already deceased, entirely under the control of While the stingers might slay a few, they posed little threat to the whole. The silverback's enormous hands clasped together. Its muscular arms mercilessly crushed the Sand Louse King's head. The Sand Louse King let out a harrowing cry, its head crumbling like sand falling to the ground, its immense body collapsing and vanishing once more beneath the surface. Why? Why could this seize the Sand Louse King? Yun Jie pondered urgently. The Sand Louse King seemed to fear the silverback, retreating to conceal itself once again. Yun Jie raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, can you truly hide? The silverback demonstrated otherwise. After lingering for a moment, it moved to the rear right, and after several hundred meters, its large hand accurately plunged into the yellow sands, capturing the concealed Sand Louse King once more. Incredible! Yun Jie could scarcely believe it. Upon seizing the Sand Louse King again, the silverback did not destroy its head this time, but first pulverized its body, leaving only the head intact. After completing this, it began to shake violently, green viscous fluid surging from the headless neck cavity. It was solidification. Upon seeing the green liquid, Yun Jie immediately recalled how they had previously used this tactic against his own sand-formed self. For the very first time, he regarded these unranked little crawlers with newfound respect. Upon witnessing the green liquid, the Sand Louse King struggled even more fiercely. Strangely, it could self-destruct and enter the yellow sands. Yet it could not escape the grip of the headless silverback. No matter how it thrashed, its head remained firmly under the silverback's control. Chapter 165, The Duel in the Yellow Sands. Booming sounds echoed as the yellow sands beneath Yun Jie surged like waves, rising nearly 20 meters. Life force restored to 81%. Self-healing engaged at double capacity. Assimilation in progress. Assimilation begins. Time, 5 minutes. Incredible! This was the first time he had heard assimilation commencing. Yuanjie glanced at his body, astonished to find that he had fully merged with the yellow sands, losing all semblance of his former self. Now, he existed in a state akin to a fusion of Gui's and the Silverback. This assimilation was unlike any prior. In previous unexpected assimilations, he felt as if he could blend into the yellow sands. But this time, he felt he had become the desert itself, commanding all the yellow sands at his will. I am the master of the desert. Yuanjie bellowed triumphantly, turning his gaze toward the Sandlouse King, now perceiving it to be rather inconsequential. The Sandlouse King was taken aback by Yuanjie's emergence. It quivered its antennae, its short legs scraping against its shield-like head. Though its head had been restored post-sandification, it had not forgotten the searing pain inflicted upon it, nor who had scorched its visage. Yuanjie remained motionless, gliding across the yellow sands to stand before the Sandlouse King, lowering his gaze toward the scarred-faced bear, which was on the verge of being engulfed by the sands, and extended his colossal hand to retrieve it. Caw! The Sandlouse King was enraged, questioning his existence. Then let us settle old scores. It flapped its wings and lunged forward. Yuanjie had anticipated this, extending his enormous hand to seize the Sandlouse King's head. Bang! The Sandlouse King, adept at navigating the yellow sands, dissipated into a cloud of dust, only to reconstitute itself behind Yuanjie, its 8 legs clamping onto Yuanjie's massive form, while 4 short legs morphed into sharp stingers, launching a frenzied assault. Had Yuanjie possessed a physical form, his fate would have mirrored that of the silverback gorilla. Uft! The stingers darted through him like a swarm, leaving no trace of injury upon his sandy body. Now it was my turn. Yuanjie pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Bang! The force was tremendous. The Sandlouse King was caught off guard by such an attack, and its head exploded on impact. With a clatter, a cloud of yellow sand cascaded down, and the Sandlouse King's body crumbled, dissipating into the earth below. Humph! Yuanjie scoffed coldly, swiftly reaching into the swirling sands, grasping the scarred-faced bear's body with precision, just as he intended to pull it out. A flash of sharp light sliced through, severing his arm, and the bear fell back into the sea of sand. Caw! The Sandlouse King, exhilarated by its successful ambush, emerged from beneath the sands, seizing the scarred-faced bear and making off with it. Release it! Yuanjie immediately pursued. Whoosh! The Sandlouse King propelled itself skyward with a powerful kick. Yuanjie followed suit, the sands beneath him elongating and twisting into a strand of sand. Seeing that it could not shake Yuanjie, the Sandlouse King hurled the scarred-faced bear aside at the peak of its ascent, then transformed into yellow sands, vanishing into the air. Curse it! Like a droplet of mud breaking free from a sand pillar, Yuanjie leaped towards the scarred-faced bear, catching its body as he began a rapid descent. Rise! In an instant, the yellow sands below surged upward, forming a colossal body. Yuanjie landed precisely upon it, raising his hand to grasp the falling bear, glancing down at it. The bear lay with its eyes tightly shut, nostrils packed with yellow sand. Yet its chest rose and fell slightly, indicating it was not yet dead. Placing the scarred-faced bear beside Crescent Moon Lake, Yuanjie straightened up, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The Sandlouse King was nowhere to be seen, only the deafening roars of the sand waves echoing from beyond the circular dunes. The ground trembled, while the interior of the dunes remained eerily silent, akin to another realm. The greater the silence, the greater the peril at this moment. The Sandlouse King lurked beneath some layer of yellow sand, watching him. Boom! A sudden, thunderous sound startled Yuanjie, prompting him to glance downward. The Sandlouse King had somehow positioned itself beneath him, rocketing upward like a missile. His massive form was cleaved apart by the Sandlouse King. An excruciating pain surged through him. It felt as if a blade had pierced his body. He immediately dispersed into a cloud of yellow sand, evading the Sandlouse King's lethal strike. Whoosh! The Sandlouse King soared through the descending sands, ascending into the sky. Yuanjie hastily reassembled his scattered form, coalescing back into his giant sandy state. He could not comprehend how, despite having assimilated into the sands and existing in an incorporeal state, he could still feel pain. Was it possible to be injured in this form? Bizarre. Whoosh! The Sandlouse King landed opposite Yuanjie, its oval eyes glimmering with a cold smirk, seemingly celebrating its recent successful ambush. You wretched creature! Yuanjie commanded his colossal body to charge toward the Sandlouse King. Caw! The Sandlouse King, eager for confrontation, kicked off its hind legs, hurtling toward him with great speed. 2 colossal beasts, akin to towering sand dunes, collided with tremendous force. Boom! The sand surged forth, propelled by the gusts of wind, as Yuanjie's shoulder was shattered by the impact of the Sandlouse King. In an instant, his entire body crumbled, cascading to the ground like a flurry of debris. Meanwhile, the Sandlouse King remained unscathed, standing resolute like a mountain. A searing pain surged through his shoulder. Following this collision, Yunjia comprehended the vast chasm separating him from the Sandlouse King. Defeating it in his current state was but a fanciful dream. He maneuvered through the sea of sand, reconstituting himself and appearing behind the Sandlouse King. The Sandlouse King detected Yunjia, emitting a shrill cry as it charged once more. Yunjia, unwilling to confront it directly, transformed into a cloud of dust and dispersed into the air. The Sandlouse King lunged at empty space, turning to scour the surroundings for Yunjia's whereabouts. This time, Yunjia dared not engage the Sandlouse King head-on. After sustaining injuries twice, he began to question the invincibility of his sand-formed body, realizing it too could be vanquished. He stealthily concealed himself beneath the golden sands, thinking, "If you possess the prowess, come and find me." In its victorious frenzy, the Sandlouse King desperately searched for Yunjia. After several futile attempts, it became increasingly agitated. Yunjia circled the Sandlouse King beneath the sands, secretly amused. Caw! The Sandlouse King was utterly enraged, lifting its head as its two prominent antennae stood erect, radiating swirling green light upward. Almost as if in response, the surrounding sands quivered in unison. Yunjia was taken aback, for his own body trembled in synchrony. The ground shook, and the rising dust waves flattened the desert's surface, rolling toward the Sandlouse King. A colossal silhouette was etched clearly in the swirling dust. Yunjia cursed inwardly. Not only had he been discovered, but his body was also being drawn toward the Sandlouse King by the swirling dust. Chapter 167, Fusion. The ability to pinpoint the Sandlouse King's hiding spot and seize it was a revelation brought forth by the silverback under the control of the tiny beast. Through the relentless maneuvers of the tiny beast, Yunjia discerned a pattern. The head was the focal point of the sand transformation. Once the body vanished and the head was controlled, even the strongest assimilation would be rendered futile. The headless silverback seized the Sandlouse King by the neck, lifting it toward its own throat. From its neck, green liquid gushed forth. The Sandlouse King shrieked in protest, akin to a rooster facing slaughter. Yunjia, having experienced the state of crystallization, realized it would be impossible to break free without the tiny beast's blood. It had been contaminated. The green viscous fluid infiltrated the Sandlouse King's head, and the golden sand, known for its moisture absorption, became instantly damp. The crystallization began. As the green liquid permeated the Sandlouse King's head, its sandy exterior began to solidify, transforming its oval eyes into two erect sand sculptures, followed by its antennae. Then its shield-like forehead. In less than a minute, the enormous head of the Sandlouse King morphed into a grand sculpture. Yunjia marveled inwardly. Who could have imagined that the once weakest tiny beast had dispatched the mightiest Sandlouse King? Boom! The headless silverback discarded the Sandlouse King's head and strode toward Yunjia. Yunjia was taken aback, suddenly recalling that in the eyes of the tiny beast, he too was an adversary. He immediately fled. As for the scarred bear, he believed the tiny beast would refrain from harming it. As anticipated, the headless silverback was indeed advancing toward him. Though its movements were slow, each step covered a distance equivalent to 5 of his own, leaving him no choice but to ascend the circular sand dune, seeking to escape the area. After the tremors, the circular dune had risen over 20 meters, and its summit was exceedingly thin, proving nearly impossible to scale. Yunjia climbed halfway before slipping back down, only to find the headless silverback arriving just in time. It was over. The headless silverback lifted its massive foot, preparing to stomp down upon him. Crack! It sounded as though a boulder had been shattered. Both the headless silverback and Yunjia turned to look to their astonishment. The head of the Sandlouse King had split apart. A sense of foreboding washed over Yunjia, and the headless silverback sensed the danger too, abandoning him to dash toward the source of the disturbance. Crack! Crack like bamboo segments snapping, the sound surged like a tide. The Sandlouse King's enormous head, once divided, shattered into countless fragments, which in turn splintered into smaller pieces. Yunjia furrowed his brow. Having experienced crystallization before, he believed such fragmentation spelled certain doom. Yet, why did he feel a profound sense of dread? The headless silverback raised to the remnants of the Sandlouse King's head, which had disintegrated into a heap of minute stones. Moreover, these stones continued to scatter, gradually transforming back into fine dust. Good heavens! The Sandlouse King had evaded crystallization in this manner. Yunjia finally comprehended. The pulverized head of the Sandlouse King swiftly sank beneath the sands. The headless silverback twisted its limbs, searching for the Sandlouse King's whereabouts. Suddenly, it seemed to catch a glimpse of something, hastily moving in a certain direction before bending down and plunging its massive palm into the sands. Yunjia's heart raced. His instincts warned him that this was likely a trap. The headless silverback raised its hand, revealing the Sand Louse King's head clutched within its grasp. Could my premonition be mistaken? Oh my god. The Sand Louse King had learned to create puppets. Yunjie was astounded. As the headless silverback lifted the Sand Louse King's head, a brownish replica of the Sand Louse King emerged behind it. Yunjie distinctly recalled that the Sand Louse King had escaped its crystallized state in this very hue. The brownish Sand Louse King extended its short legs, causing the sediment to churn. Its legs morphed into blade-like appendages. It had evolved once more. In the realm of monstrous beasts, weaponry was non-existent. The Sand Louse King's ability to develop a weapon resembling a large blade indicated a significant evolutionary leap. This evolution was one of awareness, not mere rank. With its brownish blades swinging, the headless silverback's arm was swiftly severed, plummeting to the ground. From the enormous limb, a throng of tiny beasts scrambled out, hastily burrowing into the sands to vanish. With a successful strike, the Sand Louse King reveled in the newfound advantages of its weapon, mercilessly hacking at the headless silverback's body, which was instantly torn asunder. Caw! The wriggling tiny beasts erupted from the remains of the headless silverback, diving into the sands, disappearing in an instant. Kekek! The vengeful Sand Louse King roared, brandishing its short legs. It gazed at the barren sands, seemingly unsatisfied, as its antennae quivered, green light once again swirling around. With a buzzing sound, the tranquil sands began to churn violently. Those tiny beasts that had burrowed into the sands were violently expelled, desperately fleeing through the tumultuous terrain. Yunjie swallowed hard, realizing that this time, the tiny beasts had been defeated, leaving the sand. The tiny beasts darted to and fro, yet could not evade the relentless pursuit of the sands. They lifted their heads in search of refuge, fortuitously spotting Yunjie nearby. Oh no, don't come near. Yunjie immediately grasped the tiny beast's intention and bolted. The tiny beasts were significantly swifter than Yunjie, surging toward him like a tidal wave. Upon leaping onto him, their sharp, segmented legs pierced his skin. Assimilation fragment progress complete. Assimilation commencing, time infinite. Super assimilation initiated. As waves of pain coursed through him, Yunjie's mind became a chaotic tapestry, rapidly assembling into a magnificent panorama. From unicellular organisms to the diversification of species, to floods inundating the land, and the planet transforming into a speck of dust in the cosmos in a moment, an eternity unfolded. Yunjie felt an influx of myriad entities entering his being. His cells became extraordinarily agitated, morphing haphazardly in shape. Some became square, others elongated, and some even transformed into blood vessels. In his mind, the dust of a distant celestial body raced through the black void of the universe, traversing barriers between realms, until he beheld a vibrant assembly of cosmic entities akin to a cluster of soap bubbles. The imagery halted, and a glimmer of white light emerged from the painting, subsequently igniting into flames. A blinding radiance enveloped him as Yunjie dazedly opened his eyes, only to find himself submerged beneath a cascade of green juvenile beasts upon the luminous hide of his donkey. What transpired? Amidst the glaring light, the head of the Sand Leech King appeared. Run! Yunjie instinctively lifted his leg, only to discover it had turned to jelly, causing him to collapse to the ground. The Sand Leech King raised its short legs, bringing down a swift strike. The white light abruptly ceased, and all distorted images gradually returned to normal. Yunjie jolted, looking back to find his head severed by the Sand Leech King. Chapter 168. I am the yellow sand. There was no pain, nor even a hint of discomfort. Yunjie blinked, glancing at the Sand Leech King, then at his own body, feeling as though the blow had struck another. The Sand Leech King was equally bewildered. How could this donkey, whose head had been severed, remain unscathed? It swung its front legs to strike again. The blade-like front legs sliced down like the blades of a rototiller, shredding Yunjie's body into pieces. Yet, astonishingly, not a drop of blood spilled. Instead, sand poured forth from the torn skin. Yunjie felt no pain, but he could sense his body tumbling under the Sand Leech King's legs. Struggling outward, his perspective shifted, and he effortlessly escaped from beneath the Sand Leech King. How bizarre. There were no hindrances, no physical constraints to his movement. He merely thought it, and emerged from beneath the Sand Leech King. Furthermore, his body, now transformed into sand, remained beneath the Sand Leech King. Yet he did not lose the sensation of his form. On the contrary, he felt as if his body had expanded exponentially, filling the entire circular dune. Beneath the Sand Leech King, beside Crescent Lake, even atop the circular dune, he could perceive every grain of sand beneath the yellow dunes as a part of himself. Is this what super assimilation entails? I am the yellow sand, and the yellow sand is me? Yunjie glanced at the distant circular dune, and with a mere thought, He found himself atop the dune. Next, he directed his focus to the rear of the Sand Leech King. With another thought, his gaze shifted back to the tail of the Sand Leech King. Indeed, Yuan Jie suddenly understood. He could be said to possess a body, or perhaps not. For his essence had fused with the entire desert. He could traverse the yellow sands freely, unbound by the limitations of physical movement. Truly, super assimilation is an advanced phenomenon. He looked at the Sand Leech King, still busily digging in the sand, oblivious to its surroundings. At that moment, he wished to extend 2 middle fingers at the creature, if only it could comprehend. Swish! 2 sand-like fists emerged behind the Sand Leech King, middle fingers raised, mimicking exactly what Yuan Jie had envisioned. Haha, I can manipulate the yellow sand at will. Let us try another gesture. The 2 sand fists transformed into the shape of pistols, aimed directly at the Sand Leech King. Incredible! A mischievous smile graced Yuan Jie's lips. What would happen if he conjured a sand replica of the Sand Leech King directly opposite it? Only one way to find out. With a thought, the yellow sand surged. In less than half a second, a Sand Leech King identical to the original appeared opposite it. The entire process was as effortless as a flick of a finger. The Sand Leech King, caught off guard while digging, froze, staring incredulously at its exact duplicate. Yuan Jie grinned, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The Sand Leech King remained in a stupor for over a minute before shaking its shield-shaped head, its antennae twitching as if attempting to discern the nature of this identical entity before it. Yuan Jie, brimming with playful intent, commanded the replicated Sand Leech King to mimic the actions of the original. This only deepened the Sand Leech King's confusion, while it could replicate itself with yellow sand. It had yet to reach the stage where it could animate. It struggled to differentiate between itself and the sand sculpture. Let us have some more fun. Yuan Jie conjured yet another Sand Leech King from the yellow sand. Now there were 2. The original Sand Leech King jumped back in surprise, flapping its wings. Don't run now. I have more for you. 2 Sand Leech Kings materialized behind the original, effectively trapping it in the middle. The Sand Leech King clumsily spun around, realizing the predicament. With a whoosh, its massive body transformed into yellow sand, vanishing from sight. Has it fled? A slight smile crept onto Yuan Jie's face. Now the entire circular desert belongs to me. Where could you possibly escape? A peculiar sensation arose at a point, akin to a bug landing on a certain part of his body. Undoubtedly, the Sand Leech King had reappeared at that location. Yuan Jie tilted his head and slipped past. To the naked eye, there was nothing unusual amidst the sea of yellow sand. Yet, Yuan Jie could distinctly sense the entirety of the Sand Leech King's form imprinted within the sand. He materialized an enormous hand, slowly descending upon the yellow sand where the Sand Leech King hid. You want to get away this time. With a sudden exertion, he forcefully grasped downward. The giant hand penetrated the yellow sand, seizing the Sand Leech King, its texture reminiscent of grasping a large lobster. The Sand Leech King thrashed and kicked with its massive hind legs. I want to let you leap again. Another giant hand of yellow sand formed, gripping one of the Sand Leech King's hind legs, and yanked with force. The leg snapped, blood gushing forth. Yuan Jie was taken aback, then swiftly reached for its other hind leg. Bang! The Sand Leech King sensed danger and immediately self-destructed, scattering into sand and vanishing into thin air. The yellow sands cascaded down, and Yuan Jie could feel every grain that did not belong to him. Once settled, these grains swiftly coalesced in a single direction, before plunging back into the sand. Yuan Jie did not pursue, but stood transfixed by the severed leg of the Sand Leech King that had fallen to the ground. The fallen limb did not shatter into sand. Instead, it reverted from a sand-like state back to flesh. Why? Why could this attack reach the Sand Leech King's true form? He pondered the reason, carefully assessing the Sand Leech King's location before resuming his pursuit. This time, he resolved to detach its other leg to see what would happen. Conjuring another arm of yellow sand, he ascended towards the spot where the Sand Leech King lay concealed. Just as he prepared to grasp it, the Sand Leech King suddenly leaped out from the sand. You can't escape. Yuan Jie quickly manifested another hand, both hands working together to seize the Sand Leech King. He pinned its head down, gripping its remaining hind leg, and pulled with all his might. With a whoosh, the yanked hind leg instantly transformed into sand, scattering across the ground. This was different from before. Yuan Jie was stunned. Bang! The Sand Leech King seized the opportunity to self-destruct, cascading into yellow sand that flowed through Yuan Jie's fingers. The yellow lines appeared like a printer, gradually revealing the Sand Leech King's form, its severed legs all replaced by yellow sand, restored to their original state. This time, it did not flee. Instead, it faced Yuan Jie's giant hand, rising to its hind legs as if preparing for a decisive confrontation. Yuan Jie regarded the Sand Leech King, thinking to himself, "You wish to duel with me? Very well, I shall oblige." The 18 dragon subduing palms. Yunjie swung both massive hands down towards the Sand Leech King. His conjured palms were twice the size of the Sand Leech King, descending upon it with a force that could obscure the sky. The Sand Leech King dodged one palm, only for the other to follow closely behind. Chapter 169. The extremes of assimilation. As Yunjie made his move, the Sand Eel King regretted its decisions, its massive form never having encountered such tumultuous and shameless aggression. As the second slap descended, evasion was no longer an option, yet surrender was equally inconceivable. In a moment of desperation, it chose self-detonation. With a resounding crack, Yunjie's hand struck air, only to perceive a wisp of smoke darting away. "You think I want to find you?" He spat defiantly. "I shall crush you." Following the trail of yellow smoke, Yunjie unleashed a colossal slap. Boom, boom. Boom, the entire circular dune trembled beneath the onslaught. A shriek escaped the Sand Eel King as its form, painstakingly reassembled, was once again shattered by Yunjie's might. Fear took hold as it fled in panic toward the dune's periphery. "You think you can escape?" There was no chance. Yunjie pursued relentlessly, conjuring a wall of yellow sand that rose abruptly. A cloud of yellow smoke collided with the barrier, only to recoil and retreat in the opposite direction. "This way leads to doom as well," he sneered, raising his other arm to erect yet another wall of sand. The yellow smoke hesitated, swirling between the two towering barriers. Yunjie deftly maneuvered the walls to connect, leaving only a narrow opening. He was not granting the Sand Eel King a chance at survival. Rather, he was toying with it. As the smoke billowed, it darted toward the exit, but Yunjie waited eagerly, for all the sand was his to command. He summoned another barrier, sealing off the Sand Eel King's final escape route. "Let me raise the stakes," he declared, elevating the wall by over 30 meters, transforming it into a colossal chimney. The smoke ceased its dance, revealing the Sand Eel King in its true form. It gazed up at the vast expanse of sky, emitting a furious roar. "Huh, show me your prowess by leaping out of here." Seizing the moment of rage, Yunjie manifested a small hand beneath the Sand Eel King's legs, grasping one of its forelimbs and yanking fiercely. A sickening crack echoed as the limb was torn off, yellowish blood splattering forth. In that instant, its short leg reverted from sand to flesh. Yunjie finally comprehended the nature of their encounters. The reason he had succeeded in severing the Sand Eel King's leg previously was due to its unpreparedness. Once aware of his intent, the creature would fortify itself, transforming into sand as a defense mechanism. In essence, to revert the Sand Eel King to its original form, one must strike when it was least vigilant. Yet now, the Sand Eel King was fully alert, its defenses raised, making a surprise attack virtually impossible. Upon losing another limb, it howled in agony. Though it could substitute its severed appendages with yellow sand, the undeniable truth remained. It was now missing 2 legs. With a furious roar, the Sand Eel King extended its antennae, unleashing circular beams of green light that spiraled upward. A resonant hum filled the air, and Yunjie raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it intended to manipulate the yellow sand again. Unfortunately for it, all the sand was under his control. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed that half of the sand from his towering chimney was gravitating toward the Sand Eel King. This was impossible. Yunjie could hardly believe it, yet the sand had indeed severed its connection to him. As the yellow sand diminished, the chimney shrank correspondingly. The Sand Eel King absorbed the sand, expanding its form until it surpassed the chimney, bursting through the wall from within. Yunjie attempted to intervene, but it was futile. As the creature's antennae radiated green light, he felt more than half of his own body diminish. Was his supreme assimilation unable to counter the Sand Eel King's control over sand? The situation became starkly evident. With a furious bellow, the Sand Eel King shattered the remnants of the chimney. Yunjie seized the opportunity to retreat. The Sand Eel King stomped its front limbs, its antennae thrashing violently. Green light enveloped the entire circular dune, and the yellow sand churned like waves in response to its summons. Yunjie quickly fell back, fearing another attempt to draw him in. To his astonishment, this time, he was not pulled in. Instead, a repulsive force emerged. The more vehemently the Sand Eel King summoned, the greater the repulsion became. Yunjie found himself pushed away, as if repelled by a magnet. The sand shifted in accordance, with some being drawn to the Sand Eel King, while a portion coalesced beneath Yunjie. Minutes passed, and 2 colossal sand mounds emerged, one belonging to the Sand Eel King and the other to Yunjie. Between them lay a crescent lake. For the first time, Yunjie felt a sense of grandeur. The opposing mound throbbed with activity, as if an invisible sculptor was carving the yellow sand, leaving intricate traces that ultimately formed the Sand Eel King's immense body. Good heavens, it transformed the entire mound into its corporeal form. Yunjie was taken aback. With a flap of its wings, a tempest engulfed the circular dune. The creature screeched and charged at Yunjia. Yunjia stood his ground, believing that the mound represented his body, and he was invulnerable to the Sand Eel King's assaults. But he was mistaken. This time, the Sand Eel King's intentions were not merely to attack, it sought to consume. A jolt of pain surged through him, akin to having a limb gnawed away by the Sand Eel King's maw. Instinctively, he led his sand mound in retreat, in the confined space of the circular dune. With both mounds occupying equal territory, where could he flee? Before he could make any progress, the Sand Eel King caught up and began to devour him with fervor. Desperation gripped Yunjie as he conjured two colossal hands to seize the Sand Eel King's head, lifting it forcefully. With a swift motion, the Sand Eel King severed both of Yunjie's arms. You are truly ruthless. Despite losing his arms, Yunjie quickly manifested two fists, striking the Sand Eel King's shield-like head with fervor. Surprisingly, this chaotic barrage proved effective, as he shattered the creature's head again and again. The Sand Eel King staggered back, its enormous form swaying as it reformed its head. It flicked its glowing antennae and, upon surveying Yunjie's mound, devised a new strategy. It expanded its mouth to an enormous size and charged forward. Yunjie was astonished. This creature had learned to think and adapt its form. The sheer enormity of the Sand Eel King's mouth surpassed description as it sought to devour Yunjie whole. With one bite, it consumed a tenth of his body. The pain was excruciating, akin to losing a leg. Once more, the Sand Eel King's mouth lunged at him. Yunjie hastily erected a high wall of yellow sand, hoping to withstand the creature's maw. With a crunch, the Sand Eel King's jaws effortlessly demolished half the wall. Despair washed over him. Retreating a step, he noticed the proximity of the Sand Eel King's tail to his own mound. He swiftly reached out, grasping its tail and pulling with all his might. As the Sand Eel King opened its mouth to bite, Yunjie's tug caused it to miss entirely. Come on, take another bite, Yunjie taunted. Clutching the creature's tail firmly, the Sand Eel King, being a beast of instinct, disregarded its rear and lunged once more, eager to consume the disobedient sand. I dare you to bite. Yunjie exerted a forceful pull, bringing the Sand Eel King crashing to the ground. Screech. This time, the Sand Eel King was truly enraged. Without moving its body, it swiftly swapped its head and tail, opening its mouth wide to bite off Yunjie's arm, swallowing it whole. Damn it. Yunjie felt as though he had been outsmarted. He thought to himself, is that all you can do? I can transform too, and even faster. You think your mouth is large? Let me show you something even bigger. He conjured the devouring python. With a mere thought, the entire sandy mountain morphed into the form of the devouring python. Hiss. Yunjie roared, his massive mouth opening as if creating a black hole in time and space. The Sand Eel King was taken aback, retracting its head to gaze at Yunjie's gaping maw, its tentacles swaying as it immediately enlarged its own mouth. Are you trying to compare sizes? Come on, let us see whose mouth is bigger. Yunjie further expanded the mouth of the devouring python. Upon seeing this, the Sand Eel King immediately increased the size of its own mouth. I can make mine even larger. Yunjie shrank the body of the devouring python, concentrating all the sand into its mouth. The Sand Eel King, unwilling to fall behind, also minimized its body while enlarging its mouth, keeping pace with Yunjie. The two engaged in a contest, their original forms nearly indistinguishable, with only two colossal mouths facing off against each other. Yunjie possessed an equal amount of sand as the Sand Eel King, but having lost a significant portion to it. The ever-growing result meant that his devouring python could no longer sustain its form, leaving only the tip of its tail, while its mouth had expanded to its utmost limit. If they continued this way, he would surely be swallowed whole by the Sand Eel King. It was time to employ cunning tactics. With a swift thought, Yunjie transformed his massive mouth into a long blade, striking down forcefully upon the Sand Eel King's mouth. The Sand Eel King was entirely unprepared, its body splitting in two as it collapsed swiftly from the air. Now it was my turn to feast on you. Yunjie instantly transformed back into the devouring python and voraciously consumed the scattered sands of the Sand Eel King. Screech. The Sand Eel King, furious, quickly retracted its sandy form and opened its mouth wide to bite at Yunjie. In the frenzy of attacks, Yunjie gained no advantage and instead lost a considerable amount of sand, causing his size to diminish significantly. The Sand Eel King, in its original form, was far more agile than his transformed devouring python, and after consuming his body, it had grown a third larger. He could not act recklessly any longer. Feigning a bite, Yunjie stepped back, frowning as he regarded the Sand Eel King, which now loomed larger than himself, pondering how to bring this creature down. The Sand Eel King bared its teeth, approaching aggressively. Yunjie's eyes lit up. This creature had retained its original form and was agile. I can revert to my original form too. After all, my true form is human. Hand me a blade, and let us see if I can't defeat it. With a thought, the yellow sand surged forth, materializing into a humanoid sandy figure. Yunjie moved about, testing the sensation of returning to human form. Delightful. Now, give me a blade. Swish. From his arm, yellow sand shot forth, forming a colossal blade over 100 meters long. Humph, reptile. It's time you learn the consequences of crossing the Great Donkey. Yunjie charged forward, brandishing the massive blade. The Sand Eel King showed no fear, ferociously advancing. In mere moments, it would comprehend the terror of humanity. Yunjie did not engage in close combat with the Sand Eel King. Instead, he swung his blade horizontally, severing the creature's forelimbs before raising the blade downward, delivering blow after blow, rendering the Sand Eel King's head to ruin. The blade's shadows danced, moving so swiftly they merged into a singular form. The Sand Eel King below had no means to retaliate, retreating step by step, its head never once restored. After delivering several powerful slashes, Yunjie stepped forward and kicked the Sand Eel King's head. Boom! Like a mountain exploding, the Sand Eel King's head shattered. Yellow sand scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment while the Sand Eel King had yet to recover, Yunjie dove in for a feast. He reached down to the shattered head of the Sand Eel King, scooping up handfuls of yellow sand and stuffing them into his mouth. 1 bite, 2 bites. His mouth struggled to keep pace with his ravenous digging. Expand the mouth. Yunjie transformed his head directly into a mouth, shoveling sand in handfuls. The Sand Eel King's body visibly shrank, while in contrast, Yunjie's form gradually grew larger. The Sand Eel King, in a furious attempt, violently swung its body, retreating several steps before hastily reconstituting itself. Yunjie charged forward, blade in hand. Screech! The Sand Eel King let out a furious roar, its sandy form collapsing before swiftly reconstituting into a humanoid shape, wielding a long blade of its own. Whoosh! The Sand Eel King swung its long blade in a horizontal slash. Yunjie was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Sand Eel King's adeptness at imitation. Caught off guard, a chunk of his shoulder was sliced away. Not bad. Yunjie touched the severed area and turned to face the Sand Eel King. Though the Sand Eel King moved awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to its humanoid form, it held the sword correctly. It swung its blade, clearly finding it far more effective than its claws. Yunjie smirked coldly, raising his long blade, pointing it at the Sand Eel King. The Sand Eel King mirrored his stance, holding its long blade at the ready. Great reptile, have you ever seen a Gatling gun? A glint of ferocity flashed in Yunjie's eyes as his long blade instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat, there were no flames. Only the sound of sand bullets being expelled from the barrel. Zing! The flying bullets sliced through time and space like a chainsaw, effortlessly splitting the humanoid Sand Eel King in two, followed by a torrential downpour of bullets that swiftly obliterated its body. Boom! The Sand Eel King collapsed to the ground. Yunjie immediately ceased fire, knowing that the bullets were derived from his sandy form, and the longer he fired, the more energy he would expend. Transforming the Gatling gun back into a blade, he charged forward to consume voraciously before the Sand Eel King could reconstitute itself. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, a barrage of yellow sand bullets struck Yunjie, sending his upper body crashing down. A stream of yellow sand rapidly withdrew from beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjie reformed his fragmented body, only to be taken aback as the Sand Eel King had transformed its entire body into a Gatling gun. Chapter 171. Devouring is not the ultimate solution. Boom. Yunjie's humanoid head was shattered by the incoming bullets. This bastard's mimicking ability is extraordinary. As a rain of bullets descended, Yunjie's body was swiftly disassembled. He attempted to reconstitute himself, but the Sand Eel King's Gatling gun offered no respite, obliterating his sandy form time and again. Yunjie opted to abandon his humanoid sandy form entirely, transforming the entire sandy mountain into a cylindrical shape, allowing the Sand Eel King to unleash its barrage of bullets freely. Sand itself is essential for creating cover, as long as the thickness is sufficient. Even real bullets would struggle to penetrate. The seamless cylindrical shape he created proved remarkably effective in withstanding the Sand Eel King's bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets struck the cylindrical form, barely penetrating a third of its thickness. Yunjie chuckled. Come on, keep them coming. The bullets are made from sand. And if I remain still, you'll soon find yourself right in my grasp. After a relentless barrage, just as Yunjie had anticipated, the more bullets that were fired, the smaller the Sand Eel King's form became. Realizing something was amiss, the Sand Eel King paused to glance at Yunjie before abruptly transforming into a large cylindrical shape as well. Yunjie was baffled. He had transformed into a cylinder for defense. Why was it doing the same? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, prompting him to shift the yellow sand into a humanoid form wielding a blade. The The Sand Eel King immediately followed suit. Yunjie raised his blade, placing it against his neck. The Sand Eel King mirrored his actions. Whoosh! Yunjie severed his own head, a large clump of yellow sand tumbling to the ground. The Sand Eel King replicated the action, you fool. Don't blame me for being devious. Yunjie charged forward, wielding his blade to cleave the body of the Sand Eel King, and then opened his mouth wide to devour. Crack, crack! The Sand Eel King roared in fury, the dunes cascading like waves, but Yunjie relentlessly pursued, transforming his mouth into a shovel, swallowing mouthful after mouthful. As the Sand Eel King saw its sandy realm shrinking, it had no choice but to retaliate, halting its retreat to unleash a barrage of gunfire in the form of a Gatling gun. Unbeknownst to the Sand Eel King, in close combat, the blade is the deadliest weapon. Though Yunjie's head was shattered, his sword struck down, severing the illusion of the Gatling gun. Before it could reform, a second strike followed. Strike after strike, the onslaught was unceasing. The Sand Eel King was left unable to maintain its form, reduced to fleeing around the circular dunes. Yunjie relentlessly pursued from behind, gradually consuming its sandy essence. Just a little more. At this moment, the Sand Eel King's body had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original mass, all the rest having been devoured by Yunjie. Logically, he should have emerged victorious. However, the opposite transpired. Having consumed too much, he found himself immobilized, even in the form of sand, his movements sluggish. In contrast, the Sand Eel King grew more agile, its smaller size granting it greater mobility, able to dart wherever it wished. Yunjie attempted several times to catch the Sand Eel King, but his heavy body hindered his speed. He glanced at the creature's position and expelled a sand net. The Sand Eel King fled immediately, the sand net trailing behind. This net was an illusion crafted from his sandy form, and once thrown, a strand of sand remained in his hand, allowing him to manipulate the net to ensnare the Sand Eel King. After several evasive maneuvers, the Sand Eel King finally could not escape the grasp of Yunjie's sand net. With a decisive sweep, the net ensnared it, transforming into a vast, impenetrable sack, trapping the Sand Eel King within. At last, I have captured you. Yunjie pulled the sand sack back, opening his mouth wide to consume it whole. I did it. I have defeated the Sand Eel King. His exhilaration was short-lived as a sense of unease washed over him. The sandy essence trapped within his belly began to writhe, eventually coalescing together, boiling within him like water in a pot, twisting, flipping, crashing. Could it be that the Sand Eel King was not yet dead? Overwhelmed, Yunjie felt a wave of abdominal pain and slowly collapsed to the ground. The sands flowed, specks of green light flickering through his sandy form. Viewed from above, the circular dunes resembled a grand plate, with Yunjie lying in the center like a lump of dough. The internal turmoil intensified, and Yunjie summoned the yellow sand to fortify his defenses, striving to prevent the Sand Eel King from bursting forth. But the creature launched a surprise attack from a relatively weak point and broke free. It was akin to a dumpling bursting, releasing its black sesame filling. With its sandy form, the Sand Eel King broke through Yunjie's blockade and escaped from within. The dunes gradually reformed, returning to their original size, unaltered. Crack! The Sand Eel King materialized in its true form, exultantly roaring. Yunjie's abdominal pain subsided, and he locked gazes with the rolling dunes and the Sand Eel King. All efforts had been in vain. Everything returned to square one. Simply consuming was ineffective. To truly vanquish the Sand Eel King, one must likely destroy its essence. But how could he compel it to relinquish its sandy state? It was now fully alert, leaving no openings for attack. Yunjie noticed the glowing green antennae atop the Sand Eel King's head. Ever since it had consumed that drop of assimilated essence, its antennae had remained aglow. Could it be that severing those antennae would force the Sand Eel King to revert from its sandy form? Only one way to find out. Yunjie concentrated, manifesting his humanoid form with a blade once more. Across from him, the Sand Eel King did not mimic his transformation. Having suffered once, it had grown wiser. Flash! Yunjie swung his blade to sever the two large antennae atop the Sand Eel King's head. The Sand Eel King did not evade. After escaping from Yunjie's belly, it seemed to know he was powerless against it. The yellow sand blade flashed, and the antennae atop the Sand Eel King's head shattered. In that instant of severance, the antennae transformed into sand. Whoosh! It was as if two handfuls of sand were scattered into the air, and the green light flickered out. Looking again at the Sand Eel King, two sand strands sprouted from its head, slowly reforming into antennae, the green light returning. Futile, ineffective. Yunjie sheathed his blade, frowning deeply. The Sand Eel King cackled, swaggering closer, lying down in an arrogant display as if to say, "Come, try to kill me if you can." Yunjie was infuriated. To force the Sand Eel King from its sandy state, it appeared only the creature itself could achieve that. Presently, aside from extreme heat or absolute zero, There seemed to be no means to obliterate the Sand Eel King. Temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius would cause the sand to crystallize, resulting in glass. Conversely, extreme cold could disrupt the molecular structure of the sand, shattering it down to quark level, dispersing it in an instant. Both scenarios were unfeasible. Thus, the Sand Eel King now existed in an almost indestructible state. Of course, Yunjie was in the same predicament. They were two ends of the same assimilated source, unable to harm one another. Chapter 173, Ultimate Assimilation. The Sand Eel King assimilated my body. Yunjie gasped in astonishment. Why? Why could it assimilate me? Yet I could not assimilate it? Yunjie was perplexed as the Sand Eel King lunged at him, turning the tides. Yunjie now had less than 1/10 of his sandy essence remaining. He resembled a droplet of murky water, fleeing along the circular dunes to evade the pursuit of the Sand Eel King. The Sand Eel King had grown immensely from above. It resembled a giant cricket in a bowl, occupying most of the circular dunes. Yunjie had but a small area to escape, darting back and forth, cornered. He observed his surroundings. The only possible escape was the crescent lake. Even if I am washed away, I will not allow you to consume me. Yunjie leapt into the water. Upon entering, his sandy form immediately dispersed in the water, and he attempted to gather the yellow sand but was thwarted by the liquid barrier. Re-assimilating assimilation complete. Yunjie felt himself detached from the yellow sand, his shrunken form expanding once more. I have assimilated water. Yunjie sensed it keenly. He had indeed assimilated water. He could feel that the lake's waters were now part of him. Looking up, he beheld the twinkling stars in the night sky and the menacing form of the Sand Eel King above. I am water now. I have found life in desperation. Yunjie commanded the water, causing it to rise from the crescent lake. The Sand Eel King was taken aback, as if it had seen a ghost. Here, let me give you a bath. Yunjie forcefully waved, sending two torrents of water crashing toward the Sand Eel King. Water commands sand. It is a perfect. The fierce currents immediately pierced through the Sand Eel King's head, creating a gaping hole. The Sand Eel King quickly shook its head, attempting to reassemble its collapsed visage. However, the yellow sand, now drenched, was rendered inert. It could no longer manipulate the water-saturated particles. Yunjie never anticipated that water could counter the assimilated sands. He immediately directed all the water toward the Sand Eel King. The colossal form of the Sand Eel King presented an enormous target. The water surged back and forth, tearing through its massive body. This time, it could not reconstitute itself unless the sand dried out. The water flowed like a blade, mercilessly dismantling it. As the Sand Eel King lost its sandy essence, it could only abandon the waterlogged particles. Gradually, it returned to its original size. The waters of the crescent lake were nearly depleted, and Yunjie could sense the vast ocean beneath the layers of sand. Drown. Submerge the circular dunes and drown the Sand Eel King here. More seawater surged in from beneath the crescent lake, causing the water level to rise and submerge the legs of the Sand Louse King. Its legs collapsed, but it quickly climbed upward, reconstituting its limbs. Soon, the water level rose again, and its legs crumbled once more. The Sand Louse King glanced at the circular sand dune, now transformed into an ocean, and finally decided to flee. Survival was paramount. It ascended to the summit of the dune, propped its hind legs beneath its front half, and leaped with vigor. Alas, it was making its escape. Yunjie, still reeling from the shock, witnessed a flash of green light emanating from above the leaping Sand Louse King. And then its body emerged from a state of sand. It was a fragment of assimilation force. Yunjie was taken aback and immediately surged forward, commanding the water to follow him. The leaping Sand Louse King sensed the disturbance. Upon landing, it staggered back, racing toward the glimmering fragment of assimilation force. Yunjie leaped from the water, shooting a column of water to seize the green fragment. Bang! The water column splashed against the body of the Sand Louse King. The Sand Louse King had beaten him to it. Cursed be it. Yunjie cursed under his breath, transforming the water flow into sharp water spikes and launching them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like bullets piercing through, dozens of varying-sized black holes appeared on the Sand Louse King's exoskeleton, causing it to plunge into the lake. You are finished. Yunjie pursued, but before he could reach it, a green halo spread from beneath the water. Damn, could it be? The Sand Louse King, now in a fluid state, emerged from the depths. It had assimilated the water. Damn it! Yunjie cursed again, retreating several dozen meters. The Sand Louse King was equally astonished by its newfound ability to assimilate water. It examined its transparent limbs, feeling quite pleased. Then, it gazed at Yunjie and emitted a cacophony of cackles. The antennae atop the Sand Louse King's head began to emit green light once more, and the sensation of controlling the yellow sand resurfaced. In an instant, Yunjie felt as if half his body was lost. the other half of the water gravitating toward the Sandlouse King. Yunjie realized with dread that the Sandlouse King possessed pure assimilation force, while he only wielded the assimilative power obtained from the juvenile beast, rendering him incapable of contending with the Sandlouse King. If the battle continued, it would undoubtedly be his demise. He glanced outside the circular dune, recalling the moment the Sandlouse King had just leapt away. It seemed that the fragment of assimilation force could not be taken from the dune's sizzle. Buzz as if electrified, ripples appeared in the water, causing droplets to leap from the surface, dancing incessantly. Fusion assimilation, what could this mean? More and more droplets sprang from the surface, some rushing toward the Sandlouse King, while others darted toward Yunjie. Suddenly, realization struck Yunjie. Like the yellow sand, they were incompatible. Fusion, ultimate assimilation, complete ultimate assimilation? Yunjie paused, then suddenly grasped a profound understanding. Fusion and assimilation? Are they not intertwined? Without fusion, how could there be assimilation? He looked at the jumping droplets on the water's surface, and clarity dawned upon him. If the water does not fuse, how can it assimilate? But the Sandlouse King had already claimed over half of the seawater with its fragment of assimilation force. How could fusion occur? Should he attempt to seize it? Impossible. He could not defeat it, and it might very well swallow him whole as it had before swallowed. Eureka! He understood. What is ultimate assimilation? It is fusion. Whether it consumes you or you consume it, as long as they fuse together, ultimate assimilation will be triggered. The principle is fundamentally straightforward. It is merely a matter of subjective obsession. You do not wish to be consumed by it, nor does it wish to be vanquished by you. If this standoff continues, ultimate assimilation will never occur. Yunjie comprehended this in an instant, but another question arose. After ultimate assimilation, whose body would remain? Would it be mine or the Sandlouse King's? Fusion ultimate assimilation complete. Yunjie raised an eyebrow, a resolute expression gracing his face. Since the system required him to achieve ultimate assimilation, there existed an 80% chance that he would be the one to remain. Let us take a chance. Yunjie directed all the water under his control to surge toward the Sandlouse King. The Sandlouse King was momentarily taken aback, as the water had just separated. Yunjie lunged forward. It immediately transformed all the water into its own body, opening its maw wide in anticipation. Success or failure, it all hinged on this moment. Yunjie closed his eyes and charged into the gaping mouth of the Sandlouse King. Chapter 172. The Essence of Assimilation. Yunjie kicked the Sandlouse King, rolling the sandy mountain to the other side of the circular dune. What to do? Should he continue to waste time with this creature? Yunjie felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The Sandlouse King could not do anything to Yunjie either. It flipped over, lying opposite him, and the two sandy mountains stood in a silent standoff. Night fell, and the temperature plummeted significantly. Outside the circular dune, the tremors had long ceased, and the Sandlouse King's offspring crawled out from within the dune, seemingly returning to the ocean beneath the sand to feed. Yunjie glanced at the louse-like creatures, recalling the earthquakes. These loathsome parasitic beasts were the primary cause of the tremors, though he could not envision the nature of the monsters that resided beneath the yellow sand. He understood that the earthquakes were their only means of dealing with the sandlouse. It was akin to a water buffalo swarmed by flies. Aside from flicking its tail, it could only shake its skin to drive them away. Skin? Yunjie looked beyond the circular dune, at the endless expanse of desert. According to this theory, the yellow sand was the skin of that monstrous being. But what lay beneath the ocean? What were those chasms beneath the sea? He could not imagine one by one. The sandlouses took flight, and Yunjie grew increasingly incensed. These pests were a blight, and for every one he eliminated, it was one less to contend with. Summoning a massive hand, he struck down with force. A dozen sandlouses were smashed into the yellow sand. Living assimilation in progress. The system's voice suddenly echoed, startling Yunjie. What is living assimilation? Assimilation successful. Yunjie was taken aback, then felt the sensation beneath his hand transform into softness. He was astonished and lifted his hand to examine it closely, finding only yellow sand. There was no trace of the sandlouse. Living assimilation. I turned the sandlouse into. No, assimilated it into sand. Yunjie's eyes lit up as he captured a sandlouse, pinching it between two fingers and bringing it close. Living assimilation in progress. Yunjie observed closely as the sand at his fingertips appeared to come alive, spreading from the sandlouse's wings and gradually transforming its wings and entire body into sand. With a rustle, the sandlouse, now assimilated into sand, fell silently to the ground. It is dead. It is truly dead. Yunjie could distinctly feel the sandlouse that had transformed into sand rolling away from his sandy body, soundlessly. Heaven, what terrifying assimilation power! Yunjie was astonished. He had previously thought that assimilation meant transforming an object to become identical to the assimilated entity, as in the case of the nightmarish beasts assimilating mountains and cliffs, then burrowing into them. After unlocking super assimilation, he had assumed that assimilating any organic entity meant becoming any beast, akin to shapeshifting. He could assimilate a bear and become a bear, assimilate a dragon and become a dragon. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The true essence of super assimilation was to transform all adversaries into his likeness. For example, since Yunjia was currently in a sandy state, the assimilated sand louse would become sand, transitioning from a living being to a lifeless one, losing its life entirely. If he were in a petrified state at this moment, the sand louse would undoubtedly become stone. If I were in a donkey form, what would the sand louse become? Nothing at all. Yunjia immediately deduced the pattern. Before the original form undergoes assimilation, super assimilation cannot activate, and thus, the sand louse could not transform into a donkey. Now, what if I were to assimilate the sand louse king? Yunjia lifted his head, and the eyes hidden within the sands emitted a dazzling brilliance. The sand leech king sensed an unusual aura. It raised its head to gaze at the opposing sand dune, and the antennae on its forehead began to emit rings of green light. Yunjia solidified into human form and gradually stood upright. The sand leech king detected danger. It leaped up, warily eyeing Yunjia. Unable to be slain or consumed, what was there to fear? Once in human form, Yunjia lunged fiercely at the sand leech king. The beast roared in challenge, and the two colossal magical beasts engaged in an intense battle within the circular sand dunes. Yunjia grappled with the sand leech king, delivering powerful blows with his fists and knees, causing the creature to collapse repeatedly. The sand leech king, refusing to yield, attempted to bite at Yunjia's legs when it could not reach his head. Unfazed by the bites on his legs, Yunjia sought to touch the sand leech king's body, hoping to hear the system prompt indicating the commencement of assimilation. However, after exploring its form thoroughly, no prompt sounded. Could it be that his assumptions were flawed? Was the super assimilation incapable of merging the sand leech king's sandy form into his own? The antennae. At that moment, the sand leech king was preoccupied with gnawing at Yunjia's leg, leaving its antennae completely unguarded. Yunjia swiftly seized the opportunity to grasp them. System prompt. The assimilation force fragment exceeds the host's own assimilation power. Assimilation cannot be completed. Yunjia was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the sand leech king had consumed the assimilation force fragment, while his own assimilation power was derived from the tiny beast, placing them on different tiers. Though he had succeeded in the assimilation, he had gleaned valuable insight. Indeed, the sand leech king's assimilation ability was concentrated entirely in its antennae. If he could remove them, it would revert from its sandy state. Pull. Alas, he was a moment too late. As Yunjia grasped the antennae, the sand leech king sensed the disturbance. In that fleeting moment, Yunjia only managed to pull off 2 clumps of sand. With one hand empty, the sand leech king seized the chance to retaliate. It tilted its head and charged at Yunjia, shattering his form, then opened its maw wide, voraciously consuming his body. A torrent of yellow sand flowed into the sand leech king's mouth. Despite the pain, Yunjia remained undeterred, reasoning that he could not be digested by the sand leech king, just as the sand leech king could not consume him. For they both hailed from the source of assimilation. Whatever the sand leech king ingested, it would inevitably regurgitate. He used his body as bait, waiting for the sand leech king's antennae to rise once more. When they did, he would leap forward to snap them off, compelling the sand leech king to relinquish its sandy form. As Yunjia had anticipated, the sand leech king, consumed by its gluttony, grew oblivious to the defense of its antennae, which gradually straightened. The opportunity had arrived. Yunjia sprang forward. Yellow sand traced a parabolic arc as the antennae drew ever closer, and his hands were already outstretched. Suddenly, he felt his body vanish beneath him, and the arms he had conjured shrank rapidly. Shocked, he glanced downward and realized that the sand leech king had consumed most of his body. The remaining yellow sand could not support his ascent to the creature's head to remove its antennae. It was over. A mist. Yunjia fell squarely atop the sand leech king's head, the sandy surface contracting swiftly, spilling down from its forehead. Upon landing, Yunjia began to summon the sand from within the sand leech king's belly, believing it would erupt forth as the sand had when the creature emerged from him. However, when the system prompt sounded, he realized he had gravely erred. Sand body is being assimilated. Chapter 175, The Final Moment. The sand leech king's negligence accelerated Yunjia's assimilation. Once the progress reached 20%, it began to surge faster. He could feel water continuously transforming from the sand leech king. 50%. Half of the Sand Leech King's watery form had been enveloped by green algae. It finally sensed something amiss and reverted to its original form, attempting to rid itself of the verdant substance. But upon transformation, it was met with further astonishment. The green algae were not external but resided within its own body. Panicking, the Sand Leech King clawed at the green algae inside itself, but the agony was unbearable. It could not bring itself to continue, frantically pacing in place. As the Sand Leech King reverted, Yunjie unexpectedly found himself within its interior. Having already assimilated half of its body, he observed that all high-protein arthropod magical beasts had a gelatinous interior, rendering the digestive tract unrecognizable. One thing was certain, however. A faint green luminescence radiated throughout the Sand Leech King's body, increasing in intensity as he moved upward. Without a doubt, the ultimate source of this radiance lay at the tips of its antennae. Having consumed the assimilation force fragment made a remarkable difference. Every cell in his body could assimilate infinitely. Yunjie couldn't help but marvel at the realization. The Sand Leech King struggled for a considerable time before finally ceasing its thrashing, seemingly acquiescing to the reality of its greening. What could it do but accept its fate? 60%. Yunjie's assimilation advanced further, the green algae having claimed more than half of the water source. The Sand Leech King sensed the encroachment, realizing the diminishing control over the water. Yet, it was powerless. It believed these algae to be its own progeny, unable to expunge them, unable to assimilate further, and could only allow them to proliferate. 70%. The Sand Leech King transformed once more to inspect itself. The sight startled it, aside from its head. The remainder of its body had turned green, resembling a creature poisoned. Simultaneously, its legs and the posterior part of its body had lost sensation, rendering it immobile. If the Sand Leech King had chosen to relinquish the assimilation force fragment at this moment, it might have salvaged its fate. The Sand Leech King gazed in confusion at its altered form, then glanced outside the circular sand dune. Ultimately, it chose to remain. No more chances. The Sand Leech King dissolved into water, rippling within the circular dunes. Beyond 70%, Yunjie's assimilation progress became increasingly arduous. He could distinctly feel resistance emanating from the assimilation force fragment. While assimilating the Sand Leech King's body was manageable, assimilating the force fragment was akin to a snake swallowing an elephant, an endeavor fraught with peril. 80%, 90%, 95%. The Sand Leech King had lost any opportunity for escape. At this point, it lacked the ability to revert to its original form, for besides its head and antennae, it could not move at all. The final high ground. Yunjie beheld the assimilation force fragment, resting atop the last vestiges of water. Water bore no color. Yet as the assimilation approached completion, the fragment had shed its aqueous companions, revealing its true essence. Pressing forward, Yunjie commanded the algae, as if unveiling his heart, drawing in the moisture surrounding the assimilation force fragment. The water was drained, leaving the fragment alone, flickering desolately. It was now your turn. Yunjie urged the algae to attack. The green algae enveloped the assimilation force fragment, tendrils delving into the verdant droplets. Assimilation progress. 96, 97, 98, 99. With each advancing numeral, the assimilation force fragment gradually transformed into a deep green, the last vestige of clarity, poised to vanish. And the assimilation was on the brink of completion. Suddenly, Yunjie felt an inexplicable tremor and abrupt transformation ensued. The flickering green light erupted into a blinding radiance, akin to sunlight piercing through darkness, purging all of Yunjie's green algae in its wake. This is bad, failure loomed. Yunjie felt as though he had collided with the sun, his vision engulfed in light, rendering his eyes unable. The brilliance emanating from the assimilation force fragment radiated throughout the entire circular sand dune. The water algae, once assimilated by Yunjie, were instantly purified. He felt his body vanish in an instant, his soul twisting painfully within the radiance. With a resounding roar, the sand eel's head broke through the water's surface, desperately attempting to re-enter the depths. Yet, stripped of its aquatic form, it could no longer merge with the water. The light surged forth like a fountain, continuing to force its carapace, abdomen, and entire body above the surface. A spray of luminous water erupted, swiftly propelling the reluctant sand eel king away. In that very moment, Yunjie sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. His soul was like a rag in a tempest, utterly torn apart. Everything was replaced by blinding light. Yunjie's vision turned white, and he fainted. Ultimate assimilation complete. The voice echoed once more. As Yunjie opened his eyes, surprise washed over him. I was not slain by the green light. He concentrated, sensing his body immersed once more in the sea, filling every corner of the circular sand dunes. Furthermore, the algae had vanished, and the water had returned to its clear, transparent state. Did I assimilate the fragments of the assimilation force, or did they assimilate me? Yunjia was bewildered. Just moments before, he had been replaced by the radiance emitted from the fragments. How was it that upon opening my eyes, I had become the master of the water? Where's the Sand Eel King? Yunjia summoned a column of water, gazing towards the shore. The Sand Eel King had not fled. Instead, it stood guard at the water's edge, rage evident on its shield-like visage. Congratulations. You have acquired one piece of assimilation force fragment, 12,000 experience points, and a full attribute assimilation skill. Current primary alloy donkey hoof level 18,000. Freestar 1. 32,000 experience points away. Web level 2. Self-healing level 1. Wild donkey charge level 2, 450,500. Venomous fangs level 1. Frenzied wolf blood rage level 1. Blood rage value, infinite. Natural force fragments, 35,100. Assimilation force fragments, 1,100. Collecting 100 assimilation force fragments will yield one piece of assimilation force stone. The information regarding the assimilation force fragments prominently appeared on the attributes panel. Yunjia felt a wave of anxiety. He feared he might not be able to take this item. The Sand Eel King roared angrily on the shore, having returned to its original state. Its two broken legs could no longer be replaced by sand. Eyebrows raised, Yunjia dove into the yellow sand. Reassimilation successful, without any transitional time. As he entered the sand, the assimilation was complete. The water receded back to the crescent lake, and he materialized a humanoid form before the Sand Eel King. Chapter 177, Cyclical Time? Yunjia was perplexed. He had not utilized the natural force fragments, yet his count had decreased by 1. Where could it have gone? In the bamboo grove, a nightmarish beast shook a bamboo violently, causing a juvenile creature to tumble down. It roared in fury. Yunjia squinted, pondering whether the natural force fragment had been expended on that creature. That shouldn't be possible. The natural force fragments belong to me. How could they be used on the nightmarish beast? Where did the nightmarish beast even come from? Did I create it? Suddenly, he recalled having indeed hatched such a creature. Natural force fragments, half the assimilation power obtained from the elder nightmarish beast, seemed to fulfill the conditions for hatching a nightmarish beast, including his role as its caretaker. More astonishingly, he had completely lost the elder nightmarish beast's half of the assimilation power, yet the young nightmarish beast had emerged. The coincidence was uncanny. Yunjia furrowed his brow, recognizing this as one of the most unfathomable events since his rebirth. There were too many things to ponder, so he resolved to push them aside. Just as he prepared to leave the circular sand dunes, the young nightmarish beast began capturing juvenile creatures, biting through their shells to consume the dark green blood within. This was unremarkable, yet Yunjia was taken aback to see the juvenile creatures appearing compliant, seemingly willing. This dynamic compelled him to pause and observe. As the juice from the juvenile creatures entered the young nightmarish beast's body, its fur immediately changed. The golden, semi-transparent monkey fur darkened, gradually transforming to black. In stark contrast, the fur atop its head became transparent, radiating a white brilliance. Silverback. Yunjia was left speechless. At that moment, the young nightmarish beast's size and appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased silverback gorilla. Yunjia felt dizzy, as if his mind were overwhelmed. He seemed trapped in a cycle. The more the young nightmarish beast fed on the juvenile creatures, the shinier its fur became, completely losing its golden hue, while the white fur on its back grew increasingly prominent. Most astonishingly, its chest and back expanded, and its tail evolved shorter, resembling the silverback more and more. The young silverback, satisfied after its meal, retreated into the bamboo grove to sleep. Whether intentional or not, its resting place coincidentally matched where the silverback had previously crouched. Yunjia shook his head, still struggling to clarify the events that transpired. Why did the nightmarish beast in the stone forest possess assimilation capabilities? Could it have escaped from the circular sand dunes? No, nothing could be taken from within the circular sand dunes. The circular sand dunes had returned to their original state, with the silverback, bamboo grove, and crescent lake, as if nothing had occurred. As if everything had begun anew. This reminded Yunjia of the moment he first entered the desert, witnessing himself emerge from the rainforest. He felt certain that this desert harbored some cyclical temporal phenomenon. The circular sand dunes served as a temporal node, and each disruption inevitably introduced a corresponding temporal point to restore everything to its original state. Upon this realization, Yunjia felt as though he had plunged into an ice abyss. By this understanding, did the deceased silverback also originate from him? Did that not imply that another version of himself had traversed this path before? Yunjia's thoughts spiraled into chaos once more. It was terrifying. He dared not delve deeper. Stepping back from the circular sand dunes, he ventured into the boundless desert. Time passed, and as the sunlight dimmed, Yunjie glanced back at the enigmatic circular sand dunes, surprised to find they had vanished. His musings on the cyclical nature of time had led him far from his original position. The sun dipped toward the horizon, and steam rose from the desert's surface, distorting the space like a bizarre dream. In the twisting temporal landscape, mountains descended from the sky, as if riding the dawn, gently settling upon the ground. A mirage. How amusing! Yunjie felt as though he were intoxicated, everything appearing hazy. He grinned and ambled forward, devoid of any conscious thought. His vision filled solely with yellow sand and the sound of hooves. He felt as though he were separated from his body, his soul tucked away inside his head. Riding the donkey's form aimlessly. Clop, clop, click, click. Suddenly, the dazed Yunjie jolted awake, for the sound of hooves had changed. He withdrew his gaze to the ground, astonished to discover that the terrain beneath him was no longer yellow sand, but a mixture of stones and soil, forming a mountain path. I've exited the desert. Yunjie was taken aback, turning to look behind him. Indeed, the desert lay not far behind. He immediately dashed back, reaching the juncture where the mountain path met the desert to investigate. It was identical to the situation in the rainforest. There was no transition between the mountain path and the desert. The boundaries were stark. Not a grain of yellow sand graced the mountain path, nor a speck of soil on the sand. Will another self ever emerge? Yunjie perked up his ears, gazing at the silent desert beneath the night sky, his breath quickening with anxiety. The desert lay still and silent, devoid of any movement. After several hours, Yunjie's eyes grew weary from straining to see if anything would emerge from the desert. He resolved to abandon his vigil and turned back into the forest. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A chicken's call. Is there truly a chicken here? The sound of the chicken heralded the impending dawn. Yunjie exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had kept watch all night. Mission prompt. Tier 1 Blood Crown Beast. 1,000 experience points. Possesses a defensive perception skill that can detect potential dangers in advance. Defensive perception evolution point. 1. Yunjie paid no mind to anything else. He was fixated solely on the term perception. Where is it? Where is that Blood Crown Beast? Yunjie raised his head and meticulously searched, eventually spotting a colorful creature resembling a rooster atop a crumbled wall, its head adorned with a crown that resembled a ruby. Is the Blood Crown Beast merely a chicken? Yunjie approached the base of the wall, craning his neck to observe the creature. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Blood Crown Beast let out a loud call. Indeed, it was the one. Yunjie felt reassured. He estimated the wall's height to be around 20 meters. If he utilized his super jump, he should be able to reach the top. All right, let us catch a chicken for a taste. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his front legs and leaped with all his might. Whoosh! The feedback from the mountain path was significantly greater than that of the desert. With this leap, Yunjie soared nearly 30 meters high, the Blood Crown Beast flashing past him, only for him to collide with the mountainside, tumbling down. Ordinary falls were trivial for Yunjie. Although he had retracted the Sand Louse King's defensive power, he still possessed Tier 3 defense. Minor bumps would even break his skin. As he descended, he rolled directly toward the Blood Crown Beast. Strangely, the Blood Crown Beast remained as still as a stone statue, not moving an inch as Yunjie tumbled down toward it. Chapter 176. Nothing can be taken away. What are you squawking about? Yunjie looked down at the wriggling Sand Louse King, grinning wickedly. The Sand Louse King, having lost its assimilative power fragments to Yunjie, was furious and, in its confusion, began to scratch at Yunjie's legs with its short forelegs. Oh, quite the temper, aren't we? Do you think you're still invincible? Yunjie bent down, pinching the Sand Louse King between two fingers. The Sand Louse King thrashed wildly, but as it ascended several dozen meters above the ground, it suddenly calmed down, realizing it had come to a state of nothingness. Ah, still so cocky? Why aren't you moving now? Come on, jump again, you rascal. You nearly killed me, do you know that? Do you understand? Yunjie flicked the Sand Louse King's forehead with a finger. The Sand Louse King cowered, its sunken forehead and drooping eyes betraying its fear. And those antennae of yours? Seeing the antennae made Yunjie irate, and he yanked them off. Crack! The Sand Louse King cried out in pain, opening its mouth to bite Yunjie's finger. Humph, let us give you a quick end. Yunjie pressed down hard with his fingertip. Assimilation in progress crash. The Sand Louse King's legs turned to sand, drifting away like yellow smoke. Following that, its belly and carapace followed suit, leaving only its large head in Yunjie's grasp. Splat! With a firm squeeze, Yunjie crushed the Sand Louse King's head. Yellowish blood splattered, and a translucent magic core shot forth. Yunjie opened his mouth wide to catch the small magic core, chewing it carefully. Congratulations. You have gained 8,000 experience points, 2,200 defense points, and 300 super jump evolution points. Finally, it's in my grasp. Current Tier 3 primary alloy donkey hooves, 26,000. Only 24,000 experience points away from Tier 3 1-star. Congratulations, defense level has risen to Tier 4. 600,4000. Super jump level 1, 950,5000. With Tier 4 defense, the long-awaited reward has arrived. It should withstand the ferocious attacks of Tier 5 beginners without issue. I'll have to find Scarface Bear to test it out. Ah, where is Scarface Bear? Yunjie suddenly remembered, having been so preoccupied that he had completely forgotten. Fortunately, he had assimilated the yellow sand, which was now part of him. After a moment of concentration, he willed a mound of yellow sand to carry Scarface Bear back from the slope. This feeling of control is exhilarating. Yunjie commanded the yellow sand to set down Scarface Bear. Once he had shrunk his form, he listened to its heartbeat, still alive. However, due to the numerous battles and several injuries from the juvenile beast, it had lost considerable blood and was somewhat unconscious. After a long while, Scarface Bear groggily awakened. Seeing Yunjie in a state of sand, and immediately understood everything. It let out a bitter smile, as if lamenting that Yunjie had once again outpaced it. Yunjie clapped Scarface Bear on the shoulder like an old friend. Scarface Bear stood up, taking a deep breath, its small eyes scanning the horizon, a touch of solemnity gracing its bare face. Yunjie followed Scarface Bear's gaze, but saw nothing. Roar, roar. Scarface Bear raised its massive paw and waved it toward the distance, then pointed at itself. You want to leave? Yunjie's eyes widened in surprise. Scarface Bear understood Yunjie's meaning and nodded affirmatively. Yunjie thought to himself, you can't leave. If you must, take me with you. With you by my side, I need not fear anything. Scarface Bear brushed off Yunjie's affectionate gesture, waving its large paw grandly as it staggered down the sand dune and into the endless desert. Yunjie watched Scarface Bear's resolute. He pondered whether he should assimilate this fellow first and keep it by his side, releasing it only in times of danger. But perhaps it's best not to. What if I accidentally cause its demise? After all, we are friends. Yunjie glanced back at the circular sand dune, feeling a surge of emotions. After spending so much time here, he had developed a bond. With everyone gone, it was time for him to leave as well. He exited the assimilated state, reverting to his donkey form, and took a step forward. Suddenly, he remembered that when the Sandlouse King escaped, it had failed to carry away the assimilative power fragments. If he were to leave, would he also be unable to take them with him? Yunjie hesitated, contemplating whether to take that step forward. To leave would mean losing the assimilative power fragments. To stay would mean being forever trapped within this circular sand dune. I yearn for freedom more. After a brief hesitation, Yunjie took a firm step forward. No abnormalities. Another step. Still no abnormalities. Yunjie blinked, and suddenly, he jumped repeatedly, rolling down from the peak of the circular sand dune, separating assimilative power fragments, disassembling assimilative skill attributes. Oh my, it's true. Yunjie had thought it through. But when everything came crashing down, he wavered. However, he was rolling too fast to return to the circular sand dune immediately. Whoosh. Yunjie felt something fly away from his body. As he rolled, he caught a glimpse. It was indeed the assimilative power fragments. Disassembling assimilative skills complete. Damn. It can't all be dismantled. I already had half the assimilation power. Yunjie was truly anxious, but the rolling wouldn't stop, and worse news followed. Extracting 8,000 experience points, extracting 2,200 defense points, extracting 300 super jump evolution points. Oh god. Even the experience points from the Sandlouse King were taken back. Finally coming to a stop, Yunjie immediately jumped up and rushed back to the circular sand dune. After exhausting all his strength, he climbed back to the top of the dune, looking up to see, to his relief, that drop of natural power. The fragments continued to swirl above the sandy ground, refusing to succumb to the golden sands below. How fortunate indeed. Yunjie exhaled in relief, lifting his hoof to descend. Suddenly, he paused, questioning himself, should I venture down? Though descending would grant him the assimilated force fragments, it would feel akin to imprisonment. Yunjie hesitated. The fragments hovering over the sand seemed to await his descent. No, I cannot go down. I refuse to remain here. I yearn for freedom. Slowly, Yunjie retreated. Ding. The fragment of assimilated force, as if comprehending Yunjie's sentiments, spiraled once before plunging into the golden sands. Alas, it was never truly his. Yunjie sighed, preparing to depart. At that moment, a peculiar sound emerged from the sands where the fragment had disappeared. He turned back in astonishment, witnessing bamboo shoots rising from beneath the sand. In the blink of an eye, a bamboo grove formed, identical to the one before. Yunju quickly understood why the juvenile beasts possessed assimilative power. They were crafted from the assimilated force fragments. Squeak. The bamboo grove swayed, a faint golden shadow leaping between the trees, seemingly a monkey. Can it create living beings? Yunjie was taken aback, nearly losing his breath upon seeing the bounding monkey's appearance. It was a nightmare beast. Natural force fragment reduced by 1 Chapter 174. Ultimate assimilation. Step 1. Replication. As if entering an emotionless ice sculpture. Yunjie plunged into the gaping maw of the Sand Louse King. Spiraling and diving, his entire essence was consumed, leaving not a single drop behind. Water body assimilated. That familiar voice echoed once more. Yunjie furrowed his brow. This was the pivotal moment. His level was too low to assimilate the Sandlouse King directly. He could only utilize its assimilative force to transform himself. If his understanding of ultimate assimilation was correct, the process would commence once he was entirely assimilated by the Sandlouse King. It resembled a death followed by rebirth. The Sandlouse King, having swallowed Yunjie, was taken aback, surprised by the ease of the process. With an overwhelming intake of water, its belly expanded to the utmost limit, dispersing its form to fill the entire circular dune. Like a droplet of water gliding on a lotus leaf. The water separated into 2 layers. The outer layer was the Sand Louse King's water, while the inner layer comprised Yunjie's essence. Zzz. A sound akin to electricity crackled through the air. The Sand Louse King began to assimilate Yunjie's water. Initially, its colorless, transparent water body exhibited signs of rejection. Ripples quivered as Yunjie's essence transformed into trillions of minuscule droplets, springing to life. Each droplet would leap multiple times before shattering into dozens of smaller droplets, ultimately merging into the Sand Louse King's transparent form, completing the assimilation. Yunjie distinctly felt each droplet shatter, merge, and finally lose its connection. This method of integration surprised him. He had anticipated a sophisticated process akin to magic, extracting his essence from the droplets and merging it with the Sand Louse King's. Instead, the true assimilation was astonishingly simple, disintegrating the original molecular structure, rendering it ownerless for the Sand Louse King to absorb. Water body assimilated. 30%, 50%, 70% assimilative power nearing depletion. The notion that the assimilative power could diminish. Yunjie panicked upon hearing this. Water body assimilated. 90% assimilative power depleted. Host vitality declining. System protection activated. As more of his essence was assimilated, Yunjie found himself without any water, confined to the last droplet. Assimilation progress. 91%, 92%. The droplet began to tremble, and the world around Yunjie swayed violently. In an instant, he perceived his impending fragmentation, glimpsed the innumerable neuron-like galaxies drifting by, and witnessed black holes consuming all. System protection activation failed, vitality extinguished. System collapse. Shut down. As darkness enveloped him, Yunjie lost consciousness, unaware of whether he was alive or dead, oblivious to his surroundings, and ignorant of everything. Within the water body of the Sand Louse King, the last droplet of essence was dispersed and absorbed. It ultimately completed the assimilation of Yunjie's water and acquired the assimilative power from the juvenile beasts. Layers of green light encircled the water body, akin to an immense emerald. At that moment, the Sand Louse King's assimilative power reached its zenith, enabling it to assimilate anything with mere gestures, be it sand or magical beasts. It could eradicate all beasts that opposed it, provided it could escape the circular dune. Without enemies, how profoundly lonely invincibility must be. The Sand Louse King reveled for a few moments before turning its gaze toward the world beyond the dune. It longed for freedom to roam freely, yet it understood that it could not escape unless it relinquished all it had acquired. It could not bring itself to do so. It would rather confine itself here than abandon its hard-won assimilative power. As the sun rose in the east, the temperature of the desert began to rise after a cold night. The Sand Louse King aimlessly wandered within the circular dune, its water body still saturating the entire area. As temperatures climbed and moisture evaporated under the sun, its water body began to diminish. Evaporating a small amount of water posed little threat to the Sand Louse King. However, for another, it was monumental. System reboot. Assimilative force system installation in progress. Ultimate assimilation initiated. As if traversing the darkness of multiple universes, a shimmering blue world materialized before Yunjie. He was unaware of his location, his identity, or his current state. Commencing replication. Progress at 1%. Yunjie felt lost, not comprehending what this voice signified. His mind was a jumble of fragmented memories, unable to piece them together momentarily. Ding! A crisp chime resonated, and in the haze, he sensed another version of himself being born not far away. It was the true self. Identical thoughts and brainwaves responded. Progress at 2-3 as the numbers increased. He felt numerous versions of himself emerging in various locations. With each addition, fragments of memories flowed in, and as they pieced together, a complete recollection surged forth like a flood. Astonishingly, he recalled everything. Progress at 50% halfway through, Yuanjie sensed that there were 50 identical versions of himself. His thoughts could traverse among them, allowing him to alter perspectives from 50 different angles. Progress at 60, 80, 99, 100. Replication complete. In the instant of completion, Yuanjie felt all the scattered versions of himself merge into one. It was as if he had transitioned from a fragmented state back to a cohesive whole. He could feel the warmth of sunlight on his back and clearly sensed himself floating atop the water's surface. Commencing assimilation. Progress at 0.01 had ultimate assimilation finally begun. Yuanjie felt a surge of excitement. 0.02 it was happening. He distinctly captured the essence of foreign water entering his body. 0.03. More assimilation occurred. At this moment, the sun hung directly overhead. The Sand-Eater King felt a slight itch on its watery surface, but it paid no heed, choosing instead to shift its posture and flow. Unbeknownst to it, a pale green spot, reminiscent of algae, was quietly expanding on the surface of its domain. A day had passed, and the progress of ultimate assimilation had only increased to 1%, indicating a long journey ahead before the Sand-Eater King could be fully assimilated. As the sun set and the light faded, Yuanjie's ultimate assimilation slowed considerably. The following day, the assimilation value, which had risen to 1%, began to leap upward rapidly. By midday, it had reached 11%. The Sand-Eater King remained oblivious, noticing only a portion of the water's surface that had turned green with algae, dismissing it as a threat. Chapter 178, Blood-Crowned Beast with a powerful thud. Yuanjie rolled and collided with the blood-crowned beast, halting just centimeters away from it. The beast, however, remained utterly motionless, not even blinking an eye. Yuanjie bared his teeth and rose, shaking off the dirt from his body, locking eyes with the blood-crowned beast. He thought to himself, could this creature be a fool? He lowered his head and sniffed at the beast, finding nothing, while his stomach began to churn with hunger. A wave of slime rolled up from his throat, and the hunger surged like a tempest. Let us eat first. Yuanjie aimed for the beast's foolish head and opened his jaws to bite down. Clang. His teeth met with nothing. He had failed to grasp anything. Yuanjie was taken aback. At such a close distance, it was improbable to miss. He glanced at the blood-crowned beast, which remained as stiff as ever, staring blankly at him. This time, he would bite with his entire body. With a wide-open mouth, he lunged forward. In his vision, the blood-crowned beast shifted its claws slightly to the side, not moving quickly, yet he still failed to catch it, not even snagging a single feather. How strange. Yuanjie lifted his head, scrutinizing the dull-witted creature, and opened his mouth to bite again. The blood-crowned beast remained unperturbed, sidestepping with ease, evading his attack once more. After 3 failed attempts to bite, Yuanjie was incensed and disregarded the notion of restraint, raising his hoof to deliver a fierce kick. In an uncanny moment, the blood-crowned beast seemed to anticipate Yuanjie's actions, stepping forward and striking a pose as if to mock him, gazing at him as if he were a simpleton. Frustrated by his missed kick, Yuanjie erupted in fury and slammed down his front hoof repeatedly. I refuse to believe that I cannot crush you. Yet he failed to do so. The blood-crowned beast traversed the ground as if gliding on a razor's edge, unfazed, effortlessly predicting each of Yuanjie's assaults. While the beast remained unscathed, Yuanjie was left panting and exhausted. He began to understand the true nature of defensive perception. With such a skill, one would be nearly invincible. Brother Chicken, perhaps you could offer yourself as a sacrifice, or pretend not to see me. With no other options, Yuanjie cast a questioning glance toward the blood-crowned beast. The beast remained as oblivious as ever. Well, if you refuse to offer your body, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I may not be able to catch you, but I still possess a net. Yuanjie stepped back a few paces, gauging the distance before unleashing a fiery net from his nostrils. A second-tier fire net against a first-tier blood-crowned beast was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Excessive. Yet, Yuanjie found himself out of options, unable to capture the creature. With a rustle at the moment Yuanjie released the fiery net, the blood-crowned beast flapped its wings and soared from the precipice, narrowly evading his attack. Damn it! Yuanjie was out of ideas, glancing down from the cliff as the blood-crowned beast flapped its wings, still airborne. Whoosh! A triangular shadow darted forth with lightning speed. The still-flying blood-crowned beast let out a shriek, landing awkwardly on the ground, unable to rise again. What was that? Yuanjie stared in astonishment. The triangular figure had moved so swiftly that he could not discern its identity. Cackling and clucking, the blood-crowned beast flapped its wings in a frantic dance. Its neck was broken, its head hanging limply against its chest, seemingly at death's door. What an opportunity! Yuanjie glanced in the direction the triangular figure had fled, hesitated briefly, and then leaped down. Upon landing, he dashed toward the blood-crowned beast. The creature was in its death throes, having forgotten all instincts of evasion. A single bite, surprisingly effortless. Yuanjie disregarded the feathers sticking to his, swallowing the blood-crowned beast in a few swift motions. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 point of defensive perception evolution. Current progress, 1,000. Defensive perception allows you to foresee an enemy's attack direction and method and detect potential dangers. Upon hearing the attributes of defensive perception, Yuanjie nodded inwardly. Although it paled in comparison to the radar perception acquired from the extreme hive, the ability to anticipate an enemy's attack direction was still commendable. Whoosh! A rush of wind brushed past Yuanjie's ear, followed by a chilling sensation beneath his neck. Self-healing process initiated mission alert. Failed. Yuanjie was taken aback. The speed was so astonishing that even the system failed to identify the assailant. He swiftly turned to the direction from which the attack had come. But all he saw were rocks and trees, nothing else. Plop, plop, the sound of blood dripping onto the ground reached his ears. Yuanjie furrowed his brow, realizing that the creature attacking him must be of considerable power. With his Tier 3 defensive capability, even a 5-star Scarred Bear and the Sand Eater King would struggle to harm him. This creature must be at least 5-star and above. If only he had 1,000 points of defensive perception right now. Yuanjie felt an overwhelming sense of urgency as he cautiously descended, lowering his profile. With some cover, it would be far less likely for the creature to launch another attack. Suddenly, his foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance. A triangular shadow appeared suddenly on the other side of the cliff, flashing past with a whoosh, and Yuanjie felt a sharp breeze graze his face. He immediately glanced behind him. The triangular figure flew low to the ground, vanishing in an instant. Too fast. Yuanjie squinted. The cut was just above his eye. Had he not stumbled, it might have been his eye that was injured. What happened to the desert while pursuing the triangular shadow? Yuanjie unexpectedly caught sight of the landscape beyond the forest. Ordinarily, there should have been an endless expanse of yellow sand. Yet it had transformed into a rolling green hill. When did this happen? Yuanjie completely forgot the terrifying triangular shadow, wandering to the place where the mountains once met the yellow sand. The yellow sand was long gone, replaced by undulating grassy hills. Furthermore, there was a distinct transition from the mountain path to the grassy ground, unlike the sharp demarcation seen in the desert. Yuanjie was incredulous. How could such a vast desert vanish without a trace? He struck the ground with his hoof, digging up the grass to see if any yellow sand remained beneath. None. Beneath lay only deep-rooted grass, not the kind that could sprout overnight. In a daze, he walked along the grassy terrain to a hill, gazing into the distance. An endless expanse of prairie, devoid of any signs of yellow sand. It truly has disappeared. Feeling somewhat despondent, Yuanjie turned back, pondering who might be the next to disrupt the circular sand dune node. Would it be him, or perhaps another creature entirely? Whoosh! The sound of air slicing through the atmosphere surged again. Yuanjie looked up, witnessing a triangular shadow hurtling forth from the darkened woods. It turned out to be an eagle. From a distance, Yuanjie finally recognized the creature swooping toward him, in a state of blood rage. Both mind and blood surge with intense fervor. Retreat or evasion is out of the question. It is a matter of preferring to be slain rather than take a single step back, thus knowing full well the danger of the venom. Yuanjie did not flinch, but instead boldly faced it head-on. With a sudden splash, the king of night vipers unleashed a torrent of venom, sufficient to drench Yuanjie from head to toe, the pungent stench assaulting his nostrils. Is this the essence of snake venom? Hardly formidable. Yuanjie let out a primal roar and charged forward. The king of night vipers possessed two methods of venom release, one through the fangs, injecting venom directly into the enemy to coagulate their blood for an instant kill, the other, through its throat, spraying venom from a distance, ensuring safety while avoiding direct confrontation. Yuanjie had fallen victim to the latter, a method that, while less immediate in effect, allowed the venom to seep slowly into his skin. Anticipating Yuanjie's relentless advance, the king of night vipers swung its massive tail in a sweeping motion. Come on, bring it on. With crimson eyes ablaze, Yuanjie lowered his head and collided fiercely. The sound was akin to that of a mountain being struck. The tail of the king quivered in pain. What ecstasy! Yuanjie let out a deafening roar, propelling himself forward like a blazing meteor. The king of night vipers was taken aback, retreating hastily while issuing a threatening hiss from its gaping maw. I want to be deterred. In this state of blood rage, Yuanjie's sole focus was on advancing. Having retreated to the mountainside, the king of night vipers found itself cornered. Fury consumed it as it opened its mouth wide to snap at Yunjie. Yunjie reciprocated with a fierce bite. The two formidable beasts, differing vastly in size, engaged in a frenzied battle on the ground. The enraged king, seeking to crush Yunjie in one bite, found its attempts thwarted as Yunjie, smaller and swifter, evaded the lethal fangs and relentlessly attacked its jaw. In under a minute, Yunjie's assault rendered the scales of the king's jaw torn away, unveiling raw, bleeding flesh beneath. The pain forced the king to regain its composure. It abruptly lifted its head, dodging Yunjie's fierce bite, and coiled around the mountain, attempting to escape. Run? Not a chance. Yunjie surged forward, sinking his teeth into the tip of the king's tail, pulling with all his might. Beneath the serpent's belly lay countless scales, and Yunjie's strength felt negligible against it. However, the corrosive potency of the venom was another matter entirely. Pain surged through the king as it let out a howl, flinging Yunjie away. With a whoosh, Yunjie soared through the air, landing halfway down the mountain. Sensing the pain inflicted upon the female night viper, the king writhed upon the mountainside, its tail thrashing as it emitted mournful cries. With a sickening crack, its tail was corroded and severed, dropping to the ground. Though the pain lessened slightly, the corrosion continued, prompting the king to rub its severed tail against the rocky surface in a futile attempt to alleviate the agony. At the base of the mountain, Yunjie crashed to the ground, bouncing back up like a rubber ball. You have exited the combat zone. Please continue fighting to trigger blood rage. Yunjie sprang back up, invigorated, racing back up the mountain. The rapid pace and the blood rage coursing through him accelerated his blood flow. Meanwhile, the venom that clung to his skin had seeped into his sweat pores, gradually infiltrating his bloodstream. Once in circulation, the racing blood transported the venom throughout his body. The blood began to form clots, multiplying exponentially until it obstructed the vessels, and the toxins commenced solidifying his blood. As Yunjie sprinted, he felt the effects worsen. His movement slowed, blood pressure skyrocketed, and sharp pain pierced his skull as his entire body swelled rapidly. The crimson haze in his vision began to fade, and the frenzy of blood rage dissipated in an instant. Ugh! Yunjie let out a muffled roar, black blood trickling from his nostrils. He could no longer move. His body had ballooned to twice its size, his legs akin to iron pillars, utterly immobile. His vision blurred, and he swayed precariously on the spot. Self-healing intervention failed. While self-healing could mend physical injuries, it held no capacity to detoxify. Even if the body healed, the lingering venom would still pose a threat. The first casualty of the coagulation was the heart. Unable to pump blood, it ceased to function. The lungs followed, with patches of alveoli dying off, and soon after, the brain succumbed. With a thud, Yunjie collapsed, limbs splayed like a lifeless corpse. System protection activated. Corrosive power activated. These were the last words he heard before the darkness consumed him. Having consumed the core of the bone-devouring serpent fish, Yunjie's blood now harbored acidic corrosive properties. Coincidentally, acid could dissolve the venom that had solidified his blood, thus employing poison against poison. As the obstructed vessels began to release a stream of faint green liquid from the blood cells, the surrounding coagulated cells began to dissolve. The acidic blood surged through the vessels, clearing the blockages as the solidified blood cascaded away like an avalanche, merging with the acidic fluid. The heart regained its rhythm, followed closely by the revival of the lung tissue, and ultimately, Yunjie's brain reignited. System reboot complete. Countless neurons flickered to life in his mind like stars in the night sky. Yunjie awoke, opening his eyes to the surroundings, discovering himself lying in a viscous, blood-tinged liquid, the acrid stench filling the air. Detoxified, rising to his feet, he stepped out of the sticky substance, stretching to assess his body. The swelling had subsided, though a lingering ache remained. Thank heavens, I'm alive. Hiss. From above, the king of night vipers emitted a shriek. Yunjie's ears perked up. Should he ascend once more? After all, the egg had already fled. Up he went. The venom was now ineffective. There was no need to fear the two serpents any longer. Yunjie dashed back up the mountain. Returning to the battlefield, he found the female night viper lying defeated. Its lower half nearly completely corroded away, leaving only its upper body. The male king of night vipers, however, fared better. It coiled around the mountainside, its tail severed, but most of the corrosive venom having been wiped away. Upon seeing Yunjie charge towards it once more, the king was taken aback. For the first time in its life, it had lost faith in its venom. Fear of the corrosive power extinguished any desire to fight. It turned and began a hasty retreat up the mountain like a train on a winding track. Don't run. Leave behind the core. Yunjie sprinted after the retreating king, following its path along the mountain road. The king of night vipers, now thoroughly terrified, crushed the vegetation along the cliffside in its frantic escape. Yunjie pursued for a few strides, the distance widening, prompting him to halt. He opened one nostril and shot out a strand of webbing, striking the viper's scales, then leapt into action. Chapter 179, The Black Panther Mission Alert, Tier 3 Peregrine Falcon. 4,000 experience points. Possessing the attributes of swiftness and the ability of farsight, evolution points do not match. At the moment he spotted the falcon, the system finally registered its information. A peregrine falcon? Only Tier 3? Yunjie found it hard to believe that a Tier 3 falcon could sever his own Tier 3 defense with ease. There was no time for further contemplation. As the silhouette of the falcon approached, it was already upon him. Failure to act would surely result in another injury. Fire net. As the falcon approached directly with no obstacles in sight, Yunjie seized the opportunity to counter with a fire net. Whoosh. The fire net shot forth, rapidly unfurling before Yunjie. Taken by surprise, the swiftly approaching falcon flared its wings, flapping furiously as it retreated. It may have been a forceful charge, for the falcon flapped its wings but was unable to take flight immediately, resulting in a momentary suspension in midair. One more. Yunjie promptly unleashed another fiery net. Squeak. The second fire net ensnared the falcon, enveloping it completely and causing it to tumble to the ground. To Yunjie's astonishment, he had anticipated that this creature would prove more elusive than the blood-crested beast. The falcon struggled within the fiery trap, but it was not long before it succumbed to the flames. Yunjie approached, lifting the webbing to examine the falcon's lifeless body. This creature was smaller than the average eagle, with a short and sharp beak. Most notably, its talons were striking, with one elongated claw resembling a dagger forged from black iron. Yunjie had seen images of falcons before. They are swift hunters, relying on their sharp talons to dispatch prey by diving from the sky and striking with precision. Alas, it could not withstand the fiery net. Yunjie bit down on the falcon's head. Congratulations, you have gained 4,000 experience points. Other evolution points are ineffective. Current progress, Tier 3, Primary Alloy Donkey Hoof 10. 000. You need 30,000 experience points to reach Tier 3, 1 star. Webbing Level 2. Self-Healing Level 1. Wild Donkey Charge Level 2, 5,500. Venomous Fangs Level 1. Frenzied Wolf Blood Rage Level 1. Blood Rage Value. Infinite. Natural Force Fragments 32,100. 30,000. The more he looked, the more frustrated he became. Yunjie spat out the falcon's sharp beak, losing interest in its carcass. Birds offered little meat, merely feathers that were insufficient to satisfy his hunger. He descended from the hills and ventured into the forest. The deeper he went, the more expansive the mountains became, teeming with blood-crested beasts. Observing the crimson crests of the creatures dashing through the underbrush, Yunjie felt a surge of excitement and immediately gave chase. The blood-crested beasts did not flee. Upon seeing him, they seemed as indifferent as if confronted by a mere log. Bite, stomp, kick, Yunjie believed himself swift enough. Yet the blood-crested beasts were remarkably adept at predicting his attacks, effortlessly evading his grasp. Fiery net. Enraged, Yunjie opened his nostrils and expelled a fire net. He thought to himself, capturing a group might be impossible, but certainly he could catch one. Flap, flap the moment the fire net spread. The blood-crested beasts flapped their wings and took flight, leaving behind only a shower of feathers. Impressive. Damn it. Yunjie was utterly defeated. The fire net extinguished in vain, and the blood-crested beasts slowly returned, gazing at Yunjie with their vacant, foolish eyes. Unable to catch them or drive them away, Yunjie could only laugh in exasperation. He concluded that dealing with these creatures would have to wait until nightfall. He hoped they would behave like chickens, remaining grounded in the dark, making them easier to capture. Flap, flap. Suddenly, a swarm of blood-crested beasts took flight at his feet. Oh, is it time for school or a meal? Yunjie was puzzled, glancing in the direction the beasts had flown, when a realization dawned upon him. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. A pair of yellow eyes, glowing like lanterns, flickered in the darkness of the forest. Silently, they approached, as if conjured from a dream. Yunjie shivered. Although he had yet to feel the oppressive aura of the creature, the ghostly eyes sent chills down his spine. As the yellow eyes drew nearer, massive claws, covered in black fur, emerged from the shadows of the thicket. Mission issued. Late-stage Tier 4 Black Panther. 8,000 experience points. 800 evolution points for Super Bite Force. Possesses the attribute of extreme speed, which can be combined with the Super Jump skill. A Black Panther? It had been a long time since he encountered a creature with stackable skills. Extreme speed combined with Super Jump. Was that not akin to flying? Yunjie scrutinized the forest. A pitch-black panther emerged from the underbrush, its size modest, even slightly shorter than Yunjie, yet its long body and muscular limbs exuded an undeniable aura of strength. So black. Yunjie could not help but smile. While he too bore a dark coat, his appearance was but a patchwork compared to the panther's sleek, ink-like fur, devoid of any blemish and non-reflective. In the sunlight, it resembled a shadow. Roar the panther opened its jaws, emitting a low, menacing growl. Clearly, it had never encountered a donkey before and was uncertain of its capabilities. Otherwise, it would have attacked when lurking in the shadows. Yunjie twitched his donkey ears, dismissing the panther as a threat. After all, he had battled creatures of far greater caliber, such as the scarred bear and silverback. A late-stage Tier 4 beast was hardly formidable. Seeing no fear in Yunjie's demeanor, the panther regarded him as a serious threat. It crouched low, circling Yunjie in search of the perfect moment to strike. The attack patterns of various beasts were almost identical, and Yunjie was growing weary of it. He could only move in tandem with the panther, concealing his most vulnerable tail. After completing a circle around Yunjie, the panther suddenly realized that this four-legged creature's reactions were laughably slow compared to the blood-crested beast. It hesitated, thinking, is this creature truly that weak? It tentatively swiped its claws at Yunjie's face. Swish! Yunjie was caught off guard, feeling a sharp sting across his donkey face. It was not that he failed to evade. The panther's speed was simply too swift. After the strike, the panther quickly assessed Yunjie's strength, noting that it was significantly inferior to its own. However, the donkey's defense was surprisingly high. It flexed its claws, glancing at the donkey's face, which bore no trace of blood. Yunjie grimaced in pain. Though his skin was unbroken, the pain was very real. Enraged, he opened his mouth to bite at the panther. To the panther, all of Yunjie's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. It leaped over Yunjie's head, its massive claws reaching out in midair. Defense breached. The panther's claw snagged the top of Yunjie's head. Using the momentum of its leap, it yanked him down, pouncing upon him, teeth and claws at the ready, sinking its fangs into the donkey's head. From being pulled to the ground to having its head gnawed upon, Yunjie had little time to react. The panther's speed was simply too overwhelming. He barely registered a blur before his head was seized. Frenzied wolf blood rage activated. Chapter 181. An egg bathed in moonlight. The egg shimmered like a translucent jade, reflecting the light, adorned with beautiful red patterns. Yunjie gazed at it, entranced. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the egg. The sensation was peculiar, akin to countless strands of hair traversing his body, eerie yet soothing. System notification: blood-crested beast egg. 18,000 experience points. Can be synthesized into a level 1 defensive perception system. For details, please refer to the entry. Directly generating a level 1 defensive perception. Yunjie's eyes widened with excitement. Looking down, he was taken aback to see hundreds of night viper snakes coiling around the blood-crested beast egg. Whoosh! Before he could get a closer look, the limits of his ascent were reached, and he plummeted back down. Once more, fearing the night viper snakes would consume the egg, Yunjie leaped into the air again. As his gaze ascended, he beheld the resplendent egg once more, clearly identifying the writhing mass of night viper snakes surrounding it. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the snakes merely encircled the egg without striking. Moreover, the egg was not stationary. It was bouncing atop the snake pit. Alive? Yunjie was momentarily stunned, suddenly falling back down. The egg was undoubtedly alive, but he had never seen one capable of movement or jumping. The entry. Yunjie promptly checked the system's description of the egg. Blood-crested beast, possessing formidable precognitive abilities. Once every century, a creature changes its gender, and every 3 centuries, it produces a hermaphrodite that can self-reproduce. After laying its eggs, the blood-crowned beast neglects them entirely. The blood-crown eggs possess a foresight ability that surpasses that of the mother, automatically defending against the attacks of foes. 3 months later, they hatch on their own. However, from the moment of hatching, all additional skills of the blood-crown egg vanish. In other words, if this egg were to hatch into a young blood-crowned beast, it would lose its value. Yunjie couldn't help but click his tongue. With a gender transition every 100 years and hermaphroditism every 300, the proliferation of blood-crowned beasts indicated a remarkable reproductive capacity. Upon learning of the egg's self-defense capabilities, he felt less urgency. His immediate concern was how to reach the mountain's peak. Jumping continuously would not allow him to capture the egg. A rustling sound echoed, akin to scraping pine bark against the mountainside, sending chills down his spine. The more he listened, the more anxious he became, instinctively hiding behind a rock. Suddenly, a massive triangular head emerged from below, its colossal body encircling the mountaintop and climbing in spirals. System alert. 4th tier 7-star Night Viper King. 5,000 experience points. 1,800 Venom evolution points for 100 defense evolution points. Yunjie was taken aback. For the sake of an egg, such a formidable creature had appeared. System alert. 4th tier 7-star Night Viper King. 5,000 experience points. 1,800 Venom evolution points. 400 defense evolution points. Yunjie was stunned. Why was the alert repeated? The rustling continued. The sounds of a large serpentine beast slithering up the mountainside came from his right. To his dismay, 2 Night Viper Kings appeared. A slightly smaller triangular head surfaced beside him, its scales standing erect like a multitude of legs. The 2nd Night Viper King followed suit, and upon reaching the mountaintop, they entwined their necks in a display of dominance. At that moment, Yunjie realized he was witnessing a pair. The 2 Night Viper Kings twisted together under the moonlight, gazing down at the egg perched atop the peak. To an unknowing observer, it might seem like a newlywed couple admiring their love's fruit. The size of the 2 Night Viper Kings was comparable to that of a 4th-tier devouring python, adorned with horn-like protrusions reminiscent of the legendary beast, the Jiao. As they emerged, smaller night vipers, measuring several meters in length, wisely retreated down the mountain. After a prolonged embrace, the larger Night Viper King gestured toward the egg below. The other, slightly shy, loosened its grasp, raising its massive head and aiming its maw at the egg. Yunjie realized with alarm that these 2 shameless creatures intended to steal his egg. The predicament was compounded by his inability to confront them directly. Suddenly, he could hear the sound of the Night Viper King descending from the mountaintop. Yunjie's heart sank as he looked up to see the exquisite egg bouncing from the serpent's head. Fortunately, just as he felt a glimmer of hope, the Night Viper King lurking nearby lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to snatch the airborne egg. Any beast without wings could not change direction midair. And as the egg neared the predator's maw, Yunjie could no longer contain himself. He dashed from behind the rock, aiming a strand of spider silk at the egg mid-leap. The silk was launched without the 2 Night Viper Kings noticing, yet something strange occurred. The egg inexplicably bounced again. In that moment, the egg evaded the silk's trajectory, causing one strand to stick to the scales of the female Night Viper King. Oh no. Just as Yunjie pondered his next move, the egg slipped down the silk like a yo-yo from the mountaintop. With a whoosh, piercing gazes fell upon him. It was over. He had to act quickly. Seeing the egg descend, Yunjie swiftly severed the silk and opened his mouth wide to catch it. At such close proximity and speed, it seemed impossible to miss. Yet, as the silk snapped, the egg leapt upwards, narrowly avoiding his jaws, landing atop his head before bouncing down the mountain. What the heck? Yunjie blinked in disbelief, glancing at the 4 vertical pupils, fearing that he might meet his demise tonight. In the eyes of the 2 Night Viper Kings, Yunjie had not only rescued the egg, but had the audacity to maintain eye contact with them. If they did not kill him now, what would become of their fearsome reputation? Hiss! A chilling sound pierced the air as the female Night Viper King launched an attack, her upper body remaining still while her tail whipped like a lash toward him. The sound of air being sliced was deafening, even with formidable defenses. Yunjie dared not confront her head-on. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the female Night Viper King's tail. Crack! The rock he had previously hidden behind shattered under the force of her strike. Oh my god! Dodging the debris, Yunjie bolted down the mountain. As he ran, the 2 Night Viper Kings sprang into action, opting not for the path, but spiraling down the mountainside. Yunjie sprinted desperately, glancing back to find he was not being pursued, feeling a moment of relief, only for a colossal serpent head to emerge from the edge of the cliff. Damn! Startled, Yunjie instinctively veered to the side. At that moment, the other Night Viper King lunged at him, its massive head swirling in midair before engulfing him from below. Yunjie was bewildered, not comprehending the situation until he felt the soft texture of the serpent's tongue beneath him, realizing he had been swallowed. Chapter 182. Blood fury against the Night Viper. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. When the sensation in his hooves registered, Yunjie instantly realized he had been consumed. He immediately looked upward, searching for the Night Viper King's venomous fangs. Unfortunately, after swallowing him, the Night Viper King had closed its jaws, concealing its fangs within its lower jaw. The Night Viper King's throat opened wide, and Yunjie felt himself being lifted, his body descending. The Night Viper King was raising its neck to swallow him whole, thanks to his extensive experience battling the devouring python. Yunjie quickly bit down on the Night Viper King's tongue, preventing his descent. A trickle of venom seeped from his fangs into the serpent's tongue. The tongue, being highly sensitive, possessed no defensive capabilities and had never been attacked before. The Night Viper King sensed something was amiss, its tongue burning as if it had ingested a piece of hot coal. Eject! The Night Viper King opened its mouth wide, pushing outward and shaking its head violently. Everything unfolded as Yunjie had anticipated. The serpent's head shifted direction, the gravitational pull dissipated, and its jaws parted. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped out, With a thud, he landed and dashed away. The male night viper king, mouth agape, hissed in agony, seemingly showcasing its injury to the female night viper king. The mother, concerned for her mate, immediately grew furious, writhing her body as her massive tail lashed out. Bang! The strike was both forceful and precise, catching Yunjie mid-leap and sending him crashing into the mountainside. His body felt as though it had exploded, pain radiating through him as blood gushed from beneath his skin, leaving his mind in disarray. As the Mother Night Viper King's tail withdrew, Yunjie toppled down from the cliff. Seeing Yunjie downed, the Mother Night Viper King nuzzled against the male as if seeking praise. The male, however, was preoccupied. The burning sensation on its tongue had intensified, prompting it to violently shake its head. Raging wolf blood fury activated. All related skills temporarily elevated by 1 tier. Please maintain combat readiness. Blood fury can reach an infinite state. With a flash, Yunjie opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson orbs that emanated an unsettling red glow. Self-healing power is now doubled. His blood surged like crashing waves, relentlessly battering against his mind. Who dared to strike me? Yunjie gradually rose to his feet, the flames of battle igniting within him. Upon the activation of his berserk wolf blood, not only was his fighting spirit amplified, but his mindset was transformed as well, propelling him into a state of supreme confidence. Who would dare oppose him? He would fight until they submitted. The Mother Night Viper, having been struck aside by the male Night Viper, was already in a foul mood. Upon noticing Yunjie standing once more, its pride was severely wounded. With a furious roar, it swung its massive tail once again. Yunjie did not evade. Instead, he lowered his head and charged directly into the oncoming tail. The sound of impact echoed like a whip striking stone. Yunjie stood firm as if carved from ancient stone, while the tip of the Mother Night Viper's tail quivered in response. Is this all you can do? Yunjie glanced up at the Mother Night Viper, a devilish grin spreading across his face. The Mother Night Viper was taken aback. How had this four-legged beast become so formidable? Shaking its numb tail, it re-evaluated Yunjie before striking again. With a fierce howl, Yunjie felt the boiling blood within him yearning for release. He stepped forward, lowering his head once more. The sound of another sharp impact resonated. A scale, nearly the size of Yunjie's head, was sent flying. Finally feeling the sting of pain, the Mother Night Viper shrieked, retracting its tail to discover a gaping hole where scales had been knocked away, blood oozing from the exposed flesh. Is that all there is to it? Now it's my turn. Yunjie retreated a few steps before launching himself toward the massive head of the Mother Night. Sensing the imminent danger, the Mother Night Viper curled its head and swung its tail once more. Yunjie was struck but vanished in a flash. The Mother Night Viper, still shaken, glanced below, and as it exhaled in relief, it suddenly felt an unbearable heat on its tail. Looking up, it was astonished to see that the four-legged beast was clinging to it. Yunjie, not foolish enough to confront the Mother Night Viper in midair, turned and bit down hard, unleashing a torrent of venom that surged into the creature's body. Under the corrosive effect of the potent acid, everything it touched was reduced to a mere liquid. The Mother Night Viper screamed in agony, violently thrashing its tail. With a sickening crack, its tail was partially severed by the venom, causing Yunjie to tumble down the mountainside. The snake's tail had a guiding function, particularly when retreating. Without its tail, the Mother Night Viper was like a creature deprived of a limb, letting out helpless and terrified cries. Meanwhile, the male Night Viper began to recover from the burning pain in its mouth and rushed to inspect its partner's injuries. The loss of the tail did not signify the end of the corrosive effects. Rather, it was merely the beginning. Enhanced by the berserk blood, the venom coursed upward through its body, first eroding the flesh, then the transparent cartilage beneath. Observe as a ring of green slime swirled around the Mother Night Viper's tail, beneath which lay a protruding, translucent vertebra, an alarming sight. The pain of corrosion was tenfold that of any blade. The Mother Night Viper writhed in excruciating torment, its massive body rolling and twisting against the mountainside. The male Night Viper, frantic, could only watch helplessly, unsure how to assist its beloved. In mere moments, 1/3 of the Mother Night Viper's tail had been eroded, perilously close to its fifth. Finally realizing the urgency of the situation, the male Night Viper opened its jaws wide, clamping down on the tail of the Mother Night Viper, shaking its head before biting down fiercely. The male Night Viper's enormous fangs pierced the Mother Night Viper's body, and it lifted its head to bite again. Lacking incisors, it was forced to rely solely on its 2 fangs to sever the tail. With bite after bite, the tail was reduced to a bloody mess. Yet it was on the verge of severing completely. However, the green venom was creeping ever closer to the male Night Viper's mouth. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, a wisp of yellow smoke surged from the mountain's base. The male Night Viper, engaged in saving the Mother Night Viper, was taken aback and looked up. That four-legged beast was back, its eyes glowing red, nostrils flaring with hot breath. The male night viper roared in anger, baring its teeth in a furious growl. Yunjie grinned menacingly. He could see that the male night viper had lost its tongue. With a swift movement, the male night viper arched back, its throat opening wide as a jet of transparent liquid spewed forth. Chapter 184. Devouring the night viper. Yunjie soared into the air, his body being dragged upward by the night viper. The male night viper sensed something amiss but did not halt. Instead, it accelerated its ascent. Yunjie spun like a top around the mountainside, being flung around in circles. Finally reaching the summit, the male night viper paused, gazing down the precipice where it spotted the four-legged beast. Terrified, it whipped its tail in an attempt to throw Yunjie off. With a series of thunderous crashes, the male night viper's immense strength sent Yunjie flying, crashing into the mountainside, blood oozing from the webbing on his nostrils. I've had enough. Berserk Wolf Blood activated. Associated skills activated. With a surge, crimson tides flooded his eyes, blood rushing forth. An orange-red glow extended from Yunjie's nostrils, illuminating the entire webbing. The webbing has upgraded. As his four hooves met the ground, Yunjie turned and pulled down with all his might. With a resounding pop, the web tightened, momentarily bewildering the male night viper. Despite its desperate efforts to pull its tail free, it found itself unable to budge. With a low growl, Yunjie dashed up the mountainside. After circling around, he spotted the male night viper's body and leaped gracefully, soaring past it like a shooting star. Upon landing at an angle, he accelerated into a furious sprint. The male night viper, still reeling, could only bellow in frustration, attempting to escape Yunjie. With each lap, the orange-red webbing coiled tightly around it like a heated spring, binding it firmly to the mountainside. At this point, escape was utterly impossible. Panting heavily, Yunjie reached the mountain's peak, locking eyes with the head of the night viper. The male night viper let out a defiant hiss, its body writhing in a futile attempt to break free. Too late. Yunjie howled, lowering his head and charging at the male night viper. Cornered and desperate, the male night viper opened its mouth wide, ignoring the terrifying corrosive effects, and bit down fiercely. Yunjie's vision darkened as his body was compressed to the brink, nearly unable to stand. Swallowed again. No matter, I will continue to fight. With the momentum of his rage, Yunjie plunged downward. The male night viper jerked its neck back, and with a painful gasp, opened its mouth wide. Yunjie struck like a dull yet immensely forceful axe, crashing through the male night viper's throat and esophagus, entering its stomach. As the acidic gastric juices surged, he pressed forward, breaking through the stomach wall and into the intestines. The snake's intestines were nearly a mere layer of transparent membrane, and under Yunjie's iron hooves, they ruptured instantly. The male night viper writhed in agony, its body convulsing violently. Though the webbing had sliced through its body, it did not relent. The pain on its flesh seemed to dull the agony within, prompting even more ferocious writhing. Its massive form was cleaved into pieces, tumbling down the mountainside in segments. Yunjie felt a sudden brightness before him as the resistance vanished, and he burst forth from the gaping wound of the male night viper. The sound of wind whistled past his ears, awakening Yunjie, who now found himself soaring above the mountain peak, plummeting towards the ground below. Blood fury diminishing. Please maintain combat readiness. Yunjie closed his eyes, thinking maintain? As long as I don't die from this fall, I'll consider it a victory. Bang, bang, bang. Like a rubber ball, he collided with the mountainside, crashing into the reeds below. Whoosh bang. Before he could rise, segments of the male night viper plummeted from the mountain, landing beside him. Have you ever seen an eel severed in half? The body of the male night viper resembled that, only magnified countless times, appearing like segments of concrete pipes. The cut surfaces were smooth and even, and the muscles within still twitched. Remarkably, no blood seeped out, as the flesh remained alive. Yunjie was startled, and as he looked up, the head of the male night viper fell beside him, still attached to a segment of its body, its gaping maw moving in futile defiance. It was more than just tragic. In the world of magical beasts, it was a matter of survival. Either you live, or I do. Yunjie climbed to his feet, gazing at the pitiful male night viper, feeling a surge of compassion. Let me hasten your demise. He approached the creature from behind, eyeing the succulent pink flesh, saliva already pooling in his mouth. While many might recoil at the thought of snake meat, its texture was undeniably delectable, especially that of a venomous serpent. He opened his mouth and took a bite. It was not far from his expectations, akin to consuming sashimi. The flesh of the male night viper was tender and devoid of any foul taste. With each bite, Yunjie devoured the rear section of the creature, leaving only a ring of snake skin. As he continued, he encountered resistance. The bony part of the head was in his way. Dessert had arrived. Yunjia withdrew from the body of the male night viper. At this moment, the creature was not yet dead. Its mouth remained agape, its vertical pupils staring back at him, filled with shock and profound resentment. "I'm sorry," feeling a pang of guilt under its gaze. Yunjia nodded and leaped onto the head of the male night viper. Finding the seam in the skull, he opened his mouth and pulled off the scales atop it. As the skull was lifted, revealing a brownish magic core, the creature's mouth finally began to close. It had not succumbed to death. Rather, it had resigned itself to fate, fully aware of its impending end. Yunjia extracted the magic core, placing it in his mouth and gently crushing it, the sweet nectar flooding his palate. "Congratulations, you have gained 5,000 experience points. Current level, Tier 3, Beginner Alloy Donkey, Hoof 31, 000, 25. 000 experience points needed for Tier 3, 1 star. Congratulations, you have acquired 1,800 Venom Evolution Points. Merge with the Venomous Fang skill, upgraded to Tier 2 Venomous Fang. Current progress, 200. 2. 800 points needed for Tier 3 Venomous Fang. Congratulations, you have gained 400 defense points. Current defense value, 1,000, 3. 000 experience points needed for Tier 5 defense. Phew. Yunjia exhaled, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. Above, there remained a female night viper. Consuming it would bring him within striking distance of Tier 3, 1 star. Onward. Yunjia jumped down from the male night viper's head and sprinted toward the mountain peak. Upon reaching the mountainside, he found the female night viper on the brink of death, its body largely eroded by corrosive venom, leaving only a portion of its body and a large head. As he approached, he froze, for a shadow had appeared atop the female night viper's head. The shadow was small, resembling an eagle at first glance. Its black feathers shimmered with a bluish hue under the moonlight. Yunjia's anger flared. How dare it attempt to seize what belonged to him? He rushed forward, but at the sound of his approach, the eagle lifted its head to gaze at him. In that moment, Yunjia hesitated. For within the eagle's eyes danced arcs of electricity. Indeed, arcs of electricity. Blue sparks flickered from its eyes, traveling to its beak, producing a faint crackling sound. Chapter 180, Night Viper Skill Association activated. All skills elevated by 1 tier. In an instant, Yunjia's eyes turned crimson. But the color was of little use, for at that moment, the Black Panther loomed above him, rendering his fangs and all skills useless. "Turn around, you wretched beast." Yunjia struggled fiercely. The Black Panther was equally puzzled. Why was this donkey's head so difficult to tear off? After a desperate bout of gnawing, it finally broke through a small hole. Sensing Yunjia's attempt to turn, it immediately arched backward, raising its center of gravity, preventing him from escaping easily. Yunjia huffed and puffed, straining for what felt like an eternity, yet to no avail. Blood fury nearing its end, all skills reverting. This was a dire situation. With a mighty tilt of his head, Yunjia sank his teeth into the mud, summoning every ounce of strength to rise. The Black Panther clamped its jaws around his head, pulling him downward, intent on pinning him back down. "Huh." Yunjia arched his neck, summoning all his might to lift his head. Whoosh. The massive Black Panther was unexpectedly lifted off the ground by his effort. Yet, it did not release its grip. Upon completing a full rotation, it maintained its hold on Yunjia's head. Tier 1 Blood Fury achieved. Attack duration extended by 1 minute. Yunjia gradually entered a frenzied state, the surge of power from Blood Fury igniting his desire for battle. "You want to let go? Then I shall crash you." With the Black Panther's weight pressing down, he rapidly charged toward the mountainside. Bang! With a muffled thud, the Black Panther slammed against the rocks. It bared its teeth and growled, tightening its grip on Yunjia's head once more. Wild Donkey critical hit, 50 points achieved. Again, blood surged within him, and the impact fueled his fighting spirit further. Yunjia threw his head back, astonishingly managing to lift the Black Panther off the ground. He let out a wild shriek, charging once more toward the mountainside. Boom! Roar! The Black Panther let out a pained cry. This time, it truly felt the impact, with Tier 1 Blood Fury. Yunjia had once matched a sand eel in strength. Against this small Black Panther, it should have been no contest. "Come on, little panther." In a fervor, Yunjia retreated a few steps before launching himself at the mountainside. Whoosh! The Black Panther, now aware of the pain, released its grip just before impact, leaping aside. Bang! Yunjia exerted all his might, his forehead crashing directly into the mountainside. Crack! With a sharp sound, the brown rock shattered upon impact. Congratulations! Wild Donkey Charge Tier 3 achieved. Elevation by 1 tier, currently temporarily at Tier 4. Yunjia howled in pain as he staggered back. In that moment of weakness, the Black Panther seized the opportunity, leaping onto his rear, its claws digging into his ribs, and its jaws clamping down on his most sensitive area. Damn! The odd pain shot through Yunjie, causing him to kick back frantically with his hind legs. The Tier 3 alloy donkey hoof, bolstered by blood fury, was nearly on par with the Tier 4 Black Panther, and Yunjie retaliated with wild abandon. In an instant, his hooves rained down, forcing the Black Panther to retreat as it could no longer endure the onslaught. Yunjie was utterly enraged, pivoting sharply to charge at the Black Panther. The Black Panther, reacting with lightning speed, spread its large paws and leaped, capturing Yunjie's head within its grasp. Attempting to bite my rear? Do you think you're a hyena? You wretched creature. Do you have any idea how painful it is to take a dump for days? Yunjie thrashed his head wildly, and to his surprise, the massive Black Panther was unable to maintain its grip, stumbling back a few steps to reassess this four-legged foe. Fire net. Whoosh. Yunjie, consumed by rage, lifted his head and unleashed a torrent of flames in a net-like formation. At the sight of the orange-red fireball, the Black Panther was instantly terrified, darting away like a frightened kitten. Don't run. I'll bite your rear too. Yunjie pursued with exhilaration. The Black Panther, stripped of its former bravado, fled through the forest like a frightened rabbit. The speed of the leopard in the realm of Warcraft is nearly unparalleled. Its pace, akin to that of a clouded donkey, makes it exceedingly difficult to pursue. As it leaps over a ravine, the Black Panther swiftly vanishes into a dark thicket. Once its form melds with the shadows, it becomes utterly invisible to Yunjie. Level 1 Blood Fury receding attack duration. 1 minute, where has it gone? Come out. Fearing the depletion of the Blood Fury, Yunjie stomped his hooves and roared in frustration. Rustle, rustle, swish to the right. Without hesitation, Yunjie charged forward. Navigating through a dense expanse of reeds, he soon found himself before a towering mountain, its peak piercing the clouds. The rustling sound emanated from a narrow path ascending the mountain. The trail was adorned with grass, low enough to reveal the ground clearly. Yet, there was no sign of the Black Panther on the trail. Puzzled, Yunjie approached the path, only to discover a snake slithering along. Blood Fury has ended. Quest notification, Level 3 Night Viper, 2,000 experience points. Possesses 150 Venom evolution points. Capable of stacking with Venomous Fang's skill. Night Viper? Yunjie glanced at the snake, which measured several meters in length. Its appearance was peculiar, featuring two protruding horns atop its head, reminiscent of a creature on the verge of developing dragon-like horns. Its head was distinctly triangular, a clear indication of its venomous nature. Hiss. The Night Viper detected Yunjie, raising its head and flicking its tongue in warning. Puff. A fiery net shot forth. Squeal. The Night Viper writhed and screamed within the flames, soon reduced to a charred husk. Do not threaten me. I might have forgiven you had you not courted your own demise. Yunjie approached, peeling away the charred skin of the Night Viper before swallowing it whole. Congratulations. Earned 2,000 experience points, 150 Venom evolution points. Current experience points remaining to level 3 1-star, 28,000. Rustle, rustle. After consuming the Night Viper, the sounds of serpents slithering grew increasingly dense around Yunjie, prompting him to glance up the mountain path. To his astonishment, he noticed that every few meters along the winding trail, another Night Viper appeared. They held their heads high, seemingly en route to some gathering at the summit. Curiosity piqued. Yunjie sprinted up the mountain path, reasoning that if the Vipers were ascending in broad daylight, there must be something valuable awaiting at the top. The size of the mountain exceeded Yunjie's expectations. It was not until the moon rose that he finally reached the summit. The serpents, large and small, accompanied him the entire way. The so-called summit was not a peak in the true sense, but rather a circular, expansive platform. At the center stood a pointed outcrop, which was the genuine peak. Surveying his surroundings, Yunjie found nothing particularly remarkable. However, he soon spotted several vipers scaling the apex. Immediately, he understood. Stretching his legs, he leapt with fervor. Whoosh. With the assistance of his super jump ability, Yunjie soared nearly 30 meters high. The peak seemed to shrink, revealing an egg before him. Though modest in size, its shell bore intricate, blood-red web-like patterns. Chapter 186. The Egg Heist. Self-regeneration continuously engaged. Current body restoration at 40%. Head and internal organs forming. Please be patient. The world gradually returned to Yunjie's vision, now illuminated by daylight, the blazing sun scorching him like a blade. Fierce beasts passed by, incessantly sniffing the air for scents. If these predators had feasted on cooked flesh, there would be nothing left of Yunjie, not even bone fragments. After all, the enticing aroma of donkey meat was still unfamiliar to them. Too slow. When would he regain his 6th-level self-regeneration? Yunjie felt a mounting anxiety. By the 7th night, his body had recovered 80%. At this point, he could move his limbs without issue. Struggling to rise, Yunjie noted he had slimmed down considerably. He glanced at the ground, littered with the remnants of his shed flesh, as swarms of ants fervently scavenged. Go ahead. He chose not to disturb them, possessing a fondness for the ant tribe he once commanded. Descending the mountain path, the evening breeze brought a refreshing comfort to his recently healed body. Swoosh. The sound of beasts rustling through the underbrush echoed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of sounds followed, akin to a parade of creatures. Yunjie found it curious. What animals ventured out in packs to hunt at night? Approaching the edge of a cliff, he peered down in astonishment to find a black panther and a number of other indistinguishable beasts darting through the reeds. Ahead of them, a gleaming egg, adorned with red patterns, was bouncing away. Could it be the blood-crowned beast's egg? Yunjie assessed his current altitude, hesitated briefly, then leaped downwards. He landed heavily, bones cracking audibly. Ignoring the pain, he hastened to pursue. The egg moved with remarkable speed, given his recently restored body. Catching up to it was a challenge, let alone the Black Panther. After several minutes of futile effort, he realized that intercepting the egg before the panther would require him to cut across and position himself ahead of it. He rushed to a higher vantage point, tracking the egg's trajectory, noting it veering southeast before dashing southwest. Diagonal to him, the egg raced ahead, and the Black Panther pursued rapidly. Despite taking a shortcut, Yunjie exerted himself, yet still fell short of matching the speed of the other party. Growing desperate, he leapt, employing a flat jump. Lowering his elevation, he leapt far, utilizing his super jump to align with the movement of the other group. The egg drew closer, glimmering as it hopped toward him. Yunjie calculated the distance, sprang forth, and opened his mouth wide to seize it. The force and distance of his leap were impeccable. The egg, as anticipated, angled toward his gaping maw. Come to me, precious. Yunjie bit down. The egg seemed to hover in midair for an instant. Then, mysteriously, it bounced, narrowly evading Yunjie's jaws, landing atop his upper lip before springing onto his nose, and then vaulting over his head, zipping away. Damn it! Yunjie had already leapt into the air. He lacked the agility to match the egg's aerial acrobatics. In a moment of panic, he kicked out with his hoof, regardless of whether the egg would shatter. His attack was swift and unexpected. The egg clearly did not anticipate it. By the time it began to bounce again, it was already too late. Thud! The texture of the egg surprised Yunjie. It was not hard, but rather had a certain elasticity, quite resilient. His hoof came down without breaking it. Whoosh! The egg flew away, landing in the grass and disappearing from sight. You want to escape. Upon landing, Yunjie immediately turned and dashed toward the egg's landing site. But before he could take more than a few steps, a Black Panther lunged from the side, blocking his path. Growl! The Black Panther snarled, its jaws wide, compelling Yunjie to retreat. System notification: Level 4 7-star Black Panther, 8,000 experience points, possesses rapid evolution points, can merge with super jump. Yunjie glanced at the Black Panther, baring his own teeth as he lowered his head in response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind rushed by as an unseen beast zipped past him, heading towards the fallen egg. Yunjie felt urgency rise within him. He sidestepped the Black Panther and surged forward. Growl! The Black Panther's powerful paw swept in, catching Yunjie's lower lip with precision, yanking him back before pouncing forward. Having clashed with the Black Panther before, Yunjie was aware of its speed, yet he found it astonishingly faster than he had anticipated. In this moment, the panther leapt onto his head, its claws and jaws tearing ferociously. He swung his head violently. The sound of his cervical spine threatening to snap echoed in the air. Activate Blood Fury. All related skills enhanced by 1 tier. Please maintain combat to stimulate Blood Fury value. That familiar sensation surged once more, a torrent of power coursing through every part of his being. He abruptly leapt into the air, crashing down headfirst with great force. Meow! The panther let out a pitiful cry, releasing its grip in pain. It was a male leopard, and Yunjie had struck precisely at its vulnerable spot. Without lifting his head, Yunjie bit into the panther. The entry felt peculiar, but he had no time to ponder it. The panther was incredibly fast and had formidable offensive capabilities, but its defenses were woefully inadequate. With a single bite, Yunjie pierced through its abdominal skin and the underlying sinew. A pale green corrosive fluid erupted from the wound like a fountain. A woo roar. Whoosh. The panther sprang up from the ground, landing with a bow and continuing to howl in agony. With the enhancement from the poisonous fangs and Blood Fury, he could easily bring down the larger Night Viper King, and the smaller panther succumbed to the poison in an instant. Yunjie paid it no heed, dashing past the panther toward the 3 shadows lurking nearby. In the grass, 3 dark figures were sniffing the ground intensely. Suddenly, one of the beasts let out a roar. lunging forward and snatching up an egg that radiated a mysterious glow. It was indeed the very egg Yunjie had kicked away. However, at this moment, it had turned into a dormant egg, completely unresponsive upon being captured. There was no time to waste. Yunjie shot a strand of webbing into the air, striking the egg accurately, and upon landing, he yanked it forcefully. Roar! The black beast sensed the external force and yanked back with surprising strength, pulling Yunjie off his feet. Stumbling, Yunjie scrambled back to his feet, roaring as he charged forward. Mission prompt: Level 5 Junior Night Beast, 12,000 experience points. Possesses stealth attributes, 500 evolution points in stealth. Level 1 stealth can conceal one's presence and change skin color with the environment. Also possesses speed attributes. Capable of merging with super jumping skills. Night Beast. Yunjie gazed at the black creature, which, judging by its silhouette, appeared to be a black panther. Suddenly, the beast lowered its head, disappearing from sight without a trace. Chapter 185, Thunder Eagle. Mission prompt: Thunder Eagle, rank unknown. Possesses powerful lightning attack attributes and a realm of extreme speed. 50,000 experience points. Other evolution points exceed compatibility. Unknown? Yunjie's ears perked up. Even the system could not ascertain the rank of this Thunder Eagle. Was its strength high or low? He glanced at the Thunder Eagle, whose small, green eyes were narrowed. A commanding aura radiating from it. Whoosh. At the moment their eyes met, Yunjie felt a jolt, as if electrocuted. Then, his fur slowly lay flat. All directed toward the Thunder Eagle, akin to a gesture of respect. No need to guess, this creature was undoubtedly formidable. Yunjie instinctively bared his teeth and took a step back. The pressure exerted by the Thunder Eagle was exceptionally high, rivaling that of dragon kind. Yet, unlike dragon pressure, it was purer and far more intimidating. Moreover, 50,000 experience points. Besides that fiery crystal, this was the highest experience value he had encountered in a beast. Would a creature with lesser strength possess such high experience points? Certainly not. Seeing Yunjie show signs of retreat, the Thunder Eagle relinquished its pressure, turning its back, half spreading its wings, and began to feast on the flesh of the Mother Night Viper King. Yunjie had already conceded defeat, but upon witnessing this scene, his heart surged with indignation. In the realm of beasts, no matter how powerful, a creature would never turn its back on its opponent while feeding. The Thunder Eagle's posture was unmistakably clear. You are not worthy of being my foe. Mother, if I could defeat you, I would surely sink my teeth into you. Yunjie cursed inwardly, turning to leave. Suddenly, he recalled that beasts typically did not consume magic cores, and the Thunder Eagle likely did not either. Why not wait until it finished devouring the serpent's head and snatch a magic core? Thus, he halted, crouching quietly in wait. The Thunder Eagle paid no mind to Yunjie's presence, devouring the serpent's flesh without a care. This creature had an immense appetite. The head of the Mother Night Viper King was roughly the size of a small car, and soon, only the skull remained. Yunjie exhaled, thinking it would soon be over. Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle's head plunged into the cavity of the Mother Night Viper King's skull. Yunjie's heart tightened, reassuring himself that it was merely consuming the brain. In an instant, the Thunder Eagle emerged from the skull, clutching a glowing brown magic core in its beak. Oh, how shameless. Yunjie immediately stood up. The Thunder Eagle glanced at him with disdain, gathering a bolt of lightning at its beak. The lightning coalesced around the Mother Night Viper King's magic core, rapid and crackling with energy. Crack! Like a compressor shattering a diamond, the magic core was instantly pulverized, releasing a plume of brown smoke, while the core's crystalline structure turned to dust. The Thunder Eagle tilted its head back and inhaled deeply, the brown smoke swirling into its nostrils. My goodness, what an advanced way to consume. Yunjie was momentarily stunned, but soon his anger flared. It had stolen his meal and left no magic core behind. This insolent creature was testing his patience. He stepped forward with determination. The Thunder Eagle turned to regard him, its expression unperturbed. You think I haven-tea faced lightning before? I have withstood the formidable bolts of the extreme hive, let alone you. Let us do this. Yunjie raised his head, flaring his nostrils as he unleashed a torrent of flames, encasing the Thunder Eagle in a fiery net. The fire illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the comparatively diminutive Thunder Eagle within. Perhaps taken aback by Yunjie's audacity, the Thunder Eagle showed no intention of fleeing or countering. Its head rose slowly as if moving in slow motion, gazing at the descending fire net. The net descended. Had he succeeded? Yunjie was somewhat surprised. He peered into the fiery net. The Thunder Eagle neither struggled nor exhibited any signs of panic. The scorching flames clung to its dark blue feathers without any sign of singeing or igniting. This was indeed a tough opponent. Yunjie felt a tremor of fear and began to stealthily retreat. Suddenly, the center of the fire net quivered as if something had shot out, or perhaps nothing had happened at all. Run! Yunjie instantly turned and fled. Sizzle! Just as he turned, he halted, for before him perched a thunder eagle. There was no doubt, a second thunder eagle would not appear here. Yunjie glanced between the fire net and the thunder eagle. Scarcely half a second had passed. The thunder eagle nodded slightly, regarding Yunjie with a look akin to that of a judge assessing a criminal, its small, green eyes glinting with cold light. Huff Yunjie straightened his chest. Since evasion was not an option, it was time to fight. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail, and one must draw their sword against any foe. Let's go. He lowered his head, pawing at the ground, emitting a challenging sound through his nostrils. The thunder eagle scoffed, slowly opening its beak as a bolt of lightning struck down with blinding speed. The speed of electricity is 340 meters per second, while light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. Essentially, by the time Yunjie visually registered the light, his brain had yet to react before the lightning struck, and it was in the form of ball lightning. Zap crack. Self-healing intervention initiated vitality declining too rapidly. System protection activated. Self-healing intervention failed reloading roar. Unlike the previous encounter with the thunderous strike of the extreme hive, the electric assault from the Thunder Eagle was far more potent. In an instant, Yunjie felt as if his entire body was fragmented and reassembled countless times within a mere 0.001 seconds. His skin was torn, bones shattered, muscles ripped apart, and organs scattered, only to be inexorably drawn back together in a cycle of merging and overlapping. This was merely the sensation of electricity coursing through his body when the spherical lightning erupted. In that fleeting moment, Yunjie felt an inexplicable lightness, a refreshing chill washing over his heart. However, that was quickly followed by an intense heat, as if he had plummeted into a furnace. Despite having endured the searing heat of fire elemental stones, he genuinely felt the scorching pain. His skin cracked inch by inch, the moisture within his body evaporating instantaneously, rendering him akin to charred remnants of a burnt object. System protection failure rebooting. Yunjie's vision faded to black, and he collapsed to the ground. The Thunder Eagle observed as Yunjie lay motionless, giving a gentle flap of its wings. It had no intention of consuming him, for eagles do not feast on cooked flesh. Indeed, Yunjie was thoroughly cooked at that moment, just shy of being sliced for a soup. After dispatching Yunjie, the Thunder Eagle felt a wave of ennui wash over it. With a swift extension of its wings, it soared into the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Time passed slowly, and after a day and night, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Reboot successful. Self-healing process initiated. Neurons flickered like stars, illuminating Yunjie's consciousness. At this moment, he could see nothing, for his eyes had turned to blackened coals. He could only patiently await the gradual restoration of his body. Fortunately, the strike from the Thunder Eagle had not been overwhelmingly powerful. His brain had survived the ordeal. Otherwise, he would have truly met the King of Hell. Chapter 187. The Night Demon Beast. What? Yunjie was momentarily taken aback, pondering the enigma of the Night Demon Beast. In truth, it was merely a Black Panther. Beasts below the 4th tier were referred to as Black Panthers, while those above the 5th tier were called Night Demon Beasts. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past his ear. Yunjie, slightly delayed in his reaction, soon found a massive paw descending upon him. Bang! With a dull thud, he was sent tumbling backward. At this moment, Yunjie was in a state of blood rage. Even the Night Viper King had failed to knock him back. How infuriating! With crimson eyes ablaze, Yunjie rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the source of the attack. Yet, there was nothing there. Only another Black Panther lurking with predatory intent. FireNet. Determined not to remain passive any longer, Yunjie flared his nostrils and unleashed a fiery net upward. The net expanded, engulfing everything within a 5-meter radius. The other Black Panther, sensing danger, promptly leaped aside. The fire net fell to the ground, having ensnared nothing. This is troublesome. If only he had the ability to sense his surroundings, even with closed eyes, he could detect the Night Demon Beast. Yunjie flicked his tail and took a step back. Blood rage is about to end. Please maintain combat. While he wished to continue fighting, he first needed to locate his opponent. Whoosh! The wind whistled as a series of varying footprints etched themselves upon the grass. To the right, Yunjie reacted swiftly, twisting his neck to unleash another fiery net. The net soared straight ahead. Yunjie watched the net intently. It struck nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Swish! A flash of white light illuminated the air, and the fire net was instantly cleaved in two. Got you. Yunjie swiftly cast another fire net. In that very instant, an unseen giant paw descended, crashing down upon him along with the fire net, striking his face with tremendous force. The power of the night demon beast exceeded Yunjia's imagination, rendering him nearly defenseless. His neck cracked, and he was sent hurtling away. After rolling several times, Yunjia managed to stand. He felt diminutive, reminiscent of his first encounter with the scarred face bear. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The night demon beast, true to its fifth-tier status, possessed an attack strength that dwarfed that of the late-stage Black Panther and the Night Viper King. Blood Rage has ended. Please continue combat and reactivate the Wolf Blood Rage. The intense heat dissipated in an instant, and the crimson tide in his eyes receded. Yunjia shivered. The end of his blood rage meant he had distanced himself further from the night demon beast. Roar. Seemingly sensing Yunjia's diminished strength, the night demon beast revealed itself. This time, Yunjia observed its true form. Its head was smaller than that of a black panther, occupying only a tenth of its body, which was elongated, with visible muscles rippling along its limbs. The most striking difference from the black panther lay in its eyes. They resembled cosmic orbs, black with glimmering white specks, devoid of pupils, and encircled by a faint yellow outline. A chilling sensation coursed through Yunjia's mind, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Among beasts, communication through language was virtually non-existent. Everything was conveyed through action and observation. The night demon beast noted Yunjia's retreat, quickly deducing that this quadruped was frightened. It bared its teeth in a menacing grin. A swirl of white light intermingled with a hint of red emanating from its maw. The egg of the blood-crowned beast still rested within its jaws. Whoosh! The night demon beast lunged forward, its form a blur as it closed the distance between itself and Yunjia in an instant, its massive paw swinging. Yunjia attempted to evade, but with the blood rage receding, his movements had slowed. Bang! With a resounding crash, he was flung backward, his lips seemingly vanished, the wind rushing into his mouth. He spun through the air several times before crashing to the ground. Defense breached. Self-healing process initiated. Yunjia's mind was a muddle of confusion as he stumbled to his feet. A shadow flickered before him, and he was struck once more. It was too fast. As he landed again, he found himself devoid of the strength to rise. Thud, thud. The night demon beast no longer concealed its presence. Striding leisurely toward him, it approached Yunjia, its massive paw pressing down upon his face, its eyes filled with mockery, as if to say, with such meager abilities, "You dare to challenge me?" Yunjia gasped for breath. Having just experienced a rebirth, he felt as though he were witnessing his own demise once more. Suddenly, fear gripped him. He sensed that this time, he would truly perish. Since acquiring self-healing abilities, this sensation had never before crossed his mind. Gurgle the night demon beast emitted a chilling growl from its throat. It pawed at Yunjia's head, seemingly surprised, before turning away. Was it letting him go? Yunjia was bewildered. No, the night demon beast had no intention of sparing him. Rather, it sought to humiliate him before delivering the final blow. It positioned its rear toward Yunjia's head and relieved itself. The stench assailed his senses, igniting a furious blaze within Yunjia. Though his strength paled in comparison to the beast, he would not tolerate such indignity. Wolf Blood Rage reboot successful. Please maintain a vigorous fighting spirit. With his eyes ablaze, blood surged through him, and the once-dim heart was reinvigorated by waves of fury. Let the battle commence. My fate is not determined by the heavens. Yunjia opened his mouth wide, aiming for the night demon beast's hind leg. It seemed as if the beast had eyes on its back. Dodging effortlessly and turning in surprise to find the quadruped's eyes ablaze once more, with strength renewed. Roar. This was a primal roar from Yunjia. He sprang to his feet, his murderous intent shining like the sun amidst the darkness. Wolf Blood Rage operated in such a way that the lower you sank, the less effective it became. The more you embraced battle, the higher it elevated you. Sensing the shift, the night demon beast, though unsure of the cause, chose to conceal itself once more, retreating into the shadows to execute a surprise attack. Yunjia huffed, his bloodthirsty gaze scanning the surroundings. Whoosh! A gust of wind signaled his move. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yunjia staggered back a few steps. Before him, the grass bore witness to a series of deep and shallow paw prints, which soon faded away into nothingness. A trickle of blood seeped from Yunjia's crown. Blood rage increased by 1. Attack duration extended by 1 minute. Please maintain combat status. Shaking his head, Yunjia closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sounds that surrounded him amidst the crimson haze in his mind. There were no prompts, no images. Yet he suddenly sensed a perilous presence approaching from his left. Attack! Yunjia opened his mouth wide and snapped to the left. Several streaks of white light flashed by, etching deep gashes into his donkey-like visage. Spit. He expelled the black hairs that clung to his mouth. Although he hadn't injured the night demon beast, he had caught a glimpse of its presence. After 2 failed assaults, the night demon beast grew cautious. Despite its strength, it could easily overpower Yunjie even without its invisibility. However, as a feline magical beast, its innate caution was a flaw it could not shake. Retreating several meters, it stealthily concealed itself, observing Yunjie's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Bang! A howl erupted, an unexpected event unfolded. The first black panther that Yunjie had bitten succumbed to poison, swelling before exploding in a burst of green fluid. The night demon beast stood nearby. Chapter 190. Encounter with the wolf pack. At this moment, Yunjie envied his 5th leg. At least it could hide within his belly. Where could he conceal himself? Upon spotting Yunjie, the Thunder Eagle's gaze remained indifferent. Even so, Yunjie dared not meet its eyes, having experienced its wrath once. He knew that this wretched bird could turn hostile in the blink of an eye. You can't see me, you can't see me. Yunjie trembled inwardly, flapping. Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle soared toward him. It's over. A donkey's life is about to ascend to the heavens. Yunjie shut his eyes, bracing for the impending lightning strike. A sharp sensation brushed against his head, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Minutes passed without a strike. Awakening from his fear, Yunjie gently shook his head. The Thunder Eagle perched atop his head. What should he do? Yunjie was baffled. This was a first for him. The Thunder Eagle stood on his head, preening its feathers against the wind. Bits of grass and ash rained down upon him, tickling his nose and prompting an urge to sneeze. Yet, he dared not, fearing the Thunder Eagle might misconstrue it as a provocation and send him to his doom. He suppressed the urge, reddening his donkey face in the process. At last, the Thunder Eagle finished preening its feathers. Yunjie exhaled in relief, only to feel a warm sensation atop his head. It defecated. Fury ignited within Yunjie. How dare this wretched bird relieve itself on my head? What if I catch a chill? Should I lick it clean? The Thunder Eagle, oblivious to his grumbling, completed its grooming and took flight. Just like that it left? Yunjie stood dumbfounded for a second, then elation surged within him, having narrowly escaped disaster. Oh God, I've evaded yet another calamity. You wretched bird. May you never feast on 4 dishes in your life. May that dreadful monthly visitor never grace you. Yunjie hurled curses at the Thunder Eagle's retreating form before remembering the droppings on his head. He immediately lowered his head, shaking it vigorously to dislodge the bird's excrement. Let bygones be bygones. Yunjie grinned, feeling lighthearted. He glanced at the droppings, astonished to find that the Thunder Eagle's feces were semi-transparent, laced with a network of blood vessels. Raising an eyebrow, he mused that high-level magical beasts were indeed different. Even their droppings bore traces of blood. Perhaps this excrement possessed unique properties or special evolution points. Who knows, perhaps this bird droppings could be a form of herbal remedy. Should I give it a taste? No. I'm a donkey, not a dog. It might have miraculous effects. Well, a little wouldn't hurt. Yunjie engaged in a dialogue with himself, overcoming his mental barriers. He lowered his head, extending his green tongue to lightly lick the Thunder Eagle's droppings, eagerly awaiting the system's prompt. No prompt appeared. Did I not consume enough? Ahem. Yunjie swallowed hard. Still no prompt. Ah, spit. What a waste. Yunjie quickly realized the folly and expelled it all. Hopefully, no one witnessed that. Feeling embarrassed, he swiftly exited the grassy circle and dashed into the forest. Aimlessly traversing the woods and hills, his hunger grew more insistent. His body had endured severe injuries, and his self-healing was depleting his energy reserves. He urgently needed to capture some magical beasts to satiate his empty stomach. During the day, the forest held no large magical beasts, only the blood-crowned beast roamed freely. With their unique defensive awareness, they were nearly impervious to ambushes. Yunjie had attempted to pursue them multiple times, employing several fire nets. Yet he had captured none, merely drooling in frustration. I'm going to starve to death. Yunjie lay on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling utterly useless for the first time in his life. Rustling a magical beast, Yunjie immediately perked up, spotting a pack of silver wolves bounding gracefully across the ridge. Wolves. Yunjie was invigorated. While he may struggle against other magical beasts, he was confident in dealing with wolves. He stood and quickly rushed toward the opposing slope. As he approached the wolf pack, Yunjie lowered his posture, moving cautiously. The wolves' alertness was no less than that of the Black Panther. Upon his emergence, they detected him, turning to emit low growls, warning him to keep his distance. Yunjie was incensed, ready to charge in and deliver a thrashing. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss for such a large prey. The wolves were not focused on him, but rather seemed intent on keeping him at bay. What could be so alluring? Raising an eyebrow, he retreated several dozen meters, observing the pack from afar. These wolves were slightly smaller than the frenzied wolves, yet their fur was denser and more aesthetically pleasing, somewhat resembling Samoyeds. Their numbers were few, perhaps only dozens. After a brief exchange, a portion of the wolves descended the slope, stealthily advancing along the periphery, while others split into two groups to secure the high ground. What were they up to? Yuanjie scrutinized the direction of the wolves' movements and the terrain, suddenly comprehending their intentions. The wolves were guarding a slope shaped like an inverted gourd, narrowing as one ventured inward, with its end leading to the base of a mountain, a natural dead end. The wolves that descended the slope were pursuing the leisurely blood-crowned beasts, intending to drive them into the circular hill where a feast awaited. Clever. Yuanjie couldn't help but admire the wolves, yet he was also filled with questions. How could the wolf pack capture the blood-crowned beasts, given their defensive awareness? Only time would tell. If they succeeded in capturing the blood-crowned beasts, he could strike while the iron was hot and savor their taste. As expected, the wolf pack's movements were aimed at encircling the blood-crowned beasts. They understood that these creatures were notoriously difficult to catch. The blood-crowned beasts possessed the ability to foresee unknown dangers, yet they could not anticipate a trap. Under the relentless pursuit of over 20 wolves, they inevitably fled toward the valley's mouth. They were walking into a trap. Yuanjie involuntarily stood up, gazing downward. Approximately 100 blood-crowned beasts had been herded into the valley by the wolves. The wolves stationed above the valley immediately sprang into action, pursuing the blood-crowned beast trail. The wolves on the ridge and those below coordinated seamlessly, gradually cornering the blood-crowned beasts into the narrowest alcove at the mountain's base. Realizing their predicament, the blood-crowned beasts huddled together, emitting frantic calls. "Awoo!" The lead wolf issued a command, and the pack began their assault. Yuanjie shook his head. If they attacked like this, the blood-crowned beasts would surely escape. The wolf pack imparted a lesson through their actions. The wolves atop the ridge remained motionless to prevent the blood-crowned beast from escaping from above, while the pack below divided into 3 battalions. The 1st battalion charged forth, aiming to kill as many as they could. The 2nd battalion maintained a certain distance, trailing behind to strangle any escaping blood-crowned beasts, while the 3rd battalion served a similar purpose. Chapter 188, Level 2 Blood Rage against the Night Demon Boom. The explosion resonated with an extraordinary intensity. With blood rage ignited, Yuanjie opened his eyes, only to see a chunk of hovering green slime beside the exploded Black Panther, still writhing. Undoubtedly, it was the Night Demon Beast. "You can't hide any longer." Yuanjie, with his eyes spread wide, charged forth in a frenzy. The Night Demon Beast, still dazed from the explosive sound, only realized it had been discovered as the donkey charged toward it. No longer concealing itself, it leaped forward, preparing to bring Yuanjie down beneath its claws. Countless glimmers of cold light surged toward him, and in his heightened state, Yuanjie shivered, not from fear, but from a newfound calm. Engaging a 5th-tier beast head-on was nearly impossible. He had faced the scarred-faced bear several times without victory, thus he had to rely on cunning. With a gentle push from his hind legs, Yuanjie transitioned from a charge to a leap, soaring past the claws of the Night Demon Beast. Though the Night Demon Beast was agile, it had already committed to its attack and could not alter its course. Moreover, it was unprepared for the donkey's impressive jump. In that fleeting moment of surprise, its claws met empty air, only to be met by a powerful kick to its rear head. With blood rage activated, Yuanjie's 3rd-tier metallic hooves had now ascended to the 4th-tier novice level. The Night Demon Beast's defenses were marginally superior to the Black Panther's, but not by much. The kick landed, causing immediate pain as a cry escaped its lips, and it fell to the ground, thrashing its head in agony. Success! Yuanjie's confidence surged. For the first time, he had struck a blow against the Night Demon Beast. The Night Demon Beast shook off its daze, turned with a furious roar, and charged back at him. Yuanjie was prepared to leap once more. As the Night Demon Beast lunged, he kicked off with all his might, propelling himself into the air again. Have you ever seen a cat snatch a bird in flight? That was the scene unfolding here, with the Night Demon Beast's reaction and speed outpacing even that of a cat. As Yuanjie leapt, the Night Demon Beast followed suit, its speed exponentially greater. In an instant, its claws snagged Yuanjie's belly, and with a powerful pull, it yanked him downwards. Both beasts crashed to the ground. But the more agile Night Demon Beast quickly clamped its jaws around Yuanjie's neck, while its hind claws viciously pummeled his abdomen. In all animals, the abdomen is the weakest point, with thin skin. Even though Yuanjie boasted 4th-tier defenses, his abdominal area was still thinner than that of his shoulders. The claws of the Night Demon Beast, sharp as a spinning mace, swiftly tore through Yuanjie's defenses, shredding his belly and spilling his intestines. The Night Demon Beast did not relent but continued to excavate Yuanjie's abdomen. A pink, cord-like object shot from Yuanjie's body. It was his intestines. As the intestines flew out, his internal organs followed suit. Within moments, his belly was completely emptied. Self-healing power engaging at double capacity, pain surged to an excruciating peak as Yunjie struggled to escape the night demon beast's grip. But the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and his neck was firmly held, rendering him immobile. Let me go? Blood Rage Level 2 activated. Time extended by 2 minutes. Please continue to engage in battle. Metallic Hooves upgraded to 5th tier novice level. All related skills enhanced by 2 levels. Self-healing power engaging at triple capacity. Yunjie's veins swelled dramatically, blood coursing through him like molten lava, unleashing a torrent of newfound strength. He roared and kicked the night demon beast's belly, throwing his head back with force. Rip! His neck tore free, but at the cost of losing a chunk of flesh, exposing his trachea, which erupted in a fountain of blood. Gasping for breath, Yunjie shook his head, his eyes now a fierce crimson. The night demon beast let out a menacing roar, taking a step back. It was not fear that caused its retreat. It merely believed this was Yunjie's final flicker of life. It needed only to wait a few minutes for the donkey to collapse and perish. Yunjie bellowed and charged forward. The night demon beast nimbly evaded the impact, launching a side attack on Yunjie's rear. Without looking back, Yunjie raised his hind leg and kicked upwards with all his might. In the grip of level 2 blood rage, his metallic hooves had reached 5th tier novice level, matching the night demon beast's prowess. With a powerful kick, there was a sickening crack as several of the night demon beast's ribs shattered. Pain surged through it. Yet the night demon beast did not relent. Instead, it sank its teeth into Yunjie's rear, attempting to drag him down. It was unaware that under level 2 blood rage, as long as the opponent remained alive, the assault would not cease. Golden light flashed as Yunjie struck repeatedly at the night demon beast's chest and belly. It sensed something was amiss. This was no mere flicker of life. Finally, unable to bear the assault any longer, it released its grip and leaped backward to escape. With its hold loosened, Yunjie immediately turned to pursue the night demon beast. The night demon beast, bewildered by Yunjie's current state, began to retreat stealthily, but it was unaware that the green slime on its body remained, revealing its location despite its invisibility. In a race against the night demon beast, Yunjie was at a disadvantage. After a few steps, he could not keep pace, stopping to unleash a fiery net. The fire net had now reached 4th tier strength. It was more than sufficient to deal with the 5th tier novice night demon beast. The orange-red net unfurled, illuminating the surroundings like a sun in the night, casting light for a full kilometer. The night demon beast recoiled in shock. All beasts fear fire, especially one of the night. It leaped forward and fled with all its might. The fire net, predictably, missed its target, with the night demon beast sprinting at full speed. Nothing could catch up. Don't escape. I will skin you alive. Yunjie immediately pursued. Beneath the night sky, the green spot darted across the ground as if flying without a sound. I can't catch up, even in the state of level 2 blood rage. Yunjie found his speed still lacking compared to the night demon beast. Level 3 super jump ready. I can still jump. Yunjie's forehooves hit the ground, and with a powerful push from his hind legs, he exploded into action. Boom. A cloud of dirt erupted. Yunjie shot forth like a supersonic missile, instantly propelling himself ahead. A level jump could cover around 40 meters. A horizontal leap surpasses that. A level 3 jump is 3 times the first tier. With this leap, Yunjie traversed more than 120 meters in an instant, catching up to the night demon beast's pace. The night demon beast, startled, revealed itself. Seeing Yunjie closing in, it immediately veered right and sprinted away. This tactic worked well, as Yunjie, upon landing, found himself distanced once more. Jump again. Bang swoosh. Yunjie leapt once more. The fleeing night demon beast glanced back and swiftly turned left to escape. Oh no, I'm going to lose it. Yunjie soared over the night demon beast's head, the gap widening. Level 2 blood rage attack time nearing expiration. Please continue to fight and maintain blood rage levels. Yunjie felt urgency. Once it ended, the night demon beast would escape with the egg. Fire net. Seizing the opportunity while level 2 blood rage persisted, Yunjie turned to unleash another fiery net. Chapter 189. Encountering the Thunder Eagle again. Level 2 blood rage concluded. Level 1 blood rage initiated. All skills revert by 1 tier. As the fire net shot forth, the system's notification chimed. Yunjie felt the fervor within him diminish by half, the overwhelming power becoming somewhat gentler. It must hit. A figure lay upon the ground, its hollow abdomen spilling blood like raindrops. He swiftly turned to glance at the direction from which the fiery net had struck. The fire net had landed, yet the attack appeared to have missed its mark. A sharp cry pierced the air, and from the thicket ahead, a shadow leapt forth. Had it been struck? Yunjie was taken aback and immediately dashed forward. The fire net had extinguished, and there was no sign of the night demon beast, but the air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt fur. It was certain that the fire net had indeed impacted the beast, though it had not ensnared it within its confines. Rustling sounds arose from the underbrush, prompting Yunjie to pursue the noise. Ahead, a dark silhouette weaved through the grass. On its back, a patch of bare skin was visible, stained with blood. It was the night demon beast. It had truly been struck by the fire net. Yunjie pressed on relentlessly. Despite its injuries, the night demon beast maintained its swiftness. Within a minute, its form became indistinguishable, leaving only the sound of rustling grass in its wake. Blood Fury attack time remaining, 1 minute. Please continue fighting to activate Blood Fury value. Damn, Yunjie cursed under his breath. The flaw of the Blood Fury was its tendency to diminish once one disengaged from battle. Faced with a fleeing creature like the night demon beast, how was one to sustain the fight? Blood Fury has ended. As Yunjie sprinted, he felt his strength abruptly siphoned away. His weary limbs succumbed to the force, and he fell to the ground, rolling helplessly. Leap again. Even if he could not catch up, he could not allow it to escape. Yunjie scrambled to his feet and leapt into the air. Upon landing, he gazed toward the direction the night demon beast had vanished, only to feel a wave of disappointment. The creature had completely disappeared. As he dropped to all fours, he gasped for breath, pain surging through his empty abdomen like a relentless tide. I can't go on. Foaming at the mouth, Yunjie squatted slowly to the ground. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air above him, and instinctively, he looked up to see nothing but the dark sky. In less than a second, a flash of white light darted past his right front, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. A howl echoed, the anguished cry of the night demon beast. Yunjie's heart raced. He immediately recalled the thunder eagle he had encountered days prior. Surely, the night demon beast was not so unfortunate as to cross paths with it? Run! Overwhelmed by the thunder eagle's formidable power, Yunjie shivered involuntarily and turned to flee. After sprinting for over 10 miles, he dared to pause. Looking back at the location of the night demon beast, he pondered anxiously. Had that been the thunder eagle? Was the night demon beast dead? What of the egg? Surely the thunder eagle hadn't devoured the blood-crowned beast egg as well? Self-healing process ongoing. Recovery progress, 67%. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had arrived. After a night had passed, Yunjie's ruptured abdomen had begun to mend. His internal organs had yet to regenerate, and he remained vigilant. After waiting a while longer, he reasoned that even if the thunder eagle had slain the night demon beast, it should have finished its meal and departed by now. Perhaps, if the monstrous blackbird had not consumed the blood-crowned beast egg, he might yet recover it. With this thought in mind, he bravely ventured back. He walked slowly, two conflicting voices battling in his mind, one urging him forward, the other cautioning against it. In this state of inner turmoil, he arrived at a patch of flattened grass. It appeared as though a gigantic spherical object had struck, creating a vast circle in the half-meter-high grass, with nearby wild grasses lying prostrate. Smoke still wafted from the center of the circle, suggesting a recent fire. Yunjie crouched low, cautiously peering through the grass. In the center of the circle, the grass had turned to ash, while layers of pulverized plant matter carpeted the periphery. However, he could not discern the night demon beast amidst the blackened ash, as it blended seamlessly into the charred remains. After observing for over half an hour with no signs of movement, Yunjie concluded that the thunder eagle had indeed flown away. He rose cautiously and stepped into the grass circle. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of charred flesh. His heart raced, realizing that the night demon beast was likely dead. Treading upon the pulverized grass, a deep fear gripped Yunjie. The power to reduce vegetation to molecular form meant that the thunder eagle's lightning was far beyond that of a mere beehive. Had he been struck by such a bolt, he too would have become like these grass particles. As he neared the center of the grass circle, warmth radiated from the unextinguished ash. Above the ash, a charred skeleton emitted a dim orange glow. Yunjie halted, assessing the size of the skeleton, confirming it was the night demon beast, a fifth-tier beast, slain by a single bolt of lightning. Yunjie gasped in disbelief at the sheer terror of the thunder eagle. Unfazed by fire, he stepped onto the still smoldering ash, using his hose to sift through the night demon beast's remains, hoping to uncover a magical core or blood-crowned beast egg. Nothing. There was nothing left. The thunder eagle had scavenged it all, leaving no trace behind. Damn it! Yunjie cursed under his breath, begrudgingly exiting the ash. Suddenly, he spotted some eggshells adorned with red markings, reminiscent of the blood-crowned beast egg shells. Undoubtedly, these were remnants left by the thunder eagle. Such waste. Yunjie swallowed hard and took a bite of the shattered eggshell. Crunching, it was excruciatingly tough. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point in defensive perception. Oh, even the eggshells yield evolution points. Yunjie promptly extended his tongue, licking up the fragmented shells scattered on the ground. In total, he acquired 31 points in defensive perception evolution. Few not a wasted trip after all. Yunjie smacked his lips, savoring the experience. Rustle. A sound of stirring ash caught his attention. Turning, he beheld a small creature, covered in black-gray fur, emerging from beneath the night demon beast skeleton. The creature leapt onto the skull, shook its head, and then flapped its wings, revealing dark blue feathers. What? Yunjie felt his soul flee his body, leaving him standing rigidly in place. It was the Thunder Eagle. This creature had nestled in the fire's remnants all night. This is bad. Yunjie dared not move. His heart raced as he cast a sidelong glance at the Thunder Eagle. The newly awakened Thunder Eagle seemed unaware of his presence, preening its feathers contentedly. Yunjie felt his fifth leg retreating in terror, while his other four limbs trembled uncontrollably. The Thunder Eagle heard the noise and slowly turned its head. Chapter 143. Assimilation in the Sandy. Yunjie was currently unaware of his state. Yet he found the experience rather amusing. He maneuvered his body to evade the attacks of the sand louse, akin to piloting a drone. The sand louse king was colossal, and apart from its leaps, its movements were inherently cumbersome. Yunjie controlled his body from a different perspective, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. After several geometric rounds, the sand louse king grew increasingly agitated. It sensed its prey tantalizingly close, yet could not find the right angle for an assault, or rather, the opportune moment to consume it. Enraged, it leaped once more. The yellow sand surged forth, reminiscent of a rocket launch. Yunjie's headless form tumbled through the sandy expanse, glancing skyward. The sensation was surreal. He could not feel his neck, yet he was able to shift perspectives, experiencing an all-encompassing 360-degree view. The Sandlouse King ascended into the air, having found a suitable angle for attack, and dived down again. No longer within the range of its assault, Yunjie observed more clearly this time. He pinpointed the descending trajectory of the Sandlouse King and guided his body towards its rear. It was said that one's success and failure lay within their legs. After days of battling the sandlouse, he had become well acquainted with their behavioral patterns. Overall, the sandlouse's agility surpassed that of the armored beetle. However, devoid of powerful hind legs, it was decidedly less nimble than the beetle. Yunjie sprinted to the rear of the armored beetle, only to be soundly thrashed. The beetle could seize him without turning its head. The sandlouse, on the other hand, was too clumsy to pivot its body, relying solely on its leaps to change attack angles. With a resounding crash, Yunjie's body darted to the rear of the Sandlouse King. The Sandlouse King's antennae quivered briefly before it leaped again, spinning midair, locking onto Yunjie below, and plummeting downwards. Let us see how I'll do away with you. Yunjie directed his body towards its tail once more. Boom. The Sandlouse King landed again, only to find Yunjie had vanished once more, compelling it to leap again. Yunjie chuckled, realizing this fool was likely to be outsmarted by him. Centered around the louse's tail, he simply guided his body toward it every time it jumped. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the enormous Sandlouse King thumped repeatedly as it leaped, continuing for over 3 hours until the moon set and the sun rose, heralding a new day. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Sandlouse King landed, unfurling its wings, steam rising from beneath them in the sunlight. Its flat carapace heaved, indicating considerable fatigue. Yunjie approached the Sandlouse King, triumphantly scratching at the yellow sand. As if to taunt, "Are you coming for more?" The Sandlouse King, incensed, brandished its horn and charged forward. Huh. Yunjie skillfully maneuvered along the underside of the horn. This was the Sandlouse King's blind spot. While it could attempt to turn, the radius was significant. Trapped in this position, the Sandlouse King could only spin blindly, unable to devise a strategy against him. After chasing in circles for quite some time, the Sandlouse King finally paused, seemingly contemplating surrender. By now, the sun had risen, and the temperature was steadily climbing. Yunjie, buried in the yellow sand, began to feel the heat and brightness. Boom. A sound akin to an earthquake reverberated once again. Yunjie jumped, wondering if the tumult was beginning anew. The Sandlouse King reacted even more dramatically, appearing terrified of the sound. Its eyes bulged, scanning the surroundings before it abruptly took flight. Run. Yunjie promptly directed his body towards the louse's tail. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The Sandlouse King did not target Yunjie, but instead dove headfirst toward a sand dune. With a thunderous crash, akin to a hard landing of an aircraft, the Sandlouse King buried itself in the dune, hastily digging into the sand as if in flight. With each movement, sand poured forth like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the creature had completely vanished beneath the yellow sand, leaving no trace behind. Gone. Yunjie pondered, having learned over the past few days that the sand louse was a creature of the night. But did it truly fear the sunlight to such an extent? Boom, boom. Boom. The earth trembled with increasing intensity. Dunes collapsed, The sandy sea obscured the sky, and a new cycle of tectonic movement. Yunjie maneuvered his body towards the plains, suddenly sensing a peculiar force pushing him outward, not from his body, but from his head or consciousness. With a pop, his vision flipped upward, as if expelled by some unseen force. He spun in the air several times before crashing back to the ground, swaying with the tremors of the earth. As he rolled, Yunjie began to comprehend his present condition. Sandy assimilation. His donkey-like head was now merely a mound of sand. Upon entering the dune, the assimilation had completed, though he had remained unaware. It was at that moment the Sand Louse King had dislodged his sandy head. Understanding his predicament, another question arose. If his head had assimilated into sand, why was he being repelled? He had not flowed with the sandy sea, but rather had been ejected. Perplexed, the vibrations continued. Minutes later, the desert landscape transformed once more into a flat expanse. Yunjie silently awaited the desert's second orogeny. As anticipated, a few minutes later, a more powerful tremor began. The same up and down motion ensued, causing Yunjie to feel as if his head had boarded an elevator. The yellow sand below surged to life, cascading in layers, coalescing and rolling upward. Yunjie felt akin to a ball on a conveyor belt, the belt ascending while he remained stationary, rolling round and round. Half an hour later, dunes were formed, and the tremor ceased abruptly. The yellow sand came to a standstill, and Yunjie found himself perched on the slope of a dune, tumbling down in a flurry. Damn it, finally over. As the earth stilled, Yunjie sensed the entire sandy expanse sinking. This was not a physical sinking, but rather, upon the cessation of tremors, the sand no longer rejected him. He could delve beneath the surface and navigate through the sandy sea with the ease of swimming. This sensation was even more extraordinary, reminiscent of the nightmare beast traversing through stone. Suddenly, he realized an unsettling fact. He could not locate his body. In the chaos of the earthquake, his head had bounced around, completely forgetting his body. When everything settled, his body had long since been buried, and its whereabouts remained unknown. Although his body was missing, Yunjie remained relatively calm. He could still sense its presence and receive all its feedback. However, determining its location proved challenging. He decided to dive into the sand, confident in his ability to traverse the sandy sea without obstruction. Chapter 144. The ocean beneath the desert. Yunjie sank deeper, his head merging with the sandy sea. An even more wondrous sensation enveloped him. The sand, though solid, felt as if he were submerged in slightly viscous sludge. Distinctly aware of becoming a part of the sandy expanse, he could move freely up and down, traverse anywhere he desired, even without the need for breath. The only drawback was the darkness. Within the sand, it was pitch black, rendering visibility non-existent and direction indiscernible. Finding his body remained the priority. Yunjie swam beneath the sandy sea, searching for his form. After his head assimilated into the sand, he lost the sensations of gravity and pressure, leaving him oblivious to whether he was moving upward or downward, fixating solely on moving forward and further forward. In the sandy sea, his speed more than doubled compared to land, with nearly no resistance. After searching thoroughly, he found nothing. Sensing something amiss, he altered his direction, only to realize he was utterly lost amid the vast expanse of sand. Yunjie found himself disoriented, unsure of which way was up. The thought of locating his body seemed futile. He was even unsure how to escape this desolate realm. Despair enveloped him. After wandering aimlessly in a chosen direction for what felt like an eternity, he found no sign of a boundary. Panic set in. What if he failed to find his body and remained trapped in this sandy abyss forever? With no sense of gravity or direction, Yunjie suddenly felt the world around him spinning uncontrollably. When the dizziness subsided, he realized he was utterly lost beneath the sandy surface. Where should he go? He posed the question to himself, only to be met with silence. He truly did not know. Another wave of dizziness washed over him as he aimlessly roamed beneath the sands. Time slipped away, and then he heard vibrations emanating from all directions. In a moment of clarity, Yunjie felt the sand around him repelling him. Each grain of sand seemed to reject him, and he could almost hear their disdainful murmurs. Countless particles pushed him away, and despite his struggles, he made no progress. His head spun wildly, uncertain of which way to flee. After what felt like an eternity of navigating through the sand, suddenly, a burst of sunlight pierced through the dark, shattering the illusion of the sandy realm. He had escaped from beneath the surface. A deep rumble echoed around him. The desert was beginning to shift and settle once more. A day had passed. Yunjie collapsed onto a mound of sand, his head bobbing with the tremors. He felt a sense of relief. Had the desert not begun to move again, he might have remained buried beneath the sands for eternity. The same vibrations repeated, causing the sand dunes to collapse from the lateral motion of the earth, burying the sand troughs, and transforming everything into a straight line. After half an hour, the desert resumed its vertical movements, the golden sands stirring back to life, coalescing into heaps as they surged toward the dunes, completing the rejuvenation of the desert landscape. As the tremors ceased, the sand seemed to enter a state of dormancy, no longer rejecting Yunjia. He glanced at the undulating dunes, realizing he might never find his body again. Yet, he knew he must search. If his old form was truly beyond recovery, he could rely on his self-healing abilities to craft a new body. However, the old must be relinquished for the new to emerge. With the sun as his guide, Yunjia submerged himself once more into the sandy depths. In this confined space, remembering the way was one challenge. Moving with purpose was another. After traversing several hundred meters, he sensed something was amiss. He had lost all sense of direction and could not retrace his steps. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to wander aimlessly. After all, the sands would eventually expel him once more, and he could search then. As he meandered through the dunes, Yunjia suddenly detected a damp, chilling essence. He halted and moved toward the source, astonished to discover that the further he ventured in that direction, the more moisture the sand contained. Resolutely, he advanced toward the wetter terrain. The water increased, filling the voids between the grains of sand. Yunjia felt his sandy head being transformed into a singular mass by the influx of water. Suddenly, he broke through the surface of the sand, emerging into a vibrant blue world. It was all water. As he tasted the liquid, he was shocked to find it was seawater. Oh, divine providence! Beneath the desert lies an ocean. The water was somewhat murky, yet he could discern the submerged world below. At the ocean's bed, intricate crevices crisscrossed like cracks, with kelp-like growths flourishing above them. A glance around revealed a familiar, flattened figure bobbing upside down among the seaweed. He felt an inexplicable sense of recognition and yearned to swim closer. Yet, as his head broke through the sand into the water, a horrifying revelation struck him. His sandy head disintegrated in the seawater. Yunjia recoiled in shock, hastily retreating back into the sand. That figure appeared to be a sand leech. Casting a glance at the dark outline, he thought, assimilation in progress. Assimilation failed. Assimilation in progress. What were you attempting to assimilate into? The seawater? A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Perhaps this partial assimilation power could achieve something. Yet, he suspected it was unlikely. The fragment of assimilation power acquired from the nightmare beast was far beyond his control and precision. Changing his perspective, Yunjia burrowed into the sand and circled above the shadowy figure, then peeked out. Indeed, the creature floating in the water was unmistakably a sand leech. At that moment, the sand leech's horns were entrenched within the crevice, its hind legs and forefeet tucked beneath its body, resembling a mass of drifting seaweed. It truly was a sand leech. Yunjia furrowed his brow, realizing the sand leech king was also present. He turned his gaze to the distance, where massive dark figures swayed among the kelp. What was this place? Why was there seawater beneath the desert? The buoyancy of water should cause the sand to sink, not float atop the surface. Yunjia was perplexed. Since his reincarnation, he had witnessed too many inexplicable phenomena. Suddenly, a sight captured his attention. He observed wisps of blood floating from the crevice beneath the sand leech's horns. Blood? Yunjia was utterly bewildered. How could there be blood? The blood swirled in the water, and the seemingly dormant sand leech suddenly opened its mouth, eagerly consuming the crimson strands. A chill coursed through Yunjia's mind, and a terrifying thought surged forth. The sand leech was a parasitic creature that fed on blood, residing in the ocean beneath the sandy expanse. Siphoning the blood from the crevices. Did that mean beneath the desert lay a living beast? My goodness. Yunjia gazed at the seemingly endless subterranean ocean. If this creature was indeed alive, how immense must it be? Chapter 145. The Cause of the Earthquake. Yunjia felt a bone-chilling dread. The reality before him transcended his imagination. More blood surged from beneath the crevice, resembling vibrant red ribbons. The sand leeches clinging to the crevice awoke, their powerful hind legs thrashing in the water while their horns plunged deep into the abyss. This scene resembled a captured lobster desperately thrashing its tail. With each forceful thrust of the sand leeches, more blood flowed from the crevice, dyeing the entire expanse of water crimson. Visibility diminished as red engulfed his sight. The sound of bubbling intensified, sending shivers down Yunjia's spine. It was undoubtedly the sound of sand leeches devouring blood. As the blood content in the water escalated, the sand leeches entered a frenzy, relentlessly burrowing into the crevice to extract more of the precious liquid. Even from a distance, Yunjia could smell the pungent aroma of blood. Suddenly, an unknown sound erupted, and countless bubbles surged from below, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the sand leeches flying from their perch. Like cannonballs, the sand leeches soared through the air, crashing back into the yellow sand. A greater, more powerful wave of energy rolled forth from the ocean's depths. The saturated yellow sand came alive, expelling all foreign entities. Yunjie and the sand leeches both found themselves within the expulsion zone of the sand. That peculiar sensation returned. Each grain of sand repelled him, not in a psychological sense, but in a physical one. Yunjie could feel the sand lifting him upward. The sheer multitude of grains exerted a terrifying combined force. Like a rocket, Yunjie was thrust upward from the sandy depths. The dark world faded away, replaced by an all-encompassing light. When Yunjie opened his eyes, he found himself soaring towards the heavens, surrounded by a multitude of ascending sand fleas, including the largest among them, the Sand Flea King. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, reminiscent of a missile launch. His own body. Amidst the myriad trajectories of flight, Yunjie spotted his headless form among them. As they ascended to a certain height, everything began to plummet. Yunjie, the sand fleas, and the Sand Flea King. A cacophony erupted as swathes of sand fleas crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the dunes to collapse, concealing all sand channels beneath. The fallen sand fleas panicked, leaping to burrow into the sandy terrain, hastily excavating their way into the yellow sands. From descent to disappearance, barely a minute elapsed. Yunjie noticed his body lying not far from him and immediately swam over. Suddenly, the Sand Flea King erupted from the sand, its horn piercing his form before it dove back into the depths. Damn it! Furious, Yunjie pursued, diving into the sand. At that moment, the desert was shifting upwards, and the repulsion of the sand was insurmountable. Self-healing intervention initiated that long-forgotten voice finally resonated. Simultaneously, he felt the sharp pangs of pain emanating from his body. Undoubtedly, the Sand Flea King had commenced its assault on him. Let me in. Desperation took hold as Yunjie thrust downward. But his strength was trivial compared to the vastness of the desert sands. The desert's motion resumed, jostling him incessantly. As the dunes gradually formed and the repulsion lessened, he was able to sink again. Pursue. Yunjie dove back into the sand, hastily chasing after the Sand Flea King. In the sea of sand, visibility was non-existent. As he chased, he realized he had lost his sense of direction. Just then, he felt subtle vibrations and expansions in the surrounding sands, immediately recognizing it as the Sand Flea King burrowing deeper. Following the force, Yunjie spotted the fleeting legs of several sand fleas. Finally caught up with you. Yunjie reached the head of the Sand Flea King, intending to reclaim his body from its jaws, only to discover a fatal flaw. He could not stop the Sand Flea King. His current head was transformed into sand, crumbling upon contact, devoid of any offensive capability. He attempted to ram the Sand Flea King's head a few times, but to no avail. It's over, what to do? The scent of blood wafted through the air, pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. Yunjie was overwhelmed with panic, unable to fathom the state of his body after such a vicious assault. Suddenly, the Sand Flea King accelerated, darting past him and burrowing forward. Yunjie was scattered, his consciousness splintering into countless fragments, taking a significant time to reassemble himself. Continue the pursuit. As he sped through the sands, a flash of white bone caught his eye. He halted abruptly, turning to see his own leg bone. Damn it! Fury ignited within Yunjie, propelling him forward. Splash! Ahead, the sound of water splashing rang out. The Sand Flea King had submerged. Sure enough, as Yunjie followed, the sand ahead undulated like cotton, wisps of blood swirling within. He breached the sand layer near the water, peering out to see the Sand Flea King had dragged his half-formed body underwater, leaving a long, blood-stained trail behind. A step too late. Yunjie cursed inwardly, realizing he could not enter the water and pursue the Sand Flea King. Perhaps sensing the blood, the sand fleas that had plunged into the sea became agitated, converging from all directions to surround the Sand Flea King. Within moments, Yunjie's small body was devoured. Not a trace remained. Body destruction detected. Reconstruction in progress. Estimated time. 1 month, you band of bastards. Thieves, brutes. Yunjie seethed with rage. Utterly futile, the sand fleas that had gorged on his body dispersed, finding suitable positions before plunging their horns into the crevices, retracting their forelegs and hind legs. Drifting like floating corpses. I will make you pay. I will annihilate you. Fuming, Yunjie spun in circles within the sands, recounting all his abilities, only to find none capable of instantly vanquishing the sand fleas, let alone the Sand Flea King. Cursed all naturality fragments. Suddenly, in his despondency, Yunjie noticed the natural power fragments on his attribute panel. This entity could manipulate earth and plant elements. Could it thrive in the desert as it did in the marshlands? Only one way to find out. Yunjie promptly turned around, racing back through the sands until he emerged on the surface. Infused natural elemental fragments. Natural power fragments infused. 1. Remaining 35-100. Instantly, Yunjie felt an intense pain surge through his forehead. Chapter 141. The Sand Flea King Mission Alert. Tier 5 Beginner Sand Flea King. 8,000 experience points. 200 defense points. 300 points for Super Jump Evolution. Tier 5. Yunjie was taken aback. They say one should not be greedy. Yet who knew that even in a beast's life, greed could be perilous? Sensing the Sand Flea King had yet to emerge, he cautiously retreated, hoping the creature would not notice him. Crash. The yellow sands erupted, revealing two dark, oval eyes of the Sand Flea King, magnified countless times. It scanned left and right before locking onto Yunjie. This is it. Panic gripped his heart as he turned and fled. Regardless of whether this creature was a pure Tier 5, it's staggering too. 200 defense points alone were enough to terrify anyone. What attack could possibly breach such formidable defenses? There was no time to linger and wait for death. Boom! A tremor akin to an earthquake shook the sands, and a whirlwind surged forth, sending Yunjie tumbling, as if swept away like a leaf. After a few seconds of disorientation, the wind suddenly subsided, and Yunjie crashed to the ground. He quickly rose, gazing in shock at the site where the Sand Flea King had been, now a deep pit that seemed to stretch into infinity. After battling sand fleas for several days, Yunjie knew their nature well. If it wasn't in the pit, it was overhead. He immediately looked up, where the sky was obscured by swirling dust, resembling a sandstorm, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, is it raining? Upon closer inspection, Yunjie realized that the sandstorm was indeed showering down particles of mud-laden yellow sand. Moreover, the yellow sand bore a familiar scent. This scent was strikingly reminiscent, evoking memories of his homeland, though he could not quite place it. Whoosh! As the winds howled, a colossal silhouette emerged amidst the swirling sands, resembling an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Here it comes. Yunjie immediately lay flat, raising his hooves in preparation to counterattack. However, as he lifted his limbs, he realized these little hooves were hardly suited for such a task. Crash! Darkness enveloped him as the Sand Flea King landed directly above Yunjie. Blinking in disbelief, he found his hooves were insufficient to reach the underbelly of the creature, let alone mount an attack. Pitter-patter, 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 the sound of raindrops echoed, and Yunjie looked around in astonishment. Noticing water dripping from the contours of the Sand Flea King, which smelled briny, reminiscent of seawater. What on earth, seawater? Yunjie was taken aback. Having grown up by the sea, he was intimately familiar with this scent, which explained the nostalgic feelings it evoked. But where did the Sand Flea King acquire seawater in this arid desert? Boom, boom. The Sand Louse King stirred, its massive claws thundering against the yellow sands, resembling a tremor. After retreating a few steps, it spotted a four-legged creature lying upside down, its mouth and tongue askew, lowering its head to sniff. The Sand Louse King's colossal beetle horns sharply collapsed the sand dune before Yunjie. Yes, it's you. The Sand Louse King nodded, as if it had found its intended target. At this moment, Yunjie dared not move. Faced with this behemoth, his sole skill was to feign death, hoping this creature had no appetite for lifeless prey. Huff, huff, the Sand Louse King's nostrils resembled two giant blow dryers, exhaling hot air all over Yunjie, chilling him to the core. Crack! A strange sound echoed. Yunjie cautiously opened his eyes to see the Sand Louse King's enormous mouth agape, akin to an alien spacecraft opening its hatch. Are you still eating dead things? How cruel. Realizing he could no longer maintain his ruse, Yunjie flipped over and bolted. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a gust of air swept over, sending Yunjie tumbling back to the ground. The Sand Louse King descended gracefully, once again overshadowing Yunjie, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. This time, Yunjie ceased his charade of death. He tucked his tail between his legs and retreated, gazing in terror at the colossal creature before him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fiery net erupted from Yunjie's nostrils. He had resolved that rather than await his demise, it was better to take the initiative and ascertain the creature's defenses. The orange-red fire net sliced through the air, enveloping the Sand Louse King's shield-shaped head. It looked like a small orange hat perched atop its head. Although the fire net burned, it inflicted no damage on the Sand Louse King's shell, not even producing smoke. Not good. Yunjie realized the dire situation and immediately charged at the Sand Louse King. Is he trying to commit suicide? Clearly not. Yunjie aimed to engage the Sand Louse King, incite his blood rage, and then attempt again with an upgraded web. If a level 3 web proved ineffective, he would have no choice but to close his eyes and await his end. The Sand Louse King remained still, allowing Yunjie to collide with it. Bang! Yunjie dodged the Sand Louse King's beetle horns and leaped to strike its massive head. A dull thud resounded, but the Sand Louse King didn't budge, while Yunjie fell back to the ground. Damn it, that felt like crashing into a mountain. Wild Donkey Charge achieved 50 points. Yunjie rose, gazing up at the Sand Louse King's head, his eyes shifting to its stubby forelegs. If the head wouldn't yield, he would strike the legs. Stepping back a few paces, he unleashed the Wild Donkey Charge toward the Sand Louse King's short legs. Clang! It was like colliding with a massive iron pillar. The Sand Louse King's short leg merely recoiled, while Yunjie staggered, starry-eyed, before tumbling to the ground. Wild Donkey Charge achieved 50 points. Blood Rage. Why haven't you activated yet? Yunjie stood, shaking his head in irritation, glaring at the Sand Louse King. The creature remained motionless, seemingly relishing his feeble attempts. Anger flared within him. While he might not best it, he would not be belittled. The fire net had failed, but he still possessed teeth. Yunjie turned and charged again, biting down on the Sand Louse King's short leg. Crunch. It was not Yunjie piercing the Sand Louse King's exoskeleton. Rather, his tooth had shattered. It's over. Nothing works. This creature is too formidable. Suddenly, the Sand Louse King retaliated. Its beetle horns swept violently, sending Yunjie flying. Since entering the Sunset Forest, he had been flung by the Wolf King, then by the scarred-faced bear, but none compared to this blow from the Sand Louse King. It felt as if a mountain had struck him, his vision blurred, his insides rearranged. He crashed into a sand dune, struggling to pull his head free, only to see the Sand Louse King leap into the air and float down. Suddenly, he found it hilariously absurd. By distance, he had been flung a dozen meters. Yet the Sand Louse King leaped a staggering 60 to 70 meters high. Why not just crawl over instead? Chapter 146, Revenge of the Sand Sea. In excruciating pain, Yunjie felt as if countless roots enveloped his forehead. A faint green light flickered around his brow, coalescing into a tender sprout. As the sprout reached for the sunlight, it rapidly grew, extending its branches and leaves. The fragments of natural power grew at an astonishing rate, with thousands of roots penetrating Yunjie's sand-turned head, digging deep into the sand layers in search of moisture. Through the roots' extension, Yunjie's sense of touch also expanded. The surface of the yellow sand was mostly dry. The deeper one went, the more moisture one found, not to mention the ocean beneath the sand layers. As the roots penetrated the arid sand, they detected water molecules, hastening their growth. Swish, 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 swish. The roots, having reached the water molecules, pierced the sand layer like arrows, swiftly entering the seawater and beginning to absorb moisture. The seawater, being a natural element, could be absorbed just like the fragments of natural power, without any hindrance. The leaves, now nourished, initiated their growth mode, splitting in two, with tender buds sprouting from the center and then splitting again. After several extensions, layers of green leaves spiraled upward, revealing a tender green flower bud at the center of the branches and leaves. The flower bud split open, and brown petals unfurled. The fragments of natural power begin to work, restoring vitality by 19 healing power doubles in effect unlike previous instances. This time the petals of the fragments of natural power were brown, identical in hue to the yellow sand. What Yunjie sought was not merely the restoration of his body and vitality. He desired the fragments of natural power to manipulate the yellow sand as they did in the marsh. Rise, Yunjie growled, channeling his will to command the roots to manipulate the yellow sand. The earth heaved, a massive crack extending forth. Crash! A whirlwind of dust soared as a colossal arm of yellow sand emerged from the depths. Excellent! Yunjie twisted the yellow sand arm, then clenched it tightly. Thinking to himself, let us see how I deal with you now. At this moment, the sand louse had returned to the seawater. How to deal with it? Simple. With the roots. The roots had already penetrated the seawater, functioning as Yunjie's feet, allowing him to clearly sense the seawater and move at his will. Much like when he grasped the bone snake fish. Like fishing in murky waters, Yunjie extended his roots to feel the seabed. Before long, he encountered a trench at the sea bottom, and to his astonishment, it felt soft. Moreover, it was not cold, it was warm. Goodness, it truly is alive. Yunjie shivered, continuing to guide his roots. Underwater objects were easily identifiable. The kelp-like entities were soft, while the sand louse's beetle horns were hard. As he brushed against a patch of seaweed, one of his roots touched a semicircular, somewhat hard object. It's the beetle horn. I've got you. Excited, Yunjie manipulated the roots to ensnare the beetle horn, yanking it forcefully. Like catching a live shrimp, the sand louse hopped frantically on the roots, almost escaping. Yunjie tightened his grasp on the creature, swiftly pulling it from the depths. The yellow sand surged, and with a plop, the sand louse was hurled from the ground by Yunjie's roots. The sand louse clearly struggled against the sunlight, screeching as it leapt up and attempted to burrow back into the sand. Where do you think you're running? Let us see if I can't crush you. Yunjie commanded the massive yellow sand fist to strike down. With a resounding boom, The earth trembled. His punch rivaled the Sand Louse King's leap. Humph. You must be finished now. Try escaping again. Yunjie smugly withdrew his fist. I am astonished. It truly has escaped. As the fist withdrew, a small opening emerged, revealing that the sand leech had long vanished. He hastily extended his large hand to dig downwards. The enormous hand, formed from fragments of natural elemental energy, possessed the ability to manipulate earth. As the colossal palm delved into the yellow sand, it encountered virtually no resistance. Upon touching a solid object, the fingers instantly curled in a grasp, extracting the creature. The sand leech struggled within his grasp. Yunjie brought his hand to his face, reluctant to loosen his grip for fear that it might escape once more. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. The sand leech effortlessly burrowed through the sandy palm, revealing its head. And with a leap, it darted away. Yunjie was consumed by fury and raised another sandy arm, both massive hands plunging into the earth to retrieve the sand leech once more. He severed its hind legs and then its wings, casting it to the ground. Thinking to himself, run again, will you? The wingless sand leech flailed its broken wings, its hind legs propelling it forward, but it could not manage to flee. This retribution was quite satisfying. Yunjie extended his arm again, removing the 4 short legs of the sand leech. It emitted a pitiful cry. With a swift motion, Yunjie pinched it between 2 fingers, effortlessly causing its belly to burst, silencing it immediately. Yet, even this did not quell his wrath. He twisted his fingers, intending to pulverize the sand leech's body. Suddenly, he recalled that he needed one more sand leech to achieve a higher leap ability, and he halted his actions. Your head shall remain. Yunjie twisted and severed the sand leech's head, retaining the magical core within before discarding the rest of its body. Now, his head had turned to sand, rendering him unable to consume or digest anything. He set the sand leech's head aside and continued to manipulate the roots to probe for more sand leeches beneath the seabed. Thanks to the immense power of the fragments of natural elemental energy, capturing the sand leeches was effortless. They were abundant, almost every few meters yielding another. He would lift them, swiftly sever their heads, and discard the bodies, completing the task. Within half an hour, a small mountain of sand leech corpses had accumulated in the desert before Yunjie, while beneath his head lay a pile of sand leech heads, each containing a magical core. Life force increased by 41%. Self-healing initiated, bodily recovery at 41%. Yunjie could distinctly feel his neck regrowing, the vertebrae emerging from the sandy tendrils. It would not be long before his body fully restored itself. He continued to dig, aiming to extract these creatures from the depths and simultaneously level up. Frowning, Yunjie sensed feedback from the roots. After a prolonged search, it seemed the sand leeches had received word of his presence, fleeing en masse, and he failed to capture a single one. Conversely, he had managed to probe the chasm to the point of trembling. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to ants tickling an elephant. Yunjie dared not delve deeper. What if a primordial beast emerged in a fit of rage? Just as he contemplated ceasing his efforts, his roots grazed a robust beetle horn, larger than any he had encountered before. Sand Leech King. I've caught you now. Chapter 147. Heading south, the Sand Leech King, upon being touched, did not flee. Instead, it opened its great maw and bit down on the tendril. Crack! A spark flickered in Yunjie's mind, and then he lost the sensory connection to that tendril. How dare you bite through? In a fit of anger, Yunjie coiled all his tendrils around it. He could not see the seabed, but at that moment, the Sand Leech King was startled, resembling a shrimp, releasing its grip from the chasm and launching itself into a frantic escape through the water. The Sand Leech King was enormous, and its leap was anything but timid. Yunjie felt the tendrils go slack, unable to grasp anything. All is lost, it has escaped. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a whale's call echoed from an unknown source. The sound reverberated throughout the entire desert, evoking a profound sense of the ancient and melancholic, as if one were submerged in a primordial world. Each sand dune emitted a burst of warm air. Yunjie paused, feeling no fear. The sound bore no threat. Rather, it carried a soothing, almost relaxing quality, devoid of hostility. Could it be the voice of a creature from the depths? Yunjie pondered. After a moment of silence, he attempted to trace the Sand Leech King's whereabouts once more. By now, his tendrils had extended several kilometers, allowing him to sense everything from the sand layer to the seabed, including the object riddled with chasms beneath. Despite reaching such length, he still could not locate the creature's edges, or its head or snout. Though he had yet to make contact, he sensed the general shape of the chasm, which was not flat, but rather oval, akin to the mantle. Moreover, as he progressed southward, the water temperature seemed to rise. Yunjie hesitated to delve further. What if he encountered an even more formidable beast? He retracted his tendrils, patiently awaiting his body's restoration before consuming the pile of magical cores below. Assimilation complete. As the voice resonated, Yunjie promptly shook his head. The sensation of looseness had vanished, and he bit his tongue, feeling its elasticity. It was truly over. He glanced at his body, still wrapped in layers of yellow sand. Below the neck, the chest and forelegs had fully healed, and he regained sensation from the vertebrae to the tail. His ribs felt substantial, his heart formed and began to beat, while his intestines resumed their function. It was time to eat. Yunjie looked down at the heap of sand leech heads, excitement surging within him. He shook off the sand from his tendrils, ensnared one head, peeled it open, and retrieved the magical core, bringing it to his mouth. With a rumble, he began to churn the viscous substance, eagerly biting down on the magical core and swallowing it whole. It was exceptionally delectable. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 experience points, 300 defensive evolution points, 50 super leap evolution points, and no additional evolution points. Congratulations, you have achieved level 1 super leap ability. The system is loading. Progress, 1%, 2. All set. Soon, I too shall be able to leap. Yunjie felt a surge of excitement, continuing to feast. Having consumed an uncountable number of sand leech magical cores, the system's voice chimed once more, announcing his advancement to late-stage 2nd tier. What a thrill! Minutes later, another delightful tidbit arrived. His defensive power had surpassed 2,000, elevating him to Tier 3 defense. At this level, he could withstand several attacks from a scarred bear or sand leech, ensuring his survival was secure. Yunjie's stomach felt like a bottomless pit, devouring every last magical core from the sand leeches. Congratulations, you have reached the initial stage of Tier 3. Congratulations. The new skill Super Leap ability has been successfully installed. Current Tier 3 Initial Alloy Donkey Hoof, 6,000. Distance to Tier 3 1 star, 44,000 experience points. Webbing, Level 2. Self-Healing, Level 1. Wild Donkey Charge, Level 2, 450,500. Venomous Fangs, Level 1. Feral Wolf Blood Rage, Level 1. Blood Rage Value, Infinite. Natural Elemental Force Fragments, 35,100. Donkey Humanoid Form Reserve Value, 2,400. Bite Force, Level 1. 300,1000. Defensive Power, Tier 3, 1,403,000. Super Leap Ability, Level 1. 650,5000. Self-Healing Advancement Complete. Life Force at Maximum. Ding. A clear sound rang out, and the multitude of green flowers above Yunjie's head naturally wilted, while the roots beneath his body simultaneously detached, sinking into the sandy sea and seabed. Splash. The roots detached, and with that, a cascade of yellow sand followed, causing Yunjie to tumble from the mountain. It was then he realized that the fragments of natural life force fell off when one's vitality was completely replenished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon peeked out from its hiding place. Having captured enough sand lice, where should he venture next? Suddenly, Yunjie recalled the warmth emanating from beneath the ocean waves, drawing him southward. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to explore southward, curious if there might be something extraordinary on land. Taking advantage of the mild night temperature, Yunjie galloped across the sand dunes, advancing into the boundless desert towards the south. After a night's journey, dawn broke, and Yunjie stood atop a sand dune, gazing into the distance. In the somber expanse of the desert, a circular dune emerged before him, and at its center lay a crescent-shaped pond. Surrounding the pond were peculiar pillar-like plants, strikingly eye-catching. A desert oasis? Or merely a mirage? Glancing at the sun that had yet to rise, Yunjie confidently concluded that it was not an illusion. Indeed, it was a desert oasis. He made his way down the dune, heading towards the oasis. Minutes later, as the sun ascended and cast its golden rays across the land, the anticipated tremors began. At this juncture, Yunjie had developed a reflexive response. He quickly returned to the summit of the dune to avoid being engulfed by the shifting sands. Yet, after another 10 minutes, the earthquake seemed delayed, daring not to move. He waited for over half an hour, and as the sun fully rose, the temperature began to rise. But the earthquake still had not manifested. Was it a holiday today? Furrowing his brow, Yunjie cautiously descended the dune. No anomalies presented themselves. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the circular dune. Upon reaching the summit, he found the earthquake still absent. What a puzzlement. Yunjie cast a glance back at the desert, perplexed by the situation. Turning his attention to the oasis at the center, his spirits lifted as he bounded down the dune. Thud, thud. The familiar sound echoed once more. Two oval eyes emerged from below the dune. It was the Sand Lice King. Yunjie was taken aback. How had this creature arrived here? It was broad daylight. In a panic, he rose, scrambling backward. The quicksand was swift, pulling Yunjie towards the Sand Lice King's eye. The Sand Lice King, seemingly having searched for Yunjie for quite some time, sprang from the sand upon spotting him tumble down. Chapter 148. Confronting the Sand Lice King. Boom. The Sand Lice King landed back on the slope, its antennae colliding in a frenzy, as if it could no longer contain its impatience. Yunjie rolled down from the dune towards the Sand Lice King's antennae, desperate to regain his footing, but the momentum from his tumble was overwhelming. Just as he was about to crash beneath the Sand Lice King's antennae, he exerted a hasty push. Whoosh! His hind legs propelled him like a spring, launching his body into the air, soaring over the Sand Lice King's head, and landing on the sandy ground below. Super jump, first time usage accomplished. Oh no, I had forgotten about this skill. Yunjie hurriedly got to his feet, only to see the Sand Lice King flying up the slope with a thud. It was coming for him. Yunjie glanced around. He was still over 1,000 meters from the oasis, and there was no time to reach it. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to test the sensation of the super jump. Imitating the sand lice, he lifted his front legs and thrust his hind legs powerfully. Boom! His hooves exploded into a crater, and in an instant, he was airborne. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, and the vast landscape unfolded before him. A sense of openness and freedom enveloping him. What a delightful sensation! Before he could fully savor the exhilaration, he felt a shadow engulf him. Could it be I've leaped right beneath the Sand Lice King? Indeed. With a resounding clang, Yunjie's head was struck down by the Sand Lice King's antenna. In the blink of an eye, the ground rushed up to embrace him, and with a thud, he plunged headfirst into the golden sands. Before he could extricate his head from the grains, a sound akin to an earthquake reverberated behind him. The Sand Lice King had landed. Upon landing, the Sand Lice King pinned Yunjie down with its antenna, relentlessly battering and crushing him. This time, it was clear the Sand Lice King had no intention of devouring Yunjie. It simply sought to eliminate him. Self-healing initiated. The defensive capabilities acquired upon reaching level 3 were indeed effective. Despite the Sand Lice King's frenzied assault, Yunjie bore no grievous wounds. However, the absence of visible injuries did not imply he was unscathed. Most of the bones in his hindquarters had fractured. A surge of excruciating pain washed over him, igniting a fury within Yunjie. Did it think him made of clay? Raging Wolf Blood Fury activated. Associated skills initiated. With a furious roar, Yunjie pulled his head from the sand, spun around, and charged towards the oncoming antenna. The blood rage surged, flooding his vision with crimson. He had forgotten the pain and lowered his head to ram. Thud. The collision lacked the violent impact of crashing against a sand louse, instead producing a dull thud. Though soft, it was no less forceful. Wild Donkey critical hit of 50 points achieved. Blood rage increased by 1. Attack duration extended by 1 minute. Yunjie was sent skidding across the sands, carving 2 deep grooves. He shook his head, hot air billowing from his nostrils, spotting the Sand Lice King's forelegs. He charged again. The Sand Lice King adjusted its antenna, attempting to change its angle of attack, but Yunjie's speed was overwhelming. The bulky creature could not keep up, and with a thud, it chose to leap. Its massive form soared into the air, and without hesitation, Yunjie rebounded with a powerful kick, following suit. Whether in this realm or on Earth, the laws of physics remained constant. Smaller objects ascend more swiftly. Yunjie might not leap higher than the Sand Lice King, but he would certainly outpace its ascent. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beneath the Sand Lice King's belly. Taste my iron head. With a fierce cry, Yunjie charged forward. Bang! It felt as though he had collided with a bell. The Sand Lice King's massive abdomen reverberated, and its ascent was thrown into disarray, its rear surpassing its head as it flailed its wings and crashed down. Yunjie descended as well, with gravity guiding his fall. Heavier objects succumbed to gravity more rapidly. The Sand Lice King struck the slope of the circular dune first. Yunjie followed, rolling several times in the sand before surging up the slope to ram once more. Ascending meant the force of impact would be significantly diminished. Moreover, the Sand Lice King possessed formidable defenses. When Yunjie collided with its rear, he was immediately rebuffed. Again, the fierce desire for battle propelled him forward. He had but one aim: to break through the Sand Lice King's defenses. Cresting the circular dune, Yunjie roared as he charged. At this moment, the Sand Lice King had yet to extract its antenna from the sand. As Yunjie approached, he launched himself into the air with a powerful kick, employing the Sand Lice's signature maneuver, a leap. Whoosh! It was as if space had flickered. Yunjie accelerated from the slope, and soon he saw a large crater form on the Sand Lice King's back, followed by his flea-like form soaring from its shell. Yunjie's impact also assisted the Sand Lice King in escaping the sand. It slid free and turned around, unfurling its wings beneath its shell, shaking them vigorously. It felt the pain on its back, but could not reach it. resorting to flapping its wings to alleviate the discomfort. His hot air surged from Yunjie's nostrils. His desire to attack had not waned. Rather, it intensified. The earlier collision had injured his head, blood trickling from his forehead into his nasal cavity. The metallic scent of his own blood filled his senses, igniting his battle fervor like an oil well erupting. Crack, crack, crack. The hind leg of the sand WIRM plunged into the yellow sands as it lifted its upper body, emitting a roar unlike that of an ordinary sand WIRM. With a resounding crash, the sands erupted as its massive form surged forth. Come on, Yunjie bellowed, charging ahead. At that moment, every cell in his blood felt as if it had expanded manifold. Not only could he confront the sand WIRM, but he was confident he could charge through a mountain itself. The two beasts, one large and one small, collided in midair. Boom. The instant of impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The sand WIRM's colossal body surged forward like an unstoppable train, skimming across the waves for several meters before crashing down. Yunjie, however, lost consciousness entirely, his body tumbling skyward. Like a fallen leaf reaching its apex, Yunjie began his descent, plummeting to the ground with a thud, falling silent like a dead donkey. Blood gushed from his nostrils. The sand WIRM expelled gusts of air from its nostrils, gazing at Yunjie's motionless form with its oval eyes wide, trembling with incredulity. A murky yellow liquid dripped from the center of its antennae. Its blood. He had pierced the sand WIRM's skull. The sand WIRM shook its shield-shaped head, overwhelmed by the shock. In its tenure as the sand WIRM king, it had sustained injuries only twice, once just now, and now again. System reboot complete. Blood Rage level 2 achieved. All skills enhanced by 2 levels. Attack duration, 5 minutes. Chapter 150. The Mysterious Bamboo Grove, not dead yet. The sand WIRM recoiled in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Yunjie grinned menacingly as he approached. At this moment, the sand WIRM was no longer the terrifying 5th-tier beast. It had become his prey, and he yearned to consume it, to drain its blood. The sand WIRM sensed a chilling aura emanating from Yunjie's eyes. Its head had already collapsed significantly, its shield-like visage marred by diamond-shaped wounds, all inflicted by the fiery net. The viscous fluid within its cranial cavity occasionally oozed from the jagged wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Boom. Yunjie initiated the assault, leaping into the air, hurtling toward the sand WIRM. The sand WIRM, taken aback, hastily leapt in response. However, due to its massive size, its ascent could not match Yunjie's. Just as it sprang upward, Yunjie had already landed on its back, baring his teeth and launching a frenzied assault. The sand WIRM was nearly the size of a basketball court, and once Yunjie leaped onto its back, there was no chance of slipping off. He tore at the sand WIRM's carapace with reckless abandon. His upgraded venomous fangs easily punctured its hide, injecting poison into its flesh. Fortunately, the sand WIRM's size meant that Yunjie's meager amount of venom could not kill it outright, but it nonetheless felt the searing agony. It immediately unfurled its wings, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Yunjie. To Yunjie, those wings were a delectable offering. Abandoning the sand WIRM's back, he began to leap in pursuit of the wings. As they flapped rapidly, he struggled to seize them, until he discovered the base of the wings. The sand WIRM had lured Yunjie to its most vulnerable point. With a flap, one wing tore away. The sand WIRM caught off balance, tilted and plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, the sand WIRM landed like a giant flying saucer, embedding itself into the circular sand dune. Yunjie was thrown aside, scrambling from the sand pile, before pouncing once more to tear at it. Now truly fearful, the sand WIRM swayed its immense body to evade Yunjie, then plunged its horn into the yellow sands, burrowing away. The sand WIRM dug with incredible speed, disappearing into the sands in the blink of an eye. Yunjie, desperate, bit and clawed at the ground, attempting to pull it back, but the creature's size rendered him ineffective. Blood rage value depleting. Please maintain combat status. Yunjie regained a semblance of clarity and immediately pursued it. Though he caught up, he found himself helpless against the sand WIRM. He could only manage a few bites, which had little impact. By the time he wished to unleash his fiery net to ensnare the sand WIRM, the terrain became unsuitable. As the sand WIRM burrowed deeper, Yunjie could no longer keep pace. The loose sands lacked cohesion. As the sand WIRM dug, the ground behind it collapsed. After chasing for several meters, he found himself increasingly distanced until it vanished from sight. Blood rage value depleting. Blood rage value dropped by 1 level. Associated skills reverting. In his frenzied state, Yunjie momentarily regained awareness, feeling an increasing chill enveloping him. Frenzied wolf blood rage halted. Swish. As the words echoed, the crimson tide in Yunjia's eyes faded instantly. All strength seemed to be siphoned away by an unseen force, leaving him overwhelmed by fatigue and pain. I feel as if I have aged 70 or 80 years. Yunjia felt utterly enervated. Seizing his last vestiges of energy, he turned to crawl out. Fortunately, the sands in the cave were freshly collapsed. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have surely succumbed to the yellow sands. At last, he emerged. Yunjia inhaled the fresh air, but darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. When he awakened, it was already night. Moonlight bathed the circular sand dunes, casting a shimmering glow reminiscent of the moon's surface. He lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. The sand WIRM had long since vanished without a trace. In the distance, vapor spiraled up from the treetops of an oasis, drifting above the forest. The desert night brought a chill, yet Yunjia felt a gentle warmth wafting from the oasis. This warmth was extraordinarily comforting, soothing his body, which had been ravaged by the blood rage. After resting a while, he shook off the fatigue and trudged toward the oasis. The sand WIRM would be beyond reach. That creature had likely retreated to the depths of the sea. As he approached the oasis, Yunjia was astonished to discover that the lush greenery he had seen during the day was not a forest, but rather towering plants resembling pillars. Could there be bamboo here? Surely there are no pandas? Yunjia reached the edge of the bamboo grove, scrutinizing it under the moonlight. These were not bamboo plants. Bamboo leaves are flat and elongated, whereas the leaves of these plants were oval. Bamboo grows in segments, dark green in hue. These plants, too, were segmented and dark green, but had oval sections, each large segment topped with a smaller one, resembling fingernails. Task prompt: assimilation point activated. Location unspecified. Assimilation point? Yunjia was taken aback. Glancing around, was there truly an assimilation point here? He inspected the oasis carefully, finding nothing, no sign of magical beasts at all. Unable to decipher the situation, he ventured into the bamboo grove. Crack, crack. The sound of colliding bamboo segments echoed. Yunjia abruptly turned, noticing the bamboo grove swaying, as if a colossal beast had just passed through. Alarmed, he rushed to the edge of the grove to peer outside. Nothing was there. He examined the ground. Aside from his own footprints, there were no traces of other beasts. Something's amiss. Yunjia turned, the corner of his eye catching a glimpse of the bamboo grove. There was something not quite right. Yet, he could not pinpoint what was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he stepped back into the bamboo grove. As soon as he did, the bamboo segments behind him began to stir, each segment scattering apart. The bamboo roots uprooted from the sandy ground, following Yunjia's steps. And as he became aware, the segments seamlessly reformed into a single plant. This time, Yunjia recognized the source of his unease. The path behind him had vanished. What is going on here? The bamboo grove swayed, the moonlight flickering among the trees. Yunjia shook his head. He was certain he was not hallucinating. Yet the bamboo grove before him was undeniably altered. When he had entered, there had been a small path right behind him. But now, why was it gone? Could bamboo really run on its own? He gazed at the roots of the bamboo, covered in yellow sand, showing no signs of movement or uprooting, as if it had been growing there for ages. Oh dear, am I hallucinating? Yunjia shook his head, turning around with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Suddenly, he whipped his head back. The bamboo grove remained calm and undisturbed behind him. This is indeed peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Yunjia continued forward through the bamboo forest. In the distance, he spotted a large hill, glimmering silver under the moonlight. He decided to climb the hill to ascertain whether he was lost or if the bamboo forest was truly alive. Chapter 152, The Scarred Face Bear? Standing over 9 meters tall, with russet fur and patches of baldness, its head marked by torn scars, and boasting a formidable strength of level 5-star 1. Who else could it be but the Scarred Face Bear? Yunjia's spirit soared, and he instinctively lashed out with several kicks. How dare you not move? Now you're in trouble. Ah, Brother Bear, how have you been? Yunjia forced a grim smile. Roar. The Scarred Face Bear slowly lowered its head and suddenly opened its massive mouth to roar. A gust of wind swept past, showering Yunjia with the bear's saliva like rain. Yunjia smiled nervously, slowly backing away, when suddenly he remembered that the Scarred Face Bear had once saved him in the stone forest. Encountering it again, he felt he should not turn hostile, for he harbored gratitude and hoped the bear would show mercy. He pointed with his foreleg towards the direction of the stone forest, rearing up on his hind legs, mimicking flower petals with his hooves, looking hopefully at the Scarred Face Bear, as if to ask, "Do you remember?" The bear paused, its eyes losing some of their redness. Yunjia felt a surge of excitement. There was a chance. The Scarred Face Bear bowed its head, seemingly in thought, then raised its gaze to Yunjia. "Do you remember?" Yunjia sensed the bear's demeanor softening, and seizing the moment, He bowed deeply, thinking that although it was a magic, it would not be so ruthless as to attack a grateful donkey. Bang! The scarred-faced bear lifted its foot and kicked Yunjie away. You damn it. Yunjie cursed, feeling the overwhelming strength of the level 5 star 1 bear, his mind swirling with chaos as his body flew through the air. Thud, he landed several meters away, tumbling to the riverbank, his bones aching. Self-healing process initiating, he took a deep breath and forced himself to stand. The brown bear strode towards him, the bamboo forest behind it chattering as if in celebration. It seemed that a bloody battle was inevitable. Bear, do you think this old donkey is still the same soft target you used to toy with? Yunjie flexed his muscles and charged at the bear. Let us see what a level 6 wild donkey's charge feels like. His golden hooves shimmered as he took off, moving like a flash of light, crashing into the scarred-faced bear in an instant. You've all seen a cigarette but flicked away, right? It zips off and gets stomped out. Yunjie was that but, hurtling forward with tremendous force. However, the scarred-faced bear simply stomped down, snuffing out the light in an instant. And Yunjie found himself beneath its massive paw. Roar! I am still that little donkey. Yunjie struggled fiercely, but the bear's paw felt like a mountain, trapping him effortlessly. Having snuffed out the bud, it was time to grind it down. The scarred-faced bear began to stomp Yunjie mercilessly. Pop! Yunjie's defenses were at level 3, sufficient to withstand the bear's initial attacks, but his insides could not bear it. As his bowels gave way, he felt himself nearing the brink of being crushed. This is too much. If I can't lift it, I'll dig. Unable to use his hooves effectively, he opened his mouth and began to gnaw at the sand, burrowing a hole with fervor. After battling sand leeches for so long, it seemed the skill of digging had been inherited. The scarred-faced bear suddenly felt the ground beneath its foot give way. It looked down to see Yunjie's rear end sticking out, most of his body buried in the yellow sand. It bent down and pulled Yunjie out of the hole, placing him before itself. Yunjie spat out a mouthful of sand, his donkey face resolute. Bear, go ahead and make your move. I am no longer grateful. Suddenly, something atop the bear's head caught his attention. It was a segment of dark green bamboo, resembling the body of a juvenile creature. Moreover, it seemed there was another one behind it. How could a juvenile creature be atop the scarred-faced bear? Yunjie furrowed his brow. Roar! The scarred-faced bear bellowed, tossing him upwards, while its other paw swatted at him like it was playing badminton. Roar! Yunjie screamed as he soared into the sky, only to crash down into the crescent lake. The water was warm and, strangely enough, salty. It was seawater. Yunjie spluttered and surfaced. The scarred-faced bear approached, and Yunjie did not flee. He noticed the bear behaving increasingly oddly, having encountered it several times. He was familiar with its gait and attack style, but after taking a beating, he realized this creature had completely changed, moving in a peculiar manner. As if it were a different bear. No, not as if, it simply was. The creature's gaze was vacant, its movements robotic, as if controlled by some unseen force. The juvenile creature? Yunjie suddenly recalled the juvenile creature he had seen atop the scarred-faced bear. Could such a small being control the bear? Assimilation. Yunjie's eyes nearly bulged. Goodness, could the juvenile creature assimilate organic beings? This was utterly astonishing. Splash. Splash! The scarred-faced bear had entered the water. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. Yunjie glanced around, finding no place to hide, when he suddenly remembered that he could jump. With a powerful kick from his hind legs, he launched himself upward, creating a splash as he soared from the crescent lake. A level 1 super jump, akin to the ordinary jump of a sand leech, reaching over 30 meters. The scarred-faced bear was caught off guard by Yunjie's height, instinctively leaping up, but it was already too late to reach him. At the apex of his jump, Yunjie looked down at the scarred-faced bear, shocked to see a series of bamboo joint-like structures sprouting from its back, not just on its back, but also on its limbs and head, resembling an exoskeleton. The scarred-faced bear gazed up at Yunjie, sprinting after him. Yunjie realized with dread that he had no wings. He couldn't leap like a sand leech to alter his descent. If this continued, he would be torn to shreds by the bear. He kicked his hooves, but to no avail. In midair, only wings could alter one's trajectory. The brown bear spread its arms, seemingly ready to embrace Yunjie. Whoosh! Yunjie landed precisely in the bear's massive paws, only to glimpse its gaping maw. Roar! 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 After capturing Yunjie, the brown bear began to tear at his body. Insufficient defense, crunch, crunch. The bear's attacks began to breach Yunjie's superficial defenses, while his bones had long since shattered. In agony, Yunjie struggled to free his head from the bear's jaws, only to meet the blood-red eyes of the scarred-faced bear. Without hesitation, he spat out a strand of silk. Thwack! The silk struck the bear's eye, and Yunjie yanked hard. Roar! The scarred-faced bear howled in pain, pawing at its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yuanjia escaped the bear's grasp, landing and rolling behind it, looking up to see Chapter 149, Level 2 Blood Fury activated. The blazing sun reflected in the dilated pupils, causing them to constrict violently in the intense light, plunging everything into darkness. Yuanjia shifted slightly, his cervical spine cracking audibly. He had forgotten what had just transpired, only feeling the searing blood coursing through his brain. The Sandlouse King flicked its long horns, preparing to investigate, but instinctively halted upon seeing Yuanjia move. Yuanjia exhaled sharply, a wave of heat escaping his nostrils as his mind replayed the recent battle. Yes, he was engaged in combat with the Sandlouse King. Where had that creature gone? In an instant, Yuanjia sprang to his feet, his veins bulging, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Sandlouse King was taken aback. It had thought that inflicting such damage would finish Yuanjia. To its astonishment, not only was he alive, but the flames of battle within him burned even brighter. A flicker of fear ignited in the heart of the Sandlouse King. Come on, you oversized flea, Yuanjia roared, charging forward with reckless abandon. The Sandlouse King, startled by Yuanjia's ferocity, took a step back before raising its horns to follow suit. I'll crush you. Yuanjia had descended into a frenzied state, akin to a minuscule meteor capable of annihilating all in its path, fueled by an immense power. As the Sandlouse King advanced, it was momentarily intimidated by Yuanjia's overwhelming aura, realizing it could not withstand the impact. It swiftly altered its strategy, not to flee, but to launch a different form of attack. Just as they were about to collide, the Sandlouse King plunged its horns into the yellow sand before it, using the momentum of Yuanjia's charge to thrust upward. In a flash, the unsuspecting Yuanjia was sent soaring through the air like a shooting star. With a resounding crash, the Sandlouse King leaped into the air, pivoting to dive toward the spot where Yuanjia had landed. Below, a cloud of yellow sand erupted, marking Yuanjia's descent. The swirling dust obscured him from view. However, the Sandlouse King was certain that the donkey lay within that cloud. Without hesitation, it adjusted its body and dove down with its horns poised to strike. One strike to eliminate that wretched donkey. If time could rewind, the Sandlouse King would have chosen to flee, escaping as far as possible. Like a diving attack aircraft, it was about to penetrate the sandy cloud when suddenly, a flicker of orange-red light emerged, rapidly expanding and bursting forth from the sand, transforming into a colossal fiery net that swiftly descended. The Sandlouse King was taken aback. Even before the net reached it, it sensed the terrifying power emanating from it. It frantically flapped its wings, attempting to retreat, but it was far too late. With a whoosh, the fiery net enveloped it, its bizarrely high temperature seeming to possess countless spikes that seared through the armor on its head, penetrating deep into its skull. It felt as if it were submerged in molten lava, and the Sandlouse King let out a piercing scream as it plummeted from the sky. In that moment, a black donkey erupted from the sand, revealing Yuanjia, now consumed by rage. Do you taste the fury of the 4th level fire net? With a sinister grin, Yuanjia charged forward. His blood rage surged to level 2, enhancing all his skills by 2 tiers. His 2nd level webbing ascended to 4th tier, doubling its heat and corrosive power. Even the Sandlouse King's formidable defenses paled in comparison to the 4th tier fire net. As the Sandlouse King tumbled upon impact, it writhed in agony, its massive hind legs thrashing against the ground, wings flailing wildly, akin to a chicken with its throat cut fighting for survival. Yuanjia's relentless battle fervor knew no bounds. Disregarding the flailing limbs of the Sandlouse King, he charged in. With a thud, Yuanjia was sent flying by the Sandlouse King's wings. Ah, delightful. Again, Yuanjia lunged back into the fray. With no surprise, despite being ravaged by the fire net and severely injured, the Sandlouse King still possessed formidable strength, sending Yuanjia soaring once more. In his 2nd level blood rage, Yuanjia was utterly deranged, akin to a drunken beast, flipping back up with a grotesque snarl, seeming to revel in the punishment he received. Ahahaha. I return. Drawing closer, the Sandlouse King swung its wings. I shall bite. Yuanjia's eyes flared wide, and in an instant, the Sandlouse King's wings appeared to be suspended in time. He could see the veins pulsating within them. With a snap, Yuanjia accurately sank his teeth into the Sandlouse King's wing, turning to spit it out. Saliva surged forth, and he instinctively chewed, discovering it had a surprisingly pleasant taste. Delicious. Yuanjia swallowed, his ravenous stomach churning violently. As he devoured, he surged forward, soon reaching the Sandlouse King's shorter legs. The short legs, as robust as its body, proved resilient against Yuanjia's initial bite. However, this time was different. With the activation of his 2nd level blood rage, his venomous fangs had escalated from level 1 to level 3. If he could pierce through, it was worth a try. Evading the kicking short legs, he dove beneath the sand louse king, targeting one of its legs to bite down. Unbeknownst to him, as his donkey jaws opened, they glistened with a greenish slime. With a crunch, Yunjia's teeth penetrated the sand louse king's outer layer, splintering it apart and revealing a myriad of cracks. Once the surface was breached, the sand louse king's leg was left defenseless, allowing Yunjia's teeth to easily penetrate. Golden blood spurted forth, and Yunjia eagerly gulped it down, relishing the sensation akin to biting into sugarcane, where the more he chewed, the more juice flowed. The viscous green corrosive liquid surged into the sand louse king's leg, swiftly transforming its muscles and fat into liquid, bubbling as it erupted. The pain in its head was far from over, and the searing agony in its leg jolted the sand louse king back to reality. It flipped over, pinning Yunjia beneath it and flexing its legs. The leg had completely lost control, and the sensation of the venom continued to creep upward. The sand louse king was not mistaken. Yunjia's toxic fluid was traveling up its leg toward its chest. With a snap, the sand louse king severed its own short leg to halt the spread of the venom. Yunjia, pinned down, could not rise. He vented all his fury upon the yellow sand, viciously tearing at it. After severing its leg, the sand louse king retreated, though it was missing a short leg. It was not significantly hindered. Spotting Yunjia, it immediately brought its horns crashing down. Yunjia, like a fool, did not evade, instead bracing himself. His blood-red eyes defiantly raised. With a clang, the sand louse king's immense force drove him deep into the sand. Delightful. Yunjia sprang from the pit, his eyes even redder, his donkey face twisted in exhilaration. The sand louse king was left stunned. It swung its horns with all its might, raining down blow after blow on the grounded Yunjia until he was buried beneath the yellow sand, disappearing from sight. Blood rage value increased by 1. By 2, with a thunderous crash, the sand erupted, and Yunjia burst forth from beneath the surface, shaking off the grains and revealing a visage reminiscent of a vampire. Chapter 153, To Save or Not to Save. It appeared as if several bamboo shoots had sprouted on the back of the scarred bear, from head to toe. There was a row of bright red bamboo segments, sending shivers down Yunjia's spine. Terrifying and nauseating, the scarred bear continued to scream in agony, covering its eyes. And Yunjia seized the opportunity to rise, biting down on one of the bamboo segments on its leg. In all honesty, Yunjia felt a sense of gratitude for the scarred bear's previous assistance, despite the fact that this wretched creature had nearly cost him his life. Ethically, he did not wish to witness this fifth-tier super beast being controlled by a horde of lower-tier juvenile creatures. Securing a grip on the bamboo segment, he tugged with all his might. To his astonishment, the juvenile creatures clung tightly to the scarred bear's body. He had assumed that removing it would be effortless. However, upon exerting force, he realized something was amiss. The juvenile creatures seemed to be embedded in the scarred bear's flesh, rendering them immovable. If he could not pull them off, then he would bite. With a fierce snap, Yunjia crushed the bamboo segment of the juvenile creature. With a sharp crack akin to bamboo snapping, blood gushed forth, revealing a wound on the scarred bear's leg, comparable in size to that of a juvenile beast. Surrounding the injury lay the severed limb of the juvenile beast, still twitching. Roar! The scarred bear felt an excruciating pain that pierced deeper than its very eyes. Immediately bending down and swinging a mighty paw towards Yunjia. As a powerful beast of the 5th rank, the force of its strike nearly sent Yunjia's head flying from his shoulders. After rolling on the ground several times, Yunjia struggled to rise, his body below the neck devoid of sensation. My defense has been shattered. Drops of blood fell onto the yellow sand. Yunjia moved his neck. Even a 3rd-level defense could not withstand the claws of the scarred bear, which was undeniably formidable. Roar! The scarred bear charged forward in fury. It approached upright, quite unlike the typical attacks of a brown bear. Yunjia took a step back, intending to unleash a fiery net, but then restrained himself. If the bear were in a lucid state, he would have unleashed it without hesitation. However, given that the creature was entirely under the control of the juvenile beast, he was reluctant to mar its visage further, especially after the last time it had helped him. With a powerful leap, Yunjia propelled himself over 30 meters away. The distance grew, yet the scarred bear did not relent in its pursuit. It could leap as well, but evidently, the juvenile beast did not comprehend its capabilities, merely chasing it upright in a frenzy. For over half an hour, they chased each other around the crescent-shaped lake. Yunjia realized that the bear's intention was not to hunt him down, but rather to drive him away from the oasis. Several times, as Yunjia neared the edge of the oasis, the scarred bear ceased its pursuit. The super jumps were exhausting, and Yunjia could no longer sustain his energy. He leapt beyond the oasis confines, panting heavily as he glanced back. The scarred bear stood on the opposite bank of the lake, towering like a mountain. Fine. You've won. I'll leave. Yunjie came to understand that the assimilation power was no longer worth pursuing. With the scarred bear present, he could not obtain it. He could not afford to sacrifice his life here. Turning away, he began to leave the oasis. Roar suddenly, the scarred bear called out. Yunjie paused, then turned to face the bear. He had heard the bear's roars many times before, each one a representation of its anger, a fierce, primal outburst. Typically, he could discern the bear's emotional state through its roars. However, the sound just now struck him as particularly mournful, almost pleading for help. Were you begging me not to leave? Yunjie scrutinized the scarred bear. Its eyes had returned to their normal brown, now filled with a beseeching gaze. Suddenly, a tear rolled down its cheek. Oh my! Yunjie was profoundly shaken. The scarred bear, a quintessential tough guy, was crying. This indicated that it was in tremendous pain. What should I do? Should I help it? But I'm barely managing to save myself. After a moment of contemplation, Yunjie dismissed the thought and silently turned away. The scarred bear remained motionless, but the juvenile beast controlling it commanded it to retreat to the bamboo forest. Reluctantly, the bear began to shuffle backward, step by step. Toward the bamboo, Yunjie felt a pang of guilt for the creature, despite their many grievances. He glanced back at the scarred bear, watching as the bamboo parted to either side, slowly engulfing its imposing figure until it disappeared into the thicket. Huff, Yunjie paused. A true warrior should perish in the heat of battle, not become a puppet of lower-tier beasts. Scarred bear, I'm coming for you. Fueled by a sense of justice, Yunjie charged down from the circular dune. As he descended, the bamboo forest trembled, emitting sharp, piercing cries. The bamboo parted, and the scarred bear emerged once more from within. Upon seeing Yunjie again, a flicker of joy appeared on the bear's otherwise stunned face. Yunjie felt this, and it further solidified his resolve to rescue the bear. Roar! The scarred bear raised its head and bellowed, then lowered it slowly, revealing its menacing red eyes once more. As its blood fury awakened, the entire bamboo forest seemed drenched in crimson. Yunjie's gaze sharpened. Under the influence of its blood rage, the scarred bear returned to its lethal nature. Its previous sorrow and pleas vanished. He realized he had to fight hard. Otherwise, if he failed to save the bear, he might end up being killed by it. With a roar, the scarred bear charged forward. Leap. Faced with the scarred bear, Yunjie was at a loss. After all, the bear was 2 tiers above him. Once again, they circled the crescent lake, each pursuing the other. After several minutes, Yunjie's jumps became slower and his stamina waned severely. In contrast, the scarred bear appeared unaffected. This could not continue. Otherwise, he would be dragged to his demise. Yunjie glanced back at the scarred bear, realizing that if he wanted to save it, he had to eliminate all the juvenile beasts controlling it. Yet, the bear would never allow him to approach. Using spider silk, an idea sparked in Yunjie's mind, and he swiftly altered his jumping technique. He leapt diagonally, soaring over the bear's head, seizing the opportunity to spray spider silk at the juvenile beasts perched atop the bear's head and back, pulling them down one by one. With determination, Yunjie executed a diagonal jump, soaring past the scarred bear's head, aiming for the juvenile beast above. He shot out a strand of silk. Yunjie landed, then bit down on the silk, accelerating away in the opposite direction. SZZ. The other end of the silk erupted in a spray of blood from the juvenile beast on the scarred bear's head, which was yanked away. Roar. The scarred bear immediately roared in anger, swiping its claws at its own back. It worked. Yunjie quickly turned back, unleashing another strand of silk to hit another juvenile beast, pulling it with force. The scarred bear felt the tug and began to cooperate with Yunjie, running in the opposite direction. Chapter 154, Not So Simple. Crack. The sound of leather tearing echoed through their combined efforts. A juvenile beast was extracted from the scarred bear's neck, blood splattering everywhere. Though the skin had torn, the scarred bear appeared unusually exhilarated, letting out a triumphant roar. Turning its back to Yunjie and swinging its massive paw, Yunjie instinctively ran back, spraying several strands of silk to ensnare the remaining juvenile beasts on the bear's back, then dashed away. Roar. The scarred bear dropped onto all fours, charging forward. Bang. The silk tightened, pulling 3 or 4 juvenile beasts away from the scarred bear's body. Once more, Yunjie returned, spraying silk to ensnare the juvenile beasts clustered around the scarred bear's spine, then turned to run. The scarred bear was incredibly cooperative, under the mutual force. All juvenile beasts were removed from its back and head. Roar. The scarred bear swung its massive paw, tilting its head back to roar, seemingly filled with exhilaration. With the beast removed from its back, the scarred bear could now handle the remaining ones on its legs and rear without Yunjie's assistance. Extending its claws, it skillfully sliced through the remaining juvenile beasts, blood splattering everywhere. The scarred bear turned to regard the juvenile beasts that had controlled its body and stomped down hard with its massive foot, crushing them. Success. Yunjie stood at a distance, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, as though he had done something incredibly right. Suddenly, the scarred bear raised its head to look at him. Yunjie's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it wouldn't seek retribution, would it? The scarred bear approached, its eyes devoid of the usual ferocity, replaced by a calm demeanor. Yunjie considered fleeing, but his instincts told him the scarred bear would not harm him. Stumbling slightly, the scarred bear stood before him and extended its massive paw. Yunjie was already paralyzed with fear, his eyes rolling back as he fixated on the formidable, massive paw of the scarred bear. As the paw descended, a surge of trepidation gripped Yunjie, only to be replaced by relief when the scarred bear's touch grazed his head. Oh, thank the heavens. Yunjie exhaled, realizing that the scarred bear could still discern friend from foe. He lifted his head and flashed a grin at the bear. The scarred bear nodded slightly, its massive jaws parting briefly in a semblance of gratitude. Filled with joy, Yunjie felt he had gained a powerful ally, transforming an enemy into a protector of fifth-tier prowess. How fortunate he felt. Like a small dog, he circled around the bear, who seemed amused by the attention. Without warning, a dozen bamboo shoots erupted from the yellow sands beneath the scarred bear's feet. The bamboo burst open with a loud crack, unleashing a horde of juvenile beasts that leaped onto the bear, their segmented legs piercing its wounds and restraining it once more. The onslaught was so swift that Yunjie barely had time to react. After attacking the scarred bear, the remaining juvenile beasts turned their attention towards Yunjie. In a fit of rage, the scarred bear let out a roar, seizing the opportunity to swat Yunjie away with a powerful blow. Dazed, Yunjie fell to the ground and looked back at the spot he had just occupied. The bamboo shook violently, and the massive figure of the scarred bear struggled within. Once the juvenile beast disappeared from its body, the bear ceased its struggle and lay still on the ground. Yunjie's heart raced as he pondered the bear's condition. The scarred bear stirred, raising its enormous paws to stand. To Yunjie's astonishment, its back was now covered in a plethora of green bamboo shells, more than double the amount it had before. Roar! The bear's eyes blazed a furious crimson. Its blood-soaked maw grotesque. It was over. It had returned to its savage state. Yunjie glanced at the bear's head, realizing he would have to face it again. With a sideways leap over the bear, he once more unleashed a thread of silk. Whoosh! The scarred bear reached out with a paw, deftly catching the silk, and with a powerful tug, yanked Yunjie down with force. Oh no! Caught off guard, Yunjie plummeted to the ground. The bear then gripped the silk, pulling Yunjie closer, and lifted its foot to stomp down with tremendous force. With each strike, Yunjie felt his bones shatter, his recently healed insides spilling forth. He struggled to escape, but the juvenile beast controlling the scarred bear had no intention of letting him go. A massive paw pinned his head, the claws ruthlessly shredding his body. Sizzle! Defense compromised. The skin on Yunjie's back was torn away. Roar! Seeing blood only fueled the scarred bear's frenzy as it tore into Yunjie's body. Without the protection of his skin, his rear was utterly defenseless against the bear's savage bites, which quickly reduced him to fragments within its maw. Healing process initiated. Scarred bear, please protect my head. Panic surged through Yunjie. Losing his body was one thing, but should his head be torn apart, it would truly be the end. He looked to the scarred bear for salvation, hoping it would regain its senses and cease the attack. The bear's eyes locked onto Yunjie's, and for a fleeting moment, its crimson gaze faltered. Yunjie glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Roar! Suddenly, the scarred bear clutched its own head, emitting a deafening roar. It was battling the will of the juvenile beasts. In its rage, the scarred bear appeared to suffer greatly, commanding its massive jaws to release Yunjie. Using all its strength to hurl him skyward, Yunjie's half-formed body soared through the air, his innards trailing from shattered ribs. Splash! He landed squarely in the crescent-shaped lake. Activate natural energy? Activate! Yunjie roared. Natural energy fragment added, remaining 34,100. That familiar pain returned, as a green sprout broke through his forehead. Reaching for the sun, the sprout extended, its myriad roots sprawling within Yunjie's body. The roots dove into the depths of the crescent lake, stirring the sediment below. Arise! Yunjie shouted, pulling the roots laden with earth from the lake's depths. Vitality restoration in progress. Self-healing double activation. Rise higher. With a thought, the roots, now entwined with yellow sand, soared to a height of 20 meters. Divide. With mastery over the sand, Yunjie crafted a humanoid form from the grains. Scarred bear, come forth. Let me relieve you of your torment. Yunjie's sudden transformation sent the bamboo forest into a frenzy, emitting sharp cries as they recoiled in fear, clustering toward the central silver-gray dune. Roar! The scarred bear charged forth, furious. Yuan Jia was ready. He extended his massive sandy arms to grasp the bear. With a powerful shove, he attempted to pin it to the ground, reaching to dislodge the juvenile beast from its back. In terms of size, Yuan Jia now surpassed the scarred bear. But as he brought down his paw, he realized with dread that the bear's strength was beyond his expectations. He could not hold it down. Chapter 151, Juvenile Beasts. The bamboo forest extended far deeper than it appeared from the dune, and with each step Yuan Jia took, an unsettling sensation crept over him. As though countless eyes were blinking in unison, raising goosebumps across his skin. Upon reaching the base of the dune, he was taken aback. The dune was peculiar. A silvery gray hue that stood out starkly against the desert backdrop. Furthermore, it was blanketed with dense vegetation, over half a meter high, resembling a hairy stone at first glance. Since his rebirth, he had encountered countless oddities. Even if this hill were a transforming robot, he would find it unremarkable. Climbing up the slope, he was startled to discover that the surface was soft. The ground was not the usual hard stone, but rather a soft consistency, somewhere between stone and yellow sand. Though soft, it did not flow. Curiosity piqued, he parted the silver-gray foliage to examine the ground closely. A layer of silt lay beneath, seemingly unremarkable. He relaxed and ascended to the summit. From the top of the hill, he could survey the entire oasis. Beyond the bamboo forest lay the crescent lake. Warm breezes wafting towards him, bringing comfort in the cool night. Was the lake filled with seawater or freshwater? He would find out soon enough. Yuan Jia glanced back at the bamboo forest, hoping to witness some movement or bizarre occurrence. Yet nothing stirred. The bamboo swayed gently, appearing as ordinary as bamboo could be, save for their unusual shapes. This is absurd. Yuan Jia cursed under his breath, scanning the surroundings once more. There were but two elements, the bamboo forest and the lake. What commonality could there be? Did consuming bamboo grant him assimilation skills? I am no panda. I cannot consume such things. Better to investigate the lake. Perhaps it harbors creatures akin to the bone-penetrating snakefish. Yuan Jia found a slope to descend. But whether it was due to his lack of balance or the ground's slippery nature, he tumbled down the hill. Strangely, just as he was about to crash into the bamboo forest, he distinctly felt the hill rise and give him a push. Instead of slowing, his descent accelerated. Yuan Jia screamed as he soared through the air, leaping over the bamboo forest and crashing toward the lake's edge. Splash! Just as he was about to crash into the bamboo, something bizarre occurred. The forest disassembled with a rustling sound, breaking into segments that evaded Yuan Jia, only to reassemble and plunge into the ground. This time, Yuan Jia witnessed something astonishing. The bamboo forest truly moved. With a thud, he fell into the yellow sand but quickly sprang to his feet, fixating on the bamboo grove for several minutes. Gathering his courage, he approached the grove. To his surprise, the bamboo remained still as he extended his nose to inhale its scent. There was nothing unusual, just a fresh, plant-like fragrance. Suddenly, a sharp, tiny sound pierced the air, and the bamboo before Yuan Jia shattered, releasing a flurry of centipede-like creatures that scattered across the ground. Yuan Jia was taken aback. These beings were not plants, but creatures. Mission prompt: Qi Young Beast, low-tier magical beast, assimilation ability minimal. Qi Young Beast? Could it really possess assimilation ability? The fallen creatures, with 6 claw-like appendages resembling bamboo segments, struggled to right themselves. Their heads were pointed, reminiscent of grasshoppers. Once on the ground, they swiftly formed a line, connecting head to tail, and scurried into the bamboo forest, disappearing from view. Yuan Jia stood frozen for several minutes, contemplating the sensation. It felt akin to shattering a centipede into segments, only to see them reassemble. Could these creatures truly have assimilation ability? He found it hard to believe. All his skills combined paled in comparison to the power of assimilation. If these tiny beasts possessed such ability, it would be an incredible boon. He could freely assimilate all inorganic materials, transforming like the nightmare beast, becoming water or stone. Was it possible? Only one way to find out. Yuan Jia opened his mouth and bit into a bamboo stalk, crushing it with force. Green juice splattered into his mouth, accompanied by a faint, pained squeak. The taste was tolerable, reminiscent of bamboo leaves, with a spicy kick. Congratulations, acquired 1 assimilation point. Progress 1/5000. 1/5000th? Yuan Jia quickly understood. His body contained half of the assimilation ability, hence the fraction. The bamboo grove trembled in response to the demise of its companions, shaking in protest and emitting a mournful, low growl, seemingly cursing Yuan Jia. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest reacted, the display somewhat formidable. Yuan Jia was startled, but soon dismissed it. What could they do? They lacked any rank. Numbers meant little. Could they truly scare him away? Huh. Come to me. With a wide grin, he lunged toward another bamboo stalk. Crack! The next bamboo splintered, and the young beast hurriedly retreated into the forest. He refused to believe they could all escape. With a determined rush, he charged into the grove, mouth agape, ready to consume. Acquired 1 assimilation point, 2 points crunch. The entire bamboo forest disintegrated in an instant, a multitude of young beasts fleeing past Yunjie. The once dense grove was left bare. After devouring dozens of young beasts, Yunjie felt a pleasant intoxication wash over him. There was undoubtedly alcohol within their bodies. The happier he felt, chasing after the fleeing creatures. The hordes of young beasts retreated near a hill, no longer fleeing, and reformed into a bamboo grove. Facing Yunjie. Here comes my grandfather. Yunjie joyously dashed forward. Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from the bamboo grove. Feeling slightly tipsy, Yunjie shivered. The remnants of his inebriation fading. He scanned the grove but found no high-tier magical beasts. Yet, the source of that terrifying pressure remained a mystery. The bamboo rustled ominously, each segment trembling as crimson lines coursed along the bamboo-like patterns on the young beasts' backs. Soon, the bamboo strands turned blood-red, transforming the entire grove into a haunting crimson realm. Yunjie felt a twinge of fear. The sight of the red bamboo grove, seemingly stained with blood, was overwhelmingly oppressive. Should he continue to consume? Yunjie raised an eyebrow. The assimilation ability was too valuable to pass up. Eat. You want to scare me. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with determination. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted, and a ferocious wind swept through the bamboo grove. A pair of scarlet eyes rose within the thicket. The young beast form bamboo parted, revealing a towering figure emerging from the grove. Yunjie looked up and inwardly cursed. He was confronted with this monstrous creature again. Chapter 155. Subjugation. With a resounding crash, the scarred-faced bear broke through Yunjie's sandy hand and began climbing up his arm toward his shoulder. Yunjie was alarmed. If this creature reached him, it would spell doom. He immediately shattered his sandy arm and swung his other hand to strike. Caught off guard, the scarred-faced bear stumbled, only to be met with a powerful blow that sent it flying. Over 9 meters tall and several tons heavy, the bear soared through the air like an intercontinental missile. Boom! A cloud of sand erupted as the bear landed on the ground. Roar! The scarred-faced bear emerged from the dust cloud, its murderous intent palpable. Yunjie felt a pang of anxiety. The bear was teetering on the edge of madness, growing stronger with each blow it received. This situation was all too familiar. Like a frenzied wolf, the more it fought, the more powerful it became. How could he subdue it? The scarred-faced bear charged closer, forcing Yunjie to once again raise his fists in defense. Unfazed, the bear, now in its ultimate blood rage state, was completely driven by the young beasts. It leaped forward, meeting Yunjie's colossal sandy fist with its claws. Boom! The sandy fist exploded, and the scarred-faced bear soared past the cloud of sand. Yunjie's brow furrowed. At that moment, it felt eerily similar to his confrontation with Guizhe, only now, he had become the one in peril. Growling, the scarred-faced bear growled and turned, charging once more through the water. Desperately, Yunjie attempted to block the bear's advance, but each attempt was thwarted. With no other option, he controlled his large hand to dig down, creating a massive pit before the bear. Scooping water-filled sand, Yunjie hurled it at the bear. Boom! The massive mud clump exploded, yet the scarred-faced bear, towering like a mountain, remained unfazed. Suddenly, Yunjie smiled. He had an idea. He manipulated his large hand to splash water at the bear, continuously dousing it like a playful water fight, without pause. Water splashed everywhere, and the scarred-faced bear struggled to keep its eyes open, roaring in fury as it vented its anger. Now was the time. Yunjie wrapped his hands around the unsuspecting bear, pulling it into the pit and relentlessly pouring mud over it to prevent it from rising. The bear's face was smeared with mud, its eyes unable to open, and it ceased its roars, using its massive paws to wipe at its eyes. The crucial issue was that it could not breathe. Drink deeply. Once you're full, you won't be able to move, and I'll pull you up. Yunjie continued to pour water and sand into the pit, the scarred-faced bear resembling a large muddy rodent, trapped and unable to advance or retreat. As time passed, the bear's movements grew sluggish, and a stream of bubbles rose from the pit. Almost there, Yunjie paused to inspect the situation within the pit. The bear's head floated to the surface. Just as Yunjie prepared to reach down and pull it up, the bear suddenly surged to life. The mud shifting as it charged beneath him, raising its massive paw to strike at Yunjie's. The bear's paw had severed Guizhe's limbs before. In a flash, 3 glints of light flashed, and the roots beneath Yunjie were severed, causing the crumbling sand to collapse, dragging him into the water. Roar! With a successful strike, the scarred-faced bear charged through the cascading yellow sand toward Yunjia's head. Rise! Yunjia roared, and the collapsing sand surged upward, his massive form restoring in an instant. Boom! The scarred bear did not relent. Its claws pierced through Yunjia's chest. Can't you be any fiercer? I'm saving you here. Yunjia was also somewhat incensed. He turned around and saw the back of the scarred bear's head. A sudden idea struck him, and he shot out a strand of spider silk, wrapping it around the bear's neck, then pulled with all his might. The massive, several-ton bear was lifted off the ground. Yunjia quickly adjusted the silk to secure it behind the bear's neck, preventing it from severing the strand and escaping. Once secured, he held the bear aloft, ensuring it did not touch anything. Without a point of leverage, even the bear's immense strength was rendered futile. Roar! Grr! The scarred bear struggled, its limbs flailing as bruises appeared on its head. Just hang on a little longer. Kneeling on the beach, Yunjia propped up the bear's raised arm with one hand. 1 minute, 2 minutes, nearly 10 minutes passed before the bear finally succumbed, its limbs going limp. Yunjia dared not move. The bear was too powerful. If he set it down and it regained consciousness, everything would start over. After another half-minute, the bear still showed no signs of life, its head swelling and eyes bulging. That should be sufficient. Yunjia carefully laid the bear on the sand and swiftly flipped it over, extending his fingers to pry at the